Chapter 1, I'm back. After 10 years. 10 years. I'm finally back. How's the old man? Has the little beauty grown up yet? Is she pretty? In Longhua, Jinjiang City, on the high-speed track leading north to Beiwang City, the 1038 express train is speeding along. Inside the carriage, Wang Shu was feeling very emotional. Wang Shu was an orphan and was picked up by Trash King. Apart from Wang Shu, Trash King also picked up 7 other little girls. These children picked up rubbish every day and served the Rag King, which was equivalent to being the Rag King's hired workers. Although the children were not related by blood, their relationship was extremely close. Growing up together from a young age gave Wang Shu a happy childhood. But just when Wang Shu was 13 years old, an accident struck. One day, Wang Shu was playing in front of the door when someone drugged him with drugs and abducted him to a foreign country. Wang Shu still remembers that process vividly. He spent 8 days in a cold, dark room outside the country, with little to eat and no good sleep. Just when Wang Shu had completely lost hope in life, disaster struck again. On the 8th day, while he was sleeping, a golden ant crawled into his mouth and bit his tongue, causing him to lose the ability to move while crawling down his throat. When Wang Shu woke up again, he noticed something strange about his body. On the first day, he had superhuman strength. On the second day, he could walk on walls. On the third day, his eyes developed a miraculous X-ray vision. On the fourth day, he defeated the human traffickers and walked out of the dark hut, beginning a life of crime. Wang Shu officially began to experience life at the age of 13, escaping from the human traffickers and growing up slowly. He worked as a bodyguard, a hitman, a mercenary, and a laborer for others. He delivered packages and lived under the roofs of others many times. Until one day, he had the idea of ruling the world, and with it, the name of a powerful force quietly rose. That name was Dalu Ocean, the world under the great heaven, where I am the only one in charge. Old man, I hope nothing happens to you, I haven't been able to repay you yet. You little beauties, you've all grown up now, aren't you pretty? I still don't have a daughter-in-law. Wang Shu's thoughts were wandering, his gaze looking out the window. From the outside, it looked like he was daydreaming and had completely lost his guard. A thief next to Wang Shu thought so too. Taking advantage of Wang Shu's inattention, he quietly reached a hand into Wang Shu's trouser pocket. But before he could pull his hand out, there was a sudden scream. This was followed by an eerie sound of bone breaking. Craw! Please spare my life, brother, please spare my life. The thief knelt beside Wang Shu, tears welling up in his eyes. An extra hand appeared on his wrist, like a pair of iron pincers, which crushed his wrist bone. Wang Shu sneered, "This is the 11th time you've tried to do it, isn't it? You're greedy as a snake, and 10,000 yuan is not enough to satisfy your greed." Bang! Wang Shu's leg suddenly made a strange arc, kicking the thief in the knee. The thief screamed again and fell to the ground. At this time, a high-speed train arrived at the station. Wang Shu stood up from his seat. "Everyone, this is a thief. If anyone lost something just now, ask him for it. My money. Oh my God. My necklace." The screams in the carriage woke everyone up. At first, they didn't know why there was a conflict, but when they heard Wang Shu's words, they quickly checked their belongings and realized they had lost something. Catch the thief. Kill him. The crowd gathered around like wolves, some attacking, others kicking, and then searched the half-dead thief, retrieving their lost belongings. By the way, where is the young man who caught the thief just now? Hey, he was just here, how come he's gone? While everyone was looking for Wang Shu, he had already walked several hundred meters away from the high-speed railway. As he walked, he muttered to himself, "It's changed so much. Is the original courtyard still there?" Time passed, and 10 years later, the entire Beilong city had changed beyond recognition, completely unlike the city it had been 10 years before. Wang Shu could only ask questions as he walked. Just then, his phone in his pocket rang. Wang Shu opened it and a mechanical voice came out, "Boss, Xiaowu has just reviewed all the residents of Beewall City. The old man's courtyard has been demolished and he is living in a villa. I will send you the exact address." Ding dong. Immediately afterwards, Wang Shu received a text message with an address, number 18 Chaiyang Street. Beifang City is not the biggest city in Longhua, but it covers tens of thousands of square kilometers. Wang Shu would have to walk for hours to get there, so he took a taxi. Half an hour later, he appeared in front of a luxurious villa. Wang Shu got out of the car, stood in front of the electric gate and didn't go in. He was a little excited. It had been 10 years. Would the old man have died of excitement when he first saw him? Ha ha.
After thinking for a long time, Wang Shu walked up and rang the doorbell. The one who opened the door was an old lady, still full of charm. With Wang Shu's discerning eye, he could tell at a glance that the old lady was at least in her 60s, but was wearing a red cheongsam.
Who are you looking for?
The old lady asked, looking at Wang Shu in puzzlement. Wang Shu was also puzzled. The old man had a wife, but she left him in the end because she found him too poor.
Could it be that the old man had a second spring and married again?
Wang Shu said, I'm looking for the old man.
Do you know him?
I sort of know him.
Just call him out and you'll find out.
The old lady looked at Wang Shu, turned around and walked away, but soon returned. The old man says to go in, third floor living room.
Wang Shu gave a wicked smile. Old guy, aren't you going to come out and greet me?
I'll scare the living daylights out of you. After muttering, he didn't go through the front door, but appeared in the backyard of the villa very quickly, climbed up the smooth wall. If someone saw this at this time, they would definitely think that Wang Shu was a monster. It was as if his hands and feet had suction cups, as he clung tightly to the wall. He climbed to the third floor, opened the window and jumped in, appearing silently in the living room. In the middle of the living room was a tea table, next to which sat an old man, holding a pipe in his left hand and scratching his head with his right. In front of him was a game of chess in its final stage, which the old man was studying.
Rotten brat, who let you come up here?
The old man reacted quite quickly. As soon as Wang Shu appeared in the hall, the tobacco pipe in his hand turned into a flash of lightning and flew straight at Wang Shu. Wang Shu laughed heartily. Old man, you're going to get killed. The old man's figure slightly shifted, and he grabbed the tobacco pipe in his hand. His body arced and exploded forward, and the next moment he was in front of the old man, throwing an uppercut.
The old man had already stood up by this point. Little brat, where are you going to hit me?
The fist coming from the opposite side was moving too fast for the old man to dodge, so he quickly clenched his legs together and watched helplessly as the fist came to rest in front of his crotch.
Ha ha. Old man, with this move I've made, your second spring is over. Get out of here.
The old man's anger nearly made his beard stand up, and he slapped Wang Shu.
Wang Shu lightly dodged and returned the tobacco pipe to the old man. Old man, I haven't been back for 10 years, aren't you afraid I've died out there? The old man took the tobacco pipe and glared at him. Afraid? You've never done anything good since you were a kid, how could you die so easily? Old man. Are you saying I'll be a scourge for 1,000 years?
Wang Shu rolled his eyes rolling, and an elusive strange smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Old man, you don't seem surprised at all that I'm back.
Do you know that I'm coming back? What makes me even more puzzled is that you recognized me at first glance.
Get out of here, stop bullshitting me, you love to come back or not. The old man's face changed, and he roared at Wang Shu.
Chapter 2, The Beauty Has a Very Pleasant Voice.
Perhaps at the age of 13, he already looked like an adult, so the old man recognized Wang Shu at first glance. At this time, in the hall, the old man and the young man chatted with each other. Wang Shu told the old man about the past 10 years, but he omitted a lot of the details. Because of his special status now, if the old man knew too much, it could pose a security risk. The old man sighed and said, Kid, it's hard for you too, not dying out there. Wang Shu looked at him with a dark face and retorted, Old thing, you should also take it easy. As the saying goes, 30 is like a wolf, 40 is like a tiger, 50 is better than a leopard, and 60 is as good as a sow, don't get dried up.
Rotten kid, don't you know how to chat? Auntie Lee is our family nanny. Okay, nanny, hug this one, hug it hard. Damn it, you little brat, you're asking for it.
The old man stood up angrily and raised his hand to slap him, but he didn't do it.
Wang Shu laughed, can't bear to, can you? No more fooling around, let's get down to business.
How are those little girls you picked up?
They must have all become beautiful women by now, right? That's more like it.
The old man withdrew his hand and said, they've all become successful.
They're not ordinary people now.
They all have families and careers.
What do you mean they have families and careers?
You old fool.
You mean they're all married? No, I was planning to marry one of them.
Kid, don't get your hopes up. When I say they have families and careers, I don't mean that. They all have their own careers and families, but they're not married.
Eldest brother Mo Shangwan set up a company, I think it's something to do with clothes, I'm not really sure.
Second brother by Yin Shuang is always mysterious, he's rarely home, I don't know what he does.
The third daughter, Shin Bing, is a flight attendant and flies all over the place all day long.
The fourth daughter, Gusini, has opened a hospital, and the technology is so good that it is always full of people. The fifth daughter, Luo Xiao, works in the Huan Bureau and is rumored to be a leader. The sixth daughter, Luo Na, is just like the second daughter, always mysterious and I don't know what she does.
The seventh daughter, Yining Yun, is amazing.
I heard that she makes movies and is quite famous. When she's not busy, she likes to do live broadcasts and has gained a lot of followers.
Sometimes she comes to the house and makes a scene. Wang Shu asked, "Do they come back often? Are they pretty?"
The old man grinned, "Pretty, very pretty, one prettier than the other, but except for the second and sixth daughters, the others occasionally come, not very often, and I don't blame them, they all have their own careers and are busy.
I don't have any thoughts right now, I just hope that you can get married and have a career, and have another boy.
They can also get married and have careers and raise children.
That's enough for me." The two of them chatted away.
Wang Shu arrived home at 10:30 a.m. and they chatted until noon. Wang Shu said, "Old man, I'm not going to eat at home, I'm going to go see them."
"Go ahead."
The old man didn't try to stop him. It had been 10 years since they had seen each other, so he wanted to surprise them.
"Old man, you must take care of your health, and wait for me to hold your baby."
Wang Shu said goodbye to the old man and walked down the stairs. When he reached the door, he happened to run into the old woman.
"Wait a minute." Wang Shu stopped the old woman. "Your surname is Li, right?"
"Yes."
Wang Shu said, "I'll call you Auntie Li first.
I'm a straightforward person who doesn't like to hide things, so I'll just say what I have to say. I can see that you have a seductive look about you, with your upturned eyes and rosy cheeks.
You're not here with such innocent motives, are you?
I don't care what you've done in the past or who you are.
From now on, you'll put aside your devious thoughts. As long as you're here, you'll behave yourself and not harbor any other thoughts."
"Young master, you're overthinking things."
"I'm not the kind of person you think I am."
"I hope so, otherwise you will wish you were dead." Wang Shu left a remark and strode out of the villa. Behind him, the old lady's eyes flickered with hatred, and she deliberately said, "Little brat, what the hell are you, and you dare to meddle in my business?"
The Shangwan Garment Group is one of the top 100 enterprises in Beilong City and is quite well known there. It wasn't hard for Wang Shu to find her.
Half an hour later, he appeared at the bottom of the Shangwan Group building, registered at the security office, and walked straight inside to the lobby and to the front desk.
Behind the front desk stood three beautiful women. One of them said, "May I ask who you are looking for?" Wang Shu smiled and said, "Imo Shangwan." "Excuse me, do you have an appointment?"
"Yes."
"When was it made?"
10 years ago."
When the receptionists heard this, they lost sight of Wang Shu.
Entering the elevator, Wang Shu turned on his phone, and a mechanical voice immediately came from the other end. "Boss, Shangwan Garment Group was established 5 years ago. Due to its unique design and novel style, it has become one of the top 100 enterprises in Beilong City in just a few years.
Its market value is now over 1 billion yuan, and its stock price is 18 yuan.
The company owns an independent building, with the staff occupying the lower 25 floors, the design department, sales department, and public relations department occupying the 26th floor, the personnel department occupying the 27th floor, the chairman's office and several executive offices occupying the 28th floor." The phone call finished, and the elevator had already arrived on the 28th floor.
Wang Shu walked out through the elevator doors.
The corridor was clean and tidy, with signs hanging next to each office, and it was easy to find the chairman's office.
Knock, knock, knock.
Wang Shu knocked gently, and a graceful voice came from inside. "The door is unlocked, please come in."
Shangwan's voice was so beautiful.
At first, Wang Shu thought the voice belonged to a queen in a period drama, graceful and regal, but also a little lazy, with a kind of natural majesty.
Wang Shu opened the door and walked in.
The office was large, but the furnishings were simple. Near the north wall was a boss's desk, and the boss chair behind it had been moved aside.
Standing in front of the desk was a beautiful woman.
She was wearing a loose-fitting white suit, and her long hair fell behind her like a waterfall. Her face was hidden by the computer, and Wang Shu didn't want to use his X-ray vision, but the figure was so familiar. Even though 10 years had passed, and even though the figure at the time hadn't been very mature. But when he saw the plump and graceful figure in front of him, the face of peerless beauty, the way she used to hold a biscuit in her snow-white hand and bring it to her lips, immediately came to mind. It was her.
The beautiful older sister named Mo Shangwan. Wang Shu called out from the bottom of his heart.
The person behind the desk was engrossed in something and did not look up. He casually pointed with his hand and said, "Please sit." Wang Shu did not sit down, but slowly walked up behind the figure. There was a three-dimensional picture on the computer screen, probably a clothing design. Mo Shangwan was staring at the picture, as if she were thinking about something. Wang Shu said softly from behind her, "You could design a human body simulation into the picture. When the user turns on the computer and enters their body data, it will show what the clothing looks like on them, for a better experience."
That's great. You're absolutely right.
Mo Shangwan gave her head a pat, and her slender fingers quickly sketched out a few figures on the computer screen, as if she had been released from a burden. It seemed that she had just remembered that someone had come in, and she was about to turn around when she suddenly felt her willowy waist tighten and was tightly embraced by a pair of iron arms.
Who?
Mo Shangwan's first reaction was to lift her right foot and step down with her 10-centimeter sky-high stiletto heels onto the instep of Wang Shu's back, then to flex her left elbow and slam it into Wang Shu's heart. The movements were seamless, her reaction swift, and the high heels and left arm arrived at their positions almost simultaneously. Unfortunately, it was all in vain.
Chapter 3, Sensational. It was steady, accurate, and ruthless, but it lacked a little strength. Wang Shu took the two heavy blows from Mo Shangwan and smiled faintly, leaving a trail of afterimages as he appeared 8 feet behind Mo Shangwan. Mo Shangwan then turned around. "Who are you? Which department are you from?" The two faced each other. Beautiful, graceful, elegant, and peerless. Together with the charming voice just now, the domineering temperament, and the appearance that cannot be described by any idiom in the world, she is exactly like an ancient empress. Wang Shu secretly praised, but he felt that Mo Shangwan should not recognize him. Wang Shu was only 13 years old when he was abducted, and Mo Shangwan is 5 years older than Wang Shu. 10 years have passed, and the 13-year-old Wang Shu is now 23 years old. He has grown from a snotty-nosed young boy to a handsome young man who is now 1 meter 8 tall. How could Mo Shangwan recognize him? When Wang Shu was abducted, Mo Shangwan was already 18 years old, and her appearance had taken shape, so Wang Shu recognized her at first glance. The two looked at each other. Mo Shangwan was at a loss, and she just felt that this person looked familiar, but where had she met him before? She simply couldn't remember. Mo Shangwan, beautiful big sister. I, Wang Shu, am back. The two looked at each other, and in that instant, childhood memories flooded back to them. Wang Shu's memory was completely unlocked, and he endured the pain in his heart. Mo Shangwan, do you still remember the young boy who once put your underwear on his head and poured water all over you with a water pistol? You are little Shu. After a long standoff, Mo Shangwan felt her heart prick. She didn't know how she shouted out, her voice shrill and high-pitched, and the pain ripped through her heart, spreading all at once. At the same time, some images came to mind. It was during lunch when Wang Shu ran around and didn't eat properly, so Mo Shangwan went after him, only to get drenched by the broken water pistol Wang Shu was holding. This memory was etched in her soul like a knife or an axe. Because on that day, Wang Shu had a pair of underwear she had just bought placed on her head, and because from that day on, Wang Shu disappeared from their lives. 10 years later, when the small figure she had always worried about and whose absence had caused her to lose sleep often appeared before her again, Mo Shangwan broke down. Although her fighting ability had reached the level of a black belt, at that moment all the strength in her body and mind seemed to be suddenly drained away. Her delicate and graceful body shook, and her face instantly turned pale. Xiangwan. Wang Shu did not expect Mo Shangwan to react so strongly. He quickly took a step forward and embraced her. Xiao Shu, you really are Xiao Shu. It's my fault. If I had followed you out back then, I wouldn't have let you get taken away by those bad guys. Wang Shu's disappearance was like a huge boulder in Mo Shangwan's heart. Over the years, she has worked her way up in the business world. She has worked hard, failed time and time again, and fought her way back up. All she has done is to reduce the psychological burden and pressure, so that she can forget about what happened back then. Unfortunately, over the years, those burdens and pressures have not decreased, but have become heavier and heavier, weighing on Mo Shangwan until she can hardly breathe. Whenever she eats, she wonders if Wang Shu is also eating and if he has anything to eat. Whenever she goes to sleep, she wonders if Wang Shu is sleeping and if he has a place to sleep. All of this has become a part of Mo Shangwan's life, so when she saw Wang Shu, she simply couldn't handle the surprise, or the blow. All the regrets, all the thoughts, and all the pain welled up in her heart at that moment. Xiangwan, everything is in the past, I'm living a good life. Xiangwan, Wang Shu will never forget that I had such a good older sister, even if I die in a foreign land. Mo Shangwan, good sister. I'm back now.
A real man doesn't cry easily, only when he's really sad. 10 years ago, Wang Shu was abducted and cried for days and nights. Later, he vowed that he would never shed tears again. A man should speak with his fists. 10 years later, this young man, this handsome guy, and the master of the great law of the universe, could no longer control his emotions and was crazy about love.
Sister Shangwan.
Wang Shu wiped his blurred eyes and helped Mo Shangwan wipe away the tears from her beautiful eyes. He supported her and slowly sat her down in the boss's chair.
Xiao Shu, is it really you? You've grown up, let me take a good look at you. Mo Shangwan held Wang Shu's cheeks in her two trembling hands.
The two of them just looked at each other for a full 5 minutes before they woke up from the painful memories, but Mo Shangwan still didn't dare to let go of Wang Shu's hands. She was afraid that she was dreaming and that if she let go of his hands, Wang Shu would disappear. Wang Shu laughed and said, Shangwan, the old man did say that I could choose a wife from among you, and I might just choose you.
Don't worry, I'll never go away again. Puff. One sentence made Mo Shangwan laugh. You're always so naughty. Have you seen the old man?
I saw him. I came back at 10:30 this morning and saw him first. The old man is in good health, so you don't need to worry. But I, on the other hand, haven't eaten since noon, and you didn't say anything about treating me to a meal when I came to your place.
You're so cheeky. It's a good thing I haven't eaten either. Let's go find somewhere to eat. Mo Shangwan took Wang Shu's hand and walked out.
It was already past noon, and most of the company employees had gone to lunch when Wang Shu arrived. As the two walked out, they happened to run into employees returning from lunch, which immediately caused a murmur.
Oh my god. What am I seeing? News, explosive news, Mo Dong is actually holding hands with a man? Wow. Handsome guy, who is this handsome guy? But now there's going to be some good drama, someone's going to be jealous.
Wang Shu was dressed in plain clothes, wearing a set of street vendor sportswear, but having been in a high position for a long time, he cannot hide his overbearing aura, which makes many beautiful women turn their heads. Mo Shangwan has a graceful and luxurious temperament, but she usually rarely talks to her staff, which makes her seem a bit aloof and unapproachable. Now she is suddenly holding the hand of a man and looking affectionate. Of course it is cause for discussion.
But none of this mattered to Mo Shangwan.
The sky could have fallen and she would not have been able to hide the joy she felt at seeing Wang Shu.
Despite all the gossip, Mo Shangwan did not try to escape. Instead, she put her arm around Wang Shu's neck and the two of them strolled along like a couple. Just as they were about to get into the elevator, Mo Shangwan's phone suddenly rang. How annoying. Mo Shangwan looked at the caller ID and refused to answer. Less than 2 minutes later, the phone rang again, and Mo Shangwan refused to answer it again.
The phone kept ringing like this, and finally, with no choice, Mo Shangwan answered it.
A warm voice came from the other end. Shangwan, have you eaten yet? I haven't eaten yet, let's go get something to eat together. Sorry, I've already eaten, you eat by yourself. Mo Shangwan hung up the phone, and the two took the elevator to the first floor. As soon as they got out of the elevator, Mo Shangwan froze.
There was a man standing at the elevator door, wearing a suit and tie, refined and gentle, wearing glasses, and holding a phone in his hand, dialing a number. Seeing Mo Shangwan walk out of the elevator, he smiled and came up to him. Shangwan. Then he saw Wang Shu next to Mo Shangwan.
Chapter 4 Drunk and Out of Control. Mo Shangwan, who is this? Seeing the intimate scene between Mo Shangwan and Wang Shu, Zhou Ning's jealousy instantly exploded. Mo Shangwan explained, don't get me wrong, Wang Shu is I'm her husband, my name is Wang Shu.
Mo Shangwan's words were interrupted by Wang Shu, who looked at Zhou Ning and smiled coldly.
Husband?
Zhou Ning's mouth curved up in a hideous smile. Kid, what are you?
Mo Shangwan is not someone you can lay a finger on. If you know what's good for you, get out of here. Good, that's refreshing.
I like people who talk like that, but the person saying it must be able to bear the consequences of saying it. Take a step forward. Wang Shu pointed at Zhou Ning with his hand.
Kid, what's wrong with me taking a step forward? Not much, I'm going to spank you. Pop.
Wang Shu slapped Zhou Ning's face, and his glasses flew off immediately. The entire person staggered backwards several steps, and blood came from the corner of his mouth.
This is still Wang Shu showing mercy.
This is because Zhou Ning doesn't know martial arts. If he did, he would be in trouble, and he would probably lose all his teeth.
Mo Shangwan looked at Wang Shu in disbelief.
This kid looks like a handsome and harmless person, but he is so decisive and ruthless when he strikes. However, instead of arousing Imo Shangwan's disgust, it made her love Wang Shu even more. She felt that Wang Shu must have suffered a lot in the past few years, which is why he has developed a sense of self-protection. She then turned to Zhou Ning and said, "Zhou Ning, you can go. It's impossible for us. It's impossible now, and it'll never be possible in the future."
Impossible? Mo Shangwan, I've worked so hard for 3 years to chase after you, and you're being so heartless. You think you can get rid of me by dating this little white face? No way. Just you wait.
Zhou Ning's face turned pale, and she covered her cheeks, glared at Wang Shu, and turned away without picking up her glasses.
After Zhou Ning had left, Wang Shu asked, "Sister Shangwan, who is this person?" Mo Shangwan said, "He is a rich second generation.
Because his father is our raw material supplier, he often harasses me. For his father's sake, I have never said anything harsh, but I never thought he would get more and more outrageous."
Xiao Shu, let's not talk about him, let's go eat.
10 minutes later, the handsome guy and the beautiful girl walked hand in hand into a small restaurant. Mo Shangwan casually ordered a few dishes: mouth-watering fish, braised and stir-fried Huangshan chicken, sweet and sour pork, and fried cuttlefish.
Wang Shu looked at the dishes on the table and salivated.
"It's been 10 years, and it's really happy to be able to taste this flavor again." "Sister Shangwan, did you buy the food at this restaurant when you were a child?"
Shangwan smiled and said, "Well, you're hungry, aren't you?"
"I used to wait tables here when I first graduated. After the company was established, it wasn't far from here, so I came here occasionally." The handsome guy and the beautiful girl had reunited after a long time, and they ordered some drinks.
They talked and drank, talking about a lot of things.
In the end, Wang Shu forgot what he had said. He got the owner of the small restaurant drunk. He drank 9 bottles of baijiu in one go, and said drunkenly, "Shangwan, for 10 years, I owe you an apology. Here, 1 bottle of baijiu a year, I toast to you."
Shangwan was also drunk.
The two of them staggered out of the small restaurant, arm in arm.
When they went out, they were stopped by a few people.
"Kid, you dare offend our Zhou Xiao, today I'll let you know the severity. Beat him up, take the woman away, and beat the man to death." A dozen thugs and ruffians. Zhou Ning was furious after being beaten, and turned back to find a few people to take revenge on Wang Shu. Mo Shangwan's drunken almond-shaped eyes rolled around. "Beat to death, you dare to move my handsome younger brother a single finger. If I don't destroy you, my name is not Mo." Behind the graceful and luxurious appearance, there are also fangs.
A dragon has its vulnerable spots, and the 7 beauties are Wang Shu's vulnerable spots.
Similarly, Wang Shu is also the vulnerable spot of these 7 beauties.
It was finally Wang Shu's return, and Mo Shangwan would never let him lose again.
She twisted her waist and was about to go up, but she had drunk too much and her feet faltered, almost causing her to fall. She was supported by a strong arm from behind.
Wang Shu laughed and said, "Shangwan, this is a man's business, women stand back."
He said this and staggered over.
"Kid, you're looking for death yourself."
They were all a few ruffians and desperate men, with weapons in their hands. The one in the front, holding a dagger, rushed straight at Wang Shu's belly and stabbed. "Damn it, even Zeus, the leader of the realm of the gods, dares not act recklessly in front of me.
What are you?"
Wang Shu spoke nonsense, raised his hand, grabbed it, twisted it, and the dagger in the small thug's hand mysteriously ended up in Wang Shu's hand. He stabbed it into the small thug's body with a backhand.
"Ah!" The man let out a scream and lay on the ground motionless.
The remaining dozen or so punks were halfway there when they were dumbfounded. They were said to be desperate criminals, but when it really came down to it, who didn't value their own lives? After just one encounter, one of their own had fallen, and the souls of several people had flown away at that moment, and they fled in panic.
"Run, where can you run? Xiao Qiang, kill them for me."
Wang Shu got up in a daze and fell to the ground with a thud, not moving. He had drunk too much. 9 bottles of 68% alcohol content could easily get 10 old oxen drunk. Even though Wang Shu's body was different from ordinary people's, he still couldn't handle the alcohol after it came rushing up.
Wang Shu and Mo Shangwan didn't know how to get back. Like sleepwalkers, they returned to Mo Shangwan's villa, with Mo Shangwan carrying Wang Shu on her shoulders.
They didn't even take a shower, just collapsed on the bed and fell asleep.
It wasn't until 3 a.m. that Mo Shangwan's phone rang.
Wang Shu heard it first and, after opening his eyes, looked at a long, white thigh lying across his chest.
He gently moved it away and then became a little more conscious.
He nudged Mo Shangwan next to him. "Shangwan, Mo Shangwan, your phone is ringing."
Mo Shangwan was still in a dream and was talking in her sleep. "Don't move, I want to have a drink with Shu." Come on, cheers. Mo Shangwan. Wang Shu pinched Mo Shangwan's bottom gently, and she woke up. Xiao Shu, Xiao Shu. Shangwan, I'm here, your phone. Xiao Shu, you're really here, I'm not dreaming.
Mo Shangwan came back to her senses, picked up the phone, and a grumpy voice came from the other end. Big sister, what's wrong with you? You didn't tell me about such an important matter.
Fifth brother, what happened to me? Sister, you wouldn't have planned to keep me in the dark, would you? Fifth brother, when have I ever kept anything from you? What's really going on? Sister, you don't remember anything from last night? I drank too much last night and don't remember anything. What happened? Sister, where are you now? At the villa. Wait for me at home and don't move. Half an hour later, a police car appeared silently in front of Mo Shangwan's villa.
Without knocking, the police officer took out the key and let himself in, and went straight to Mo Shangwan's bedroom. After entering the door, Luo Xiao was dumbfounded.
What was going on? What was his big sister, who had always been peerless and unworldly in his eyes, doing? Not only was she disheveled, but there was also a man lying on the bed? Sister. Luo Xiao went up and grabbed Mo Shangwan, dragging her directly into the bathroom. Chapter 5, The Secret of Wang Shu. Fifth brother, why are you pulling me? I drank too much last night, let me sleep a little longer. Mo Shangwan stumbled as Luo Xiao dragged her to the bathroom, still half asleep. Luo Xiao was a bit impatient, so she picked up the toothbrush holder and filled it with water, then poured it down the front of Mo Shangwan's pajamas. A cold shiver ran down his spine. Mo Shangwan woke up with a start. Lao Wu, why are you here? Luo Xiao couldn't help laughing. My dear sister, you're calm and experienced, how could you do something like this? After all is said and done, did you get into a fight? Did I get into a fight? When someone is drunk, it doesn't mean that their consciousness is completely lost. Sometimes it is temporarily sealed off and they will remember it as time goes by.
Mo Shangwan had practiced martial arts and his physique was not comparable to ordinary people. He had excellent physical fitness, and when Luo Xiao reminded him, he remembered. Oh, I remember, last night I was drinking with Xiao Shu and we drank too much. Someone was picking a fight and Xiao Shu beat up that person. No, I beat up that person. Sister, what are you talking about? You're going to make me die of worry. There are 7 of us sisters, where did you get this little surgery? Sister, I know you didn't hit that person, so who are you taking the blame for? Luo Xiao stamped her feet in a panic, having never seen Mo Shangwan stammer before. But this was a matter of life and death, not the time to stammer. Mo Shangwan knew he couldn't hide it any longer. Fifth child, I'll tell you something, just calm down and listen to me slowly. Just tell me, as long as you didn't hit him, everything will be fine. Mo Shangwan said, it wasn't me who hit him, it was Xiao Shu, our childhood playmate, the 8th child. Sister, you're making things up again, where did you get an 8th child? Wait, you mean the 8th child? What do you mean? Xiao Shu? Sister, don't scare me, Xiao Shu has been gone for 10 years, I don't think he's still alive, if he were, he would have come looking for us. Luo Xiao was in tears. She was the most headstrong of the 7 sisters, unbending and full of a sense of justice, which is why she became a police officer. But such a person can't hide their emotions, and when it came to Wang Shu, her tears came before she even met him. Then her expression tightened. Big sister, don't be silly. You're the chairman now, and there are plenty of people here to claim family, so don't make a mistake. Mo Shangwan smiled bitterly and said, you come with me. She led Luo Xiao back to the bedroom. As for Wang Shu, he had drunk too much, and after the phone woke him up, he saw that it had nothing to do with him and fell asleep again. Fifth son, come and take a look. Mo Shangwan pulled Luo Xiao behind Wang Shu and lifted his sportswear with one hand. It was summer, and Wang Shu was only wearing a sports shirt on his upper body, and after the sports shirt was lifted, it was his back. At this moment, on top of Wang Shu's back, a blood-red wolf's head was gradually fading. This was not a tattoo, but was seeping through the blood. Every time Wang Shu got drunk, this wolf's head would appear, but not normally. The reason the sisters were able to discover Wang Shu's secret was that when Wang Shu was 3 years old, he stole and drank a jar of the immortal's drunken elixir from the Broken King, and as a result, he collapsed. From that moment on, the sisters discovered the secret of Wang Shu. As for why there is a wolf head in the Wang Shu bloodline, after growing up, the few people searched through the data and found nothing. However, the few beauties did not know that it was also because of this bloodline that after being attacked by the golden ant, Wang Shu not only did not die, but instead tenaciously survived and gained the characteristics of the golden ant. What a little rascal, this kid, he has grown so tall and is so handsome. Luo Xiao stroked Wang Shu's face gently, then nodded and said, I know what to do, so don't worry about it. Mo Shangwan asked worriedly, Fifth brother, I know you have a strong sense of justice, but we only have one precious younger brother, and even though we're not related by blood, you can't just do whatever you like. Sister, don't worry, that person isn't dead, and they were the ones who started the trouble, so they didn't report it either. I'll go take care of it, you take care of little Shu. Luo Xiao knew how much energy she had. But the next morning, a news story appeared on the headlines of all major media outlets. Last night, the president of Shangwan Garment Group and his companion returned home drunk, and when they encountered criminals, they fiercely fought back while the criminals robbed them of money and sex. One of the criminals was injured in the fight, and has now been rescued and is out of danger. The police have now intervened and are investigating the whereabouts of the other criminals. Anyone with information is urged to come forward. Luo Xiao's move was brilliant, directly sealing off the possibility of Wang Shu being charged with assault. What's more, a reward was offered for the capture of the thugs who had caused trouble, so how would those thugs dare to report the case? A case of assault just passed by. However, the main cause of this incident was still the fact that a few people provoked Wang Shu and his friends in the first place. If Wang Shu had killed someone in the street, killing innocent people indiscriminately and acting extremely viciously, then, given Luo Xiao's temperament, he might have turned on them. In the morning, Wang Shu slept until he naturally woke up. When he woke up, he found that Mo Shangwan had already gone to work. She had left milk and bread on the table, along with a note. The note was a series of messages. The first one said that Wang Shu's clothes were too dirty and had been thrown in the washing machine. The second one said for Wang Shu not to forget to eat. The third one contained the contact information of the other beautiful women, as well as their activity schedule. The second, by Yinchuan, doesn't need to be contacted, as her phone number changes every few days and she can't be reached. You can only wait for her to contact her family. The third, Xinbing, flies around all day. If you're lucky, you can reach her, but if you're unlucky, she'll be on a flight and her phone will be switched off. The fourth, Gu Sini, is the director of Huitong Hospital. She usually works, so it's easy to find her. The fifth, Luo Xiao, is a policeman, so she can't help it if she's not available during her rest time. However, her phone is always on, so you can reach her by phone. The sixth child, Luo Na, is like the second child, Bai Yinchuang. She is always elusive, and like a mountain with clouds, you never know where she is. You can't get in touch with her by phone. The seventh child, Yiningyun, is an artist with Dunhuang Media Company and a movie star. She films all over the world all day long. Her only hobby is doing live broadcasts. The broadcast time is unpredictable. If you want to see her, you will be lucky if you can see her when you turn on your phone. Wang Shu has an excellent memory, and with a single glance, he memorized the phone numbers of the few beautiful women he could contact. Then he turned on his phone, edited the names of the beauties into a list, sent it off, and added a few words. I want detailed information on these people, especially Luo Na and Bai Yinchuang. Out of professional habit, Mo Shangwan let the note left by Luo Na turn into ashes, then sat down in a chair and started to eat. After dinner, he threw the bowl and chopsticks into the automatic dishwasher, turned on his phone, downloaded a short video app, registered an account, named it I Am Supreme and opened the live broadcast room. To be honest, Wang Shu had never played TikTok before. Fortunately, the TikTok settings are very user-friendly, with step-by-step prompts on how to register an account, how to follow the broadcasters you want to see, how to reward them, and how to get coins. Since Yiningyun was doing this to gain followers, she registered with her real name, which Wang Shu found after a quick search. Coincidentally, Yiningyun did not have a filming assignment today and was broadcasting live. Wang Shu followed her and entered her broadcast room. Chapter 6 Yiningyun, the Drunken Butterfly. There are many types of anchors, such as those with good looks, those with talent, those who are good at small talk, and others who are not very impressive. Anchors with good looks, as the name suggests, they rely solely on their appearance to win over countless fans. This is considered an ability. After all, watching an anchor is more interesting than watching a vase at home. Anchors with talent, they sing and dance, demonstrating various talents. The talkative anchorman uses his mouth to talk endlessly, talking up the sky and making up stories, and occasionally telling little anecdotes. Other anchors, for example, those who are average in appearance but have a great figure, who can get a lot of income just by shaking their hips and doing little tricks every day. Wang Shu was most worried that Yiningyun would abuse herself at any cost in order to gain followers, but at the moment he saw Yiningyun, Wang Shu's heart was put at ease. She was so beautiful that it made one's heart tremble. Yiningyun's beauty was completely different from Mo Shangwan's. While Mo Shangwan was graceful and luxurious, Yi Ningyun was like a pure white snowflake, noble and flawless, like a lotus flower emerging from the mire, exuding a clear fragrance. It seemed as if she was not of this mortal world, but had come from the fairy realm. Being a star is enough to show Yi Ningyun's perfection, but Yi Ningyun doesn't use her looks to attract fans, but her proficient talents.
When Wang Shu came in, Yi Ningyun was singing.
I could only hear a voice full of longing, melancholy, and gentle, as clear as a mountain spring, echoing in the live broadcast room.
I can't fly away from this world of flowers.
It turns out that I am a drunk butterfly. Your vow was so lightly spoken, but it has bound me for life in an unbreakable knot. The flowers before the mirror in spring, the moon in the water in autumn, 10 years have passed in a flash, like a dream. It turns out that I am that one, the drunken butterfly.
The flowers bloom in season, the moon waxes and wanes.
I long to feel your hand, to soothe my loneliness.
It turns out I'm the one, the drunken butterfly.
The voice was so natural and unrestrained, like the sound of nature, and it spread throughout the broadcast room, making the already noisy room incredibly quiet.
Yi Ningyun. I miss you too. When Wang Shu heard the altered lyrics, his hands clenched into fists.
Yi Ningyun was indeed one of the 7 girls picked up by the Rag and Bone Man, but she was only a few months older than Wang Shu, so the two of them spent the most time together, laughing and playing. They picked up trash together, fought with other kids together, and every time Wang Shu got hurt, Yi Ningyun would gently rub his hand with her little hand and blow gently with her little mouth. It doesn't hurt, little Shu Shu doesn't hurt. The song once again transported Wang Shu back to his happy childhood 10 years ago. When the song ended, the studio erupted in a tidal wave of applause.
Yi Ningyun, I love you. Yi Demi, my goddess.
Yi Ningyun, you are my dream lover.
You are mine, anchor 666666. Deleting account in progress, 6666666666. Civilize you, me and him, 6666-999-6666.
As the saying goes, when love is deep, it will naturally blossom.
Flowers bloomed one after another, like snowflakes, filling the entire screen.
Drunken Butterfly initiated a mass response in your broadcast room.
Xiao Chow rewarded the anchor with a flying party. Haigo123456 rewarded the anchor with a flying kiss. User Jishong sent roses X999.
Yi Ningyun looked at the screen full of gifts and smiled contentedly.
It was difficult to become a new anchor.
You had to start by cultivating your own die-hard fans, and when these fans grew up, they would converge into a trend that could not be underestimated. In addition, the anchor must have a big brother, or 2, or 3, at least one big brother, otherwise when it came to a competition, there would be no one to defend the tower. Yi Ningyun, although a movie star with a small reputation, also had to go through this difficult process, overcoming obstacles and hardships, step by step, until she got to where she is today. As Yi Ningyun's live broadcast went on, time slowly passed, and more people gathered in the broadcast room. The news spread out, attracting a large number of visitors from other live broadcast rooms. The song Drunken Butterfly evoked the feelings of countless people, their past lives, and it even touched countless people who were wandering in the abyss of emotions. Those who entered the broadcast room were all moved by Yi Ningyun's singing, completely captivated, and each one was enchanted. Stay out all night, give away a Rose X1, join the fan group, and level up to level 1 in your broadcast room. Stay out all night, give away a Rose X2, level up to level 2 in your broadcast room. Stay out all night, give away a Rose X3, level up to level 3 in your broadcast room. No return at night, give away the romantic flower vine and level up to 4, 5, and 10 in your live broadcast room. No return at night, give away the mysterious garden and level up to 11 and 16 in your live broadcast room.
Someone else has spoken, and the level is rising quickly.
The bottom left corner of the phone is being dominated by the screen, and a fan named No Return at Night frequently appears on the screen, and his level is rocketing up. Dear fans, as you may have noticed, I have revised the song Drunken Butterfly. As to why I revised it, I would like to share a story from my childhood with you today. After singing, Yi Ningyun cleared her throat and said slowly. However, halfway through the story, she suddenly frowned and said, "Excuse me, someone wants to link microphones.
Our rival is here.
I hope my sisters and brothers who support me will help me." Linking microphones is a way for live streaming platforms to increase revenue, also known as PK.
2 anchors connect their microphones, and then the fans send money. Within 5 minutes, the one who gets more money is considered the winner.
The winning party can make demands, and the losing party is punished.
You can't not connect, or the fans will say you're being a diva.
And some fans like connecting microphones, because it's the best time to show off. After Yiningyun finished speaking, the screen below already started to flicker.
Shanluo Wanyuan, connect. Happy 256, connect. Pig running up a tree, connect. OK. Yiningyun activated the link function. Soon, two anchors appeared on the phone interface.
One was Yiningyun, and the other was also a beauty.
Wang Shu looked at the name and it was a host named Hu Qian.
Wang Shu didn't know this Hu Qian, but this Hu Qian was also very famous, and she was Yiningyun's arch-rival. Yiningyun is the mainstay of Dunhuang Media, and Hu Qian is the mainstay of Feiyan Media. The two are often in uproar over who is the #1 female lead. Yiningyun broadcasts live, and so does Hu Qian, in order to suppress Yiningyun. Moreover, Hu Qian is willing to go to any lengths to suppress Yiningyun, and legend has it that she is willing to sacrifice her looks. So every time they compete, Yiningyun loses more often than not. And now, she is up to no good.
It's already connected, so it's too late to say anything.
The huge screen was split in two, and two images appeared.
Hu Qian sneered, defeated opponent, how are we going to play?
Yiningyun bit her lip and said, you name it, I'll play along.
Great. That's exciting. Let's play truth or dare.
The winning team can ask questions, and the losing team must answer truthfully.
This
made Yiningyun hesitate for a moment. Although she had never played Truth or Dare before, she had seen other hosts play it, and it often involved some foul language, such as, how many cars have you parked in your garage?
How many paralyses do you have? This little girl doesn't seem to be very nice, does she?
Wang Shu had a sharp eye, and she could tell at once that there was something between these two. She casually picked up the phone and said, Xiaowu, recharge my account with 100 million dragon coins.
Chapter 7, I am the only one who is supreme. What? Are you afraid to promise?
Hu Qian gave a cold smile. If you dare not promise, then admit defeat, draw a turtle on your forehead, and shout 3 times, I am a turtle, I am a turtle, I am a turtle.
Fine. I promise you.
Great, now start, brothers, and lower her health bar. There is a health bar above the heads of the two anchors.
The time is 5 minutes.
Whichever side has more health points when the time is up, wins. Hu Qian is very arrogant, but she has reasons to be. She has several big brothers in her broadcast room who support her, and these big brothers are all close to Hu Qian and willing to spend money.
The anchors are linked together, which is a kind of friendly activity that benefits both anchors and gets them more popularity and gifts. But it's not nice to suppress the blood bar.
If one side votes too much, the other side will give up struggling, unless they encounter two great anchors shopping together.
Yiningyun and Hu Qian almost always have a battle every day. Many people are looking forward to it, and many people are watching the fun.
As the two of them link together, big gifts appear on the public screen one after the other. Meanwhile, the fans are flooding in.
Ha, it started again. These two beauties are definitely going to fight every day. I think Yiningyun loses more often, doesn't she? Not necessarily.
Yiningyun's brother is no pushover. The live broadcast room is like a pot of boiling water. And on the rewards list, the number of Hu Qian's followers is rapidly rising, instantly drowning Yiningyun's health bar.
Suddenly,
a huge golden cannon appeared on the screen on Yiningyun's side, spewing flames and releasing dazzling light.
Ding!
Powerful, send 10 supreme salutes. Powerful, send 10 supreme salutes. Powerful, rally support in your broadcast room.
Powerful, elope with you to the moon.
Powerful, send 100 dream castles. Yiningyun's first big brother began to fight back, quickly pulling the health bar back to half.
But the opponent was prepared, and it definitely wasn't that simple.
As soon as the health bar was pulled back to half, it was quickly pushed back again.
Yiningyun's second big brother took action.
Yi Laixiang, send 20 supreme salutes. Yi Laixiang, send 20 supreme salutes.
Yi Laixiang, call on everyone in your live broadcast room.
Yi Laixiang, take you on a private escape to the moon. Take you on a private escape to the moon. Take you on a private escape to the moon. Yi Laixiang, give away 1,000 pieces of the dream castle.
Nothing to do with me, holy cow, that's fierce? You really are a big, awesome anchor. User 7899, oh my god. This is what I call excitement, this is what I call excitement, it's so satisfying.
Many people don't mind getting into fights, they're looking for a thrill, and suddenly the live broadcast room is abuzz with noise.
However, Yi Ningyun's momentum was obviously weaker.
Her live broadcast time was not fixed, and her eldest brother at home could not guard her at all times. In addition, Hu Qian came prepared and was determined to make Yi Ningyun look foolish. Therefore, after Yi Ningyun's two eldest brothers made their move, they gained a short respite, but it attracted an even more fierce onslaught.
At least 10 of Hu Qian's eldest brothers made their move.
Both side screens were dominated by the advertisements, and the supreme salute and 1 call and 100 responses were displayed everywhere.
Some low-quality phones even crashed. Meanwhile, all kinds of screams could be heard. Goddess, fuck her. Beauty, I support you. These people were all mouth and no action. Even if they did something, it would be useless. The money they spent wouldn't even be enough to make a dent in the score. As time quickly passed, Yi Ningyun's side couldn't hold out anymore.
You need to recharge to give rewards, and no one has 10 billion yuan just lying around. Hu Qian's side had a dozen big brothers taking turns to recharge, but Yi Ningyun's side only had 2, and they simply couldn't recharge in time. With 30 seconds left in the game, Yi Ningyun's side still had a small amount of health. It was over, and beautiful Yi had lost again. Brothers, come on and help our young master. Passing by, please help our young master overcome this difficult time.
Yi Ningyun's defenders and managers were shouting.
But the end was so close, and even if someone intervened, the hope of winning back the victory was too slim.
Unless it was someone else, Wang Shu. With 15 seconds left in the game, a sound came from Wang Shu's phone. Ding dong.
Your recharge has been credited, please check. Then a data appeared on Yi Ningyun's screen. Sole proprietor, 100 supreme salutes sent.
Sole proprietor, 100 volcano parties sent.
Sole proprietor, 100 supreme salutes sent. Sole proprietor, 100 supreme salutes sent.
Sole proprietor, 500 supreme salutes sent. Boom.
The entire screen was filled with cannons, spewing flames and lighting up the broadcast room.
Chaos quickly ensued in the broadcast room. Holy shit. This kid just sprouted, does he want to become a towering tree? Awesome. He actually took on Hu Qian's brothers single-handedly. Awesome, awesome class.
Yi Ningyun's screen was once again filled with illusions, with the exception of the name I am the only one, which was filled with exclamations and gasps.
Brothers, keep it up, they're almost done. Go for it, brothers.
Hu Qian is such a bitch, bullying Yi Damei every day and beating her up. Yeah, brothers, throw flowers at each other. Swish, swish, swish. Gifts rained down on each other like a storm, while Hu Qian's health bar began to shrink frantically, and the sweat began to appear on the foreheads of the big brothers.
You've got to be kidding me.
The power of the big brothers cannot be ignored, but the power of the fans can also be a mainstay. At this time, Yi Ningyun's live broadcast room had more than 1 million fans, and if each one of them swiped a little flower, that would be terrifying power. Together with Wang Shu's artillery team, in an instant, Hu Qian's health bar was completely buried.
Ding. Time's up.
The 2 words victory, shining with golden light, appeared on Yi Ningyun's screen, while on Hu Qian's screen, 2 gray characters appeared, failure.
I actually lost? No way, how could I lose? Hu Qian let out a hysterical cry.
The dozen or so big brothers over there were also dumbfounded.
A dozen people swiping together.
Each supreme salute was worth 66,666 Douyin coins, equivalent to 6,666 yuan. More than 10 people swiped together, which was equivalent to more than 60,000 yuan at a time. The amount kept stacking up, and a rough estimate would be several million yuan in just 10 seconds.
How could they have been defeated? And it was a defeat that was so painful that they felt like dying. How many people were on the other side, and how many votes did they have? They had fought many battles before, and they knew how many people were on the other side, so how could such a master suddenly appear? A few people clicked on the reward list and took a look. A name appeared before their eyes, the only one. Chapter 8, The Second Secret of Wang Shu. Finally, he didn't embarrass himself. After finishing the last batch of Supreme Salute, Wang Shu muttered something, then closed the live broadcast room and called Mo Shangwan on the phone. Hey, Shangwan, are you busy? Can you get me 2 clothes, just street vendor stuff?
Wang Shu's clothes had been washed by Mo Shangwan, and he was wearing a pair of Mo Shangwan's pajamas that didn't fit him, and was no different from wearing a bath towel.
How was he going to go out like that?
Mo Shangwan, who was sitting opposite him, smiled and said, "Don't worry, we'll be home soon."
10 minutes later, a red Maserati pulled up in front of Mo Shangwan's villa. Mo Shangwan got out of the car and carried 2 paper bags filled with clothes.
They were both high-end items, the new styles from Shangwan Garment Group this year, gentlemen's suits. Mo Shangwan felt that Wang Shu would like them, but when Wang Shu saw them, the frown on his face deepened. Since childhood, Wang Shu had been frugal when buying clothes, and no single item of clothing had ever cost more than 50 yuan. He felt comfortable, carefree, and free in such clothes. He gets a headache just looking at a sharp suit. He was going to refuse to wear one, but Mo Shangwan forced it on him. Xiao Shu, you need to look decent.
We're going to see Lao Si. What's the point of wearing this raggedy clothes?
So, Wang Shu was fixed up like a bridegroom, and the two drove to Gusini's Huitan Hospital in a Maserati.
Wait. When they got out of the car, Mo Shangwan stopped Wang Shu. Shu, shall we surprise Cindy? What surprise? This way, you pretend to be a patient and ask her to see you. Then you can surprise her. Wang Shu grimaced, forget it. I'm as strong as an ox, and anyone can tell. Not to mention Cindy's sharp eyes. I'm not asking you to pretend to be that patient. Then what kind of patient am I supposed to pretend to be? Mo Shangwan whispered a few words in Wang Shu's ear.
Wang Shu's face turned as dark as the bottom of a black pot. Sister Cindy is a slender lady. Are you sure this won't make Sister Cindy angry to death?
Mo Shangwan shook his head and laughed. Don't worry, she will be happy to see you. What's there to be angry about? Okay. You take the blame if anything goes wrong.
Wang Shu suddenly covered his crotch with his hand. Ah, it hurts, it hurts.
It's coming. Mo Shangwan quickly helped Wang Shu rush into the hospital. Wang Shu howled like a wolf as he walked, it was so miserable. It soon alerted several nurses, who gathered around. What's wrong with him?
Mo Shangwan said anxiously, my brother is sick, call the doctor quickly, he is very sick, ask your dean to come in person.
Very well, wait here, we'll go get the director right away.
Seeing that Mo Shangwan was a man of peerless beauty and Wang Shu was dressed in a way that made him look respectable, the nurses didn't dare be rude. One of them went to get Gusini, while the rest of them helped Wang Shu onto a movable bed and wheeled him to the emergency room.
Then Mo Shangwan found an excuse and slipped away. In a moment, a gentle and refined beauty walked in.
Just as Wang Shu had said, Gusini was a slender lady. In ancient times, she would have been a young lady of noble birth, one who never left the house.
However, her attitude towards patients was always serious.
Hearing that there was an emergency, she hurried over, her steps a little hurried, taking 3 steps at a time.
She rushed into the emergency room and asked anxiously, what's the situation?
The nurse stammered, it seems that there's something wrong with that area.
Which area? There?
The nurse pointed with her finger to a part of Wang Shu's body.
Okay, you guys go out, I'll take over here. A doctor has a heart for his patients.
In the doctor's eyes, there is no difference between male and female patients.
Gusini sent the 2 young nurses out and came to the bedside. She asked Wang Shu, how long has it been?
Wang Shu said, 10 years.
Have you seen a doctor? No, I haven't.
It didn't hurt before, but suddenly it hurts today.
Pull down your pants. Well, that's not a good idea. Gusini's pretty face fell. Cut the crap, I told you to take it off, so take it off, what's the point of all this nonsense? Fine.
Wang Shu held back a wicked smile, opened his shirt. Gusini first froze for a moment, then her face changed drastically, and then she took a few steps back, her beautiful big eyes spinning around as she asked, you're saying you got sick 10 years ago?
Wang Shu said, yes.
Gusini's face suddenly revealed an imperceptible smile, but she sighed, you're a little late.
The condition has worsened and surgery is the only option. Someone, bring me my scalpel. Yes, doctor.
The 2 young nurses at the door walked in, pushing a cart full of various medical instruments.
Gusini quickly grabbed the scalpel from the cart and headed straight for Wang Shu. Sister Cindy, please spare my life.
Wang Shu didn't even bother to pull up his pants, and he darted out of the bed with a whoosh.
Gusini gave chase, don't go, you're seriously ill.
If you don't have an operation, you're done for in this life. My beautiful sister, I won't dare again.
Shut up, who's your beautiful sister?
The 2 of them went around the bed like a whirlwind, leaving the 2 nurses flummoxed. In the end, Wang Shu stood on the ground obediently, not moving.
Sister Cindy. Little Shu. Gusini threw away the scalpel in her hand and cried out in surprise, crying loudly. How did she recognize Wang Shu?
Wang Shu had a few secrets. One was the wolf head, and the other was that when Wang Shu was a child, he stole someone's buns and was bitten by a dog, which bit his tool of crime impartially.
Wang Shu's body is different from other people's bodies. There is a dog tooth mark on it, and over time, the dog tooth mark has actually swollen up and formed a circle like a tight band. This mark can be said to be unprecedented and unparalleled.
As a senior medical professional, Gu Xini naturally recognized it at first glance and immediately determined that the man in front of her was her younger brother, who had been missing for 10 years. Sister Xini, this was not my idea, it was big sister Shangwan's idea. After the two of them cried their heads off, Wang Shu hurriedly explained.
Bah! Gu Xini kicked Wang Shu in the butt. I don't know what kind of person big sister is, but you dare to sling mud at her? Watch out for a beating. What a pain in the ass.
Wang Shu felt aggrieved, but fortunately Mo Shangwan testified on his behalf, so he quickly shouted, "Beautiful big sister, come over here and talk to Xini."
Is this true? When we arrived, you said you wanted to give Xini a surprise, and then. Xiaoshu, what are you talking about? Mo Shangwan looked innocent. You said you wanted to see your girlfriend, so I came with you. Then I went to buy you mineral water. What happened? Wang Shu.
I learned a truth from this: one must never judge a book by its cover. One must always remember that people's hearts are full of secrets, and they never know what others are doing. I was tricked by this beautiful woman Mo Shangwan.
Chapter 9, Peerless Beauty. Wang Shu and Gu Xini met, and naturally there was another round of chatting. But just like last time, Wang Shu went over the general situation.
Just as they were chatting happily, Wang Shu's phone rang, and he quickly said, "Two beautiful sisters, you guys chat first, I'll take this call,"
he said, and walked out of the dean's office to an empty place.
The phone connected, and a mechanical voice came from the other end. "Boss, I've checked out the things you asked about."
Boss Missouri Shangwan, chairman of Shangwan Garment Group, no other identity, 10-year-old file, blank. Number 2 by Yinchuan, member of an international mercenary group, nicknamed the Phoenix.
Specialties: proficient in all kinds of equipment and heat weapons, a match for Xiao Qian, 10-year-old file, blank.
Number 3 Shinbing, surface occupation, flight attendant, 10-year-old file, blank.
4th, Gu Xini, director of Huitan Hospital, no other occupation, file blank 10 years ago. 5th, Luo Xiao, works in Huan Bureau, team leader, and 6th sister Luo Na are twin sisters, file blank 10 years ago. 6th, Luo Na, special status, file blank 10 years ago. 7th, Yiningyun, film and television actor, file blank 10 years ago.
Boss, do you want Xiao Wu to investigate further?
Wang Shu shook his head and said, "Forget it. Since they can erase the files outside completely, I think the files inside, even if there are any, are not necessarily true."
Boss, why don't you ask the old man? Wang Shu looked depressed. The old man's mouth is harder than a toilet seat. You think I don't want to ask? Forget it, let's not talk about that. How is our plan progressing?
Boss, we have already acquired 2 small pharmaceutical bases and are preparing to bid on a piece of land. Tonight, at the Beihuang City Conference Hall, Lot 1 of Beihuang City, with an area of 1,000 hectares, will be sold.
It is located in the center of Beihuang City and is very beneficial to our development. However, this auction has alarmed many business giants.
According to our intelligence, the realm of the gods may also intervene.
Therefore, the auction should be very fierce. They want to get involved too?
A trace of anger swept across Wang Shu's forehead. They dare to put their paws in our dragon kingdom, then they can't expect to get away with it. I'll chop off their paws and feed them to the dogs.
What time is the auction? I'll go myself.
Boss, we're not going to be around, I'm afraid there might be danger. Wang Shu sneered, I don't care about a few lackeys from the realm of the gods.
Good. The auction will start promptly at 8 p.m. tonight. I will have someone deliver the invitation. Wang Shu gave a nod and then asked, what about the business permit?
The person on the other end replied, in terms of security, our country is divided into 3 departments.
The Huazhan Department, the Huabao Department, and the Huan Department.
The 3 headquarters are divided across the country in the form of bureaus. Our scope of business is relatively special, so we must have the consent and seal of the 3 departments, as well as the signature of the relevant unit.
Okay, don't worry about this, I'll take care of it myself. Wang Shu hung up the phone and returned to the dean's office. Mo Shangwan is the group chairman and Gu Xini is the dean. Both of them are extremely busy.
After Wang Shu left, they both received a phone call at the same time and were waiting for Wang Shu to come back and say goodbye.
Since he was back anyway,
They would be able to see each other every day in the future, so Wang Shu was in no hurry. He casually asked, "Two beautiful ladies, whose car can I use?" Gu Sini said, "My sister is going back, and I have a meeting, so I won't be needing my car for a while.
You can take mine."
Okay. Mo Shangwan drove off in a hurry, and Wang Shu took the key Gu Sini gave him and went to the garage.
Mo Shangwan's car was a red Maserati, and Gu Sini's car was a red Lamborghini.
Wang Shu is an expert in all kinds of firearms and motorcycles, and his level is even better than Xiao Chang, the strongest person in the world. He doesn't care about cars at all. He stepped on the accelerator and rushed out of the garage, steering with his left hand while dialing a number on his cell phone with his right. "Hey, Luo Xiao, are you busy?
I missed you. I didn't see you last night, and I want to go see you." There was laughter and scolding from the other end of the line. "Kid, you're only thinking about me now? Come on, where are you? I'll come find you."
Wang Shu said, "No need, I'm almost at your workplace, I'll see you at the entrance."
Great. 20 minutes later, a Lamborghini appeared at the entrance of the Huan Bureau in Beiwang City.
Luo Xiao was standing there waiting in full police uniform, waving to Wang Shu from afar. "Over here." Wang Shu got out of the car and looked carefully.
He kept thinking to himself, "What sins did I commit in my past life that I keep running into peerless beauties?" Luo Xiao's beauty is different from Mo Shangwan's. She and Luo Na are twin sisters.
They are almost indistinguishable from one another, and they are equally beautiful to the point of bubbling over.
If they were to wear battle armor, they would be the ancient Mu Guiying, Liang Hongyu, and Hua Mulan. Their heroic bearing is matched by this police uniform, making them peerless beauties. Luo Xiao's first words upon meeting were, "Kid, this is fourth sister's car. Have you met fourth sister?" Wang Shu felt a little embarrassed. "I have, and I almost got neutered by fourth sister." Luo Xiao was curious. What happened?
Wang Shu told him what had happened, and Luo Xiao was delighted. "You're still a rascal, daring to joke about fourth sister like that.
Do you believe she would really cut it off?"
This time, when the two met, there was not much emotion. After a few words, Wang Shu got to the point. "Sister Luo Xiao, I asked you here to find out something."
"What is it? Just tell me. If I can do it, I will do it for you, no matter what." "Sister Luo Xiao, it's about the business permit." "What? You want to run a business?"
Wang Shu didn't hide it, and nodded. "I've been in the West for a long time, and I know a bit about these things."
"Kid, these approvals you want are not easy to get."
"Luo Xiao, my beautiful sister, just help me this once, and I'll treat you to a big meal." Wang Shu gave Luo Xiao a hug.
"Get away, brat." Luo Xiao was shocked. "This is in front of the Huan Bureau, what if someone sees?"
"Hurry up and say it, I promise you, but it may not work."
Wang Shu said proudly, "You keep your word?" Then he let go of Luo Xiao. "I really don't know what to do with you. In fact, it's better to ask Zayanabe than me."
"I don't know what Zayanabe does, but I can guess what her occupation is because of the telepathic connection between twins. But that guy is unreliable, so I'll give you a hand."
"Tomorrow night at 8 o'clock, there is a business party, and I have an appointment.
You can accompany me, and I'll introduce you to someone who might be able to help."
"Thank you, beautiful lady. Thank you, beautiful lady. Here, give me a kiss."
Wang Shu giggled and went up to her, quickly giving her a kiss on the lips.
"You."
Luo Xiao's face flushed. When they were kids, they used to kiss a lot, but now it was different. She was 2 years older than Wang Shu, beautiful and charming, a typical beauty.
If someone kissed her on the street, would she still want to live?
Although this was popular nowadays, she was an elite of the Huan Bureau.
"You brat, you."
When Luo Xiao raised his hand, Wang Shu had already jumped into the car and laughed. "I'll give you a call tomorrow."
"Get lost." Luo Xiao waved his hand in anger. Chapter 10, If you can't do it softly, do it hard.
After separating from Luo Xiao, Wang Shu did not go directly back to Mo Shangwan's villa, but instead bought 2 sets of sportswear from a street stall before returning to the villa. After taking off his suit and changing into the tracksuit, he immediately felt much more comfortable. He poured 2 bottles of mineral water, lay down on the sofa, switched on his phone, and prepared to watch the beautiful Yiningyun again. However, it turned out that Yiningyun was filming and there was no live broadcast. Just as he turned off TikTok, a phone call came in.
A charming voice came from the other end. "Hello? Is this Wei Wudu Zun? Who is this?" "Hello? Wei Wudu Zun, this is Hu Qian. Can we meet?" "Hu Qian. You are very efficient.
Wang Shu was not surprised. Registering a Douyin account requires phone verification, and for capable broadcasters, finding the phone numbers of their fans is not difficult. With a faint smile, he said, "Okay."
Hu Qian said, "Good. Is it convenient to meet now?" Wang Shu said, "I'm at your service anytime. Just send me the address. Then, goodbye. I'll send you the address right away."
The phone was hung up, and then a prompt came from the phone, the sound of adding a WeChat friend.
Wang Shu tapped his hand and directly approved it.
Regardless of public or private matters, he didn't have a good impression of this Hu Qian, but he really wanted to know what Hu Qian was looking for him for. Next, a private message appeared in the WeChat chat interface, the address sent by Hu Qian. What was rare was that Hu Qian was also in Beilang City, the address, number 18, Taihang Street, Friendship Coffee Shop.
Meanwhile, Taihang Street, Friendship Cafe.
A very cool Apollo is parked at the entrance. An exotic sports car with 650 horsepower, it can accelerate from 0 to 100 km/h in 3 seconds and from 0 to 200 km/h in 9 seconds. It is 4.46 meters long, nearly 2 meters wide and 1.24 meters high. This kind of car is also a symbol of brutality and power.
There was also a Lamborghini next to it.
In the coffee shop, there was a young man in a dark blue suit sitting leisurely, sipping tea from a teacup, occasionally looking up. If Wang Shu were standing here, he would have noticed that this young man looked a little like him, but he didn't know where. However, ordinary people couldn't tell, and only Wang Shu's vision could detect it.
Behind the young man stood a dozen young people in different clothes.
In front of him sat a beautiful woman dressed to the nines. There were only these few people in the entire coffee shop. It wasn't because the coffee shop wasn't doing a good business, it was because everyone else had been chased out by these few people. A few people were chatting, and a red-haired man behind the young man said, "Brother Fei, I think we should just kill him, why bother talking to him?" The young man didn't say anything, and the beautiful woman opposite him snapped, "Shut up. All you know is fighting and killing, and you'll never amount to anything."
Listen to Fei.
The young man, who was leisurely sipping his tea, spoke up, "Qian is right.
Don't just shout about fighting and killing all day. Let's be soft first, then hard. Give him a way out. If that doesn't work, then we'll fight."
Buzz. 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 As soon as his words had finished falling, the sound of a sports car's engine roaring came from the entrance. A red Lamborghini sped over, then slammed on the brakes and came to a halt in the parking space.
It was a nice spot.
Wang Shu got out of the Lamborghini, took a quick look around out of professional habit, then entered the cafe nonchalantly, without saying a word. He found a seat and settled down before speaking. "One coffee, please, boss, with sugar."
"Hey! Kid, who do you think you are? Don't you know that our brother Fei is here on business? Get out."
A young man in a plaid shirt cursed and swore as he walked straight towards Wang Shu.
Hu Qian waved her hand. "Handsome guy, you're the one who thinks you're the only one, right?" Wang Shu nodded, "Yes."
Hu Qian smiled and stood up. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Hu Qian, this is my friend Long Fei, and these are all my friends."
"We have no ulterior motives in asking you here. Let's get to the point. We'll give you 10 million and you should leave Yiningyun and stay out of our way." Wang Shu shook his head and waved his right index finger. "No." Long Fei looked at Wang Shu contemptuously and held up 2 fingers. 20 million. Wang Shu waved his fingers again. "No."
Long Fei gave a cold smile and said, "My friend, don't push your luck."
30 million. Wang Shu gave a hee-hee laugh and said, "I'll give you 300 million. Just stay away from this little girl, okay? Kid, you're not here to negotiate?"
Several young men nearby turned pale with anger. Wang Shu laughed and said, "I was planning to negotiate, but the price you're offering is a bit low." Hu Qian gave Wang Shu a flirtatious glance, then walked over to him, grabbed his left hand gently, and held it in front of her nose, sniffing. "What if I were to add myself to the deal?" Wang Shu laughed heartily. "I'm not in the habit of communicating with dogs."
"Kid, you dare to scold me?"
Hu Qian's face turned white in an instant. She sniffed Wang Shu's hand with her nose, and was compared to a dog by Wang Shu. In a word, the two had a falling out.
Hu Qian snorted angrily and walked away. "Kid, it seems you're going to take the punishment instead of the toast." Long Fei's eyebrows flickered with a hint of murderous intent, and he coldly said, "Leave him with a mark." "Brother Fei, I've been waiting for you to say that." The 2 young men quickly pounced on Wang Shu. Bang!
Wang Shu kicked out with a flying kick, kicking on a stool, which flew up and smashed on the head of the young man on the left. The young man let out a wail and fell to the ground, covering his head.
The second young man arrived, and he was quick.
He threw a left hook at Wang Shu's ear, but Wang Shu lightly dodged and the fist passed by. He reached out and grabbed the man's hair, and walked him like a dead dog to a table, and slammed his head hard against it.
Crack!
The table broke into pieces, and the young man didn't even make a sound, he just fell to the ground and stopped moving.
Is he a martial artist? Brothers, get your weapons.
The remaining 10 or so young men roared and swarmed towards Wang Shu.
If I don't lay you all out today, it seems you don't know how powerful I am.
Instead of anger, Wang Shu's face instead wore a strange smile, and he reached out and grabbed a table leg, ducking out of the coffee shop.
He waved his hand inside, and came out. Kid, you're looking for death, aren't you?
Although the coffee shop was not small, it was full of tables and benches, and the group of thugs could not display their skills. They were just about to go out, when they all rushed out together. But what they never expected was that what awaited them was bloodshed. Wang Shu rarely lost his temper, but once he started to beat someone up when he was angry, the Blood Wolf bloodline would be activated, and it would be difficult to make him stop.
Kill! The next scene made everyone tremble with fear.
Wang Shu charged at the dozen or so thugs with the table leg in his hand, and the first scream came.
Chapter 11, Xiao Shu, stop! Ah!
This young man couldn't figure it out until he fell to the ground. How could the thick table leg, which was not a sharp knife, pierce his stomach? Wang Shu slammed his right palm against the end of the table leg, and at the same time, he dodged and appeared behind the man. He reached out and grabbed the table leg that had appeared behind the man and pulled hard, sending the table leg flying out from the man's body. However, this person had an additional hole from the stomach to the back, which was a miserable sight. But he was not lonely, as company soon arrived. Wang Shu brought out the table leg and, without pausing, swung it around and slammed it hard onto the back of the head of another young man.
Bang!
The young man fell to the ground without a sound. Both had fallen. They had been so arrogant just now, but now they were speechless.
Hu Qian's legs almost gave way and she almost fell to the ground.
She had never seen anything like this before. Trembling, she slipped out of the door and got into a Lamborghini and fled. It was at the moment she got into the Lamborghini that the third young man was already lying in a pool of blood. After Hu Qian left, Longfei slowly sat up from the chair, felt around his back and waist, took out a gun, and came to the door with a cold smile, raising his hand and shooting. His marksmanship was extremely accurate, and after years of practice, he could not be said to be infallible, but he could never miss 9 times out of 10. The bullet, with a shriek, went straight for Wang Shu's back.
Then came the scream.
But it wasn't Wang Shu who was shot. A young man appeared strangely behind Wang Shu and took the bullet for him.
Long Fei didn't understand what was going on.
His vision went dark, and he collapsed. He moved his finger, and the bullet left the chamber again. However, the next scene made him gasp. Another scream came, but it was still not Wang Shu who had fallen. Long Fei fired 5 shots in a row, and 5 young men collapsed in a pool of blood. In the blink of an eye, only 5 of the 10 people standing were left. The remaining 5 people were terrified, and they yelled and ran away, leaving their cars behind.
Humph!
This time I'll see who you can use to block the bullets. Long Fei's expression was cold, and he repeatedly pulled the trigger, sending out bullets like a swarm of bees. No one was there to block the bullets for Wang Shu this time, but Wang Shu was too fast. He moved like a phantom, advancing in an arc, and in the blink of an eye he was right in front of Long Fei.
The distance was too close for the bullets to be of any use. In addition, Long Fei's gun barrel had just run out of bullets, so he couldn't bother reloading. He crouched down, threw out his leg, and swept quickly towards Wang Shu. Not a bad reaction, but the speed and strength were too different. Wang Shu smiled coldly, crouching down at the same time, crouching down, throwing out his leg, and the calves of the 2 men met in the air. Long Fei's tibia directly broke, and the entire person flew out like a sack of meat. You're the first person who dared to sneak up on me with a gun. Wang Shu leaned down and picked up Long Fei's pistol on the ground. He looked at it and saw that there were no bullets left in it.
He grabbed the barrel of the gun with his hand and came up to Long Fei. He swung it around and hit him with a blow, creating a hole in Long Fei's head from which blood gushed.
Spare me. The second time Wang Shu raised the gun, Long Fei's legs gave way and he fell to his knees.
He's got guts. He had no choice but to admire him. He could see that Wang Shu was a ruthless killer who really dared to kill him.
Just then, someone shouted from afar, "Shu, stop!" Bang!
Wang Shu smashed the butt of his rifle on Long Fei's head, knocking him unconscious. Then he turned back. It was Luo Xiao, who had just parted with him earlier, and the beautiful girl Gusini. The two came just in time. If they had arrived a minute later, they would have probably found Long Fei no better than the others who had collapsed.
Why did the two come? After Wang Shu left, Luo Xiao was happy and called each of her sisters.
When she asked about Yiningyan said that Wang Shu had not called her and told Luo Xiao about the morning's PK. Out of professional sensitivity, Luo Xiao quickly associated Wang Shu with the incident, and then thought of several bloodshed cases triggered by the rivalry between anchors, especially Hu Qian. Hu Qian was very popular, with a large number of fans, many of whom were rich young masters and second-generation rich.
These people were capable of doing anything.
However, when he tried to find Wang Shu again, she had already disappeared. He had no choice but to call Gusini. Fortunately, Gusini's car was equipped with a positioning system, and the two hurriedly came to the rescue of Long Fei in time.
Hurry up! Luo Xiao glanced at Long Fei lying on the ground, then at the corpse on the ground. Her heart lurched, and without saying a word, she and Gusini helped Wang Shu up and left. They forced Wang Shu into the BMW that Luo Xiao was driving, and Gusini got into the Lamborghini. The three of them disappeared. The three of them did not return to Mo Shangwan's villa, for fear of running into Mo Shangwan, and instead went to Gusini's villa. They drove both cars into the underground garage and then into the villa, where they let out a sigh of relief. Then the two beauties went over Wang Shu, feeling him up from head to toe. "Kid, are you okay? You've got some protective parents."
They didn't care about the 7 or 8 people who were injured across the street, one of whom was seriously injured, but instead they kept circling around Wang Shu.
Wang Shu smiled bitterly and said, "It's okay, I'm in good health."
Luo Xiao let out a sigh of relief and said, "You're in good health, but trouble is coming."
"Do you know who the person you just hit was?" "Who?" "Long Fei. There are a few people in the Dragon State with the surname Long, so you can guess who he is, right?" Wang Shu shook his head. "What Long family? I really don't know. You're going to make me mad."
Luo Xiao stamped his foot in anger. "The Long family, one of the oldest surnames in the Long Kingdom, you can figure it out just by thinking about it."
"You mean he's from the Long family?" "You're not completely confused after all. Not only is he from the Long family, he's also the direct grandson, the biological grandson, of Long Yun.
So, you're in big trouble."
"And do you know who the person I want to introduce you to is?"
"He is Long Fei's real uncle."
"After you beat Long Fei up like this, do you think he will still help you?" "I'm afraid a wanted notice will be issued in 10 minutes. "Shit." Wang Shu patted his head. "How would I know about this? But since he is from the Long family, this matter will be easy to handle.
We don't need to worry about it, they will sort it out themselves."
Luo Xiao and Gusini asked together, "Why?" Wang Shu laughed and said, "Think about it. What kind of family is the Long family? If a murder case is involved, how can they justify themselves?
In addition, this incident started because of Hu Qian. Hu Qian is a contemporary celebrity, just as famous as Ningyun. Once this incident gets out, Hu Qian's reputation will plummet, and their company will not allow this to happen.
So,
from any perspective, this matter does not need to be our concern. Come, it is not easy for the three of us to meet, let's find a place to have a drink."
"Get lost, you heartless guy." Luo Xiao and Gusini cursed, but secretly they were shocked.
In terms of combat effectiveness and thinking, this kid in front of them is leagues ahead of them.
This analysis is reasonable and logical. Chapter 12, Wang Shu tells Gusini frankly that there is an auction in the evening. After dinner, Wang Shu and the two beauties went to bed.
He slept soundly, but the two beauties were extremely worried. Gusini has always been known as a slender lady with a stable personality, but today she is not calm at all, sitting on the sofa in a daze.
Luo Xiao was like an ant on a hot frying pan, muttering to herself, "What should I do? What should I do?"
She paced back and forth in the room, rubbing her hands together.
Gusini put a hand on her forehead and said, "Fifth brother, can you be quiet for a while?"
Luo Xiao said with a sigh, "I don't want to be quiet."
"You're not in the position to worry about it. Do you know how big a deal this is? 7 or 8 lives. If we really have to pursue this, even I can't save him." It's okay, there's always a way out. This kid didn't die 10 years ago, and he's not going to die today.
The two of them were in agony, watching the wall clock tick by second after second, finally understanding what it meant to feel like years were passing. Then they looked at Wang Shu, who was sleeping like a dead pig, and they wanted to drag him up and beat him up. Time passed little by little, and just after 6 p.m., finally, news came. A news report was published in the Huan Bureau's legal newspaper. This morning, a bloody incident occurred on Taihang Street. The police intervened in the investigation and initially concluded that it was a fight between two gangs, with casualties on both sides. For related reports, please pay attention to related news. That's it. After this news came out, Luo Xiao's heart, which had been hanging in the balance, was finally put at ease. Since there is no ending to the case, the Huan Police Department generally will not disclose it. Since it is said to be an internal dispute between two gangs, it proves that they do not intend to pursue it. In fact, Luo Xiao understood this in her heart long ago. If the police intended to pursue it, they would have called her long ago. The fact that her phone was quiet all afternoon shows that the police do not intend to let the impact of this incident spread. But that is all speculation, and it will not be finalized until the news comes out. This kid is really something. Luo Xiao looked at Wang Shu, who was still sleeping, patted him on the butt and said, "It's okay, I'm leaving first." Gu Xini also let out a sigh of relief. "Since it's okay, let's eat here before leaving." "No, I haven't been to the office all afternoon, so I'll go there for a while and sort out the details of this incident to see if there are any loopholes." Luo Xiao finished speaking and left. Gu Xini's life was very simple. She was very busy at the hospital, but very relaxed at home. She was also very frugal with food and clothing. Seeing that Wang Shu was still sleeping, she made some millet porridge, sliced a cucumber, mixed it with some onions, fried a plate of peanuts and beans, and made a cold dish. She also fried some shredded potatoes, and then woke Wang Shu up. "It's delicious. Where's Luo Xiao?" "Your sister Luo Xiao went to work." "Oh, what time is it?" 7:10, why? "I almost missed something important. I have something at 8 o'clock. "What is it?" "It's a small thing. I'm doing a favor for a friend." "Kid, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll spank your bottom." The two of them ate at the table while arguing with each other. Wang Shu was helpless and smiled bitterly. "Okay, I have to rush to an auction at 8 o'clock. "What auction?" "Lot 1 in Beilong City." "What?" Gu Xini nearly choked on a piece of cucumber she had just put in her mouth. "Shu, that piece of land is worth at least tens of billions. Tell me, what exactly do you do, and what is the purpose of your return this time, or else you can forget about being my sister?" Among the 7 sisters, Gu Xini is not the eldest, but she is a typical lady who rarely jokes and takes everything very seriously. Her words carry a lot of weight in Wang Shu's heart, no less than the words of Mo Shangwan when she puts on a stern face. Wang Shu directly urged her, "Sister Xini, it's not that I don't want to tell you, it's just that this matter is very complicated, and if I tell you, it will cause you unnecessary trouble." "Sister Xini, do you know about the great law firm?" "Yes, I heard that it is the most ruthless dark world group in the United States of America. It was founded 10 years ago, but it has since risen to the top, and in just a few years it has formed a three-way standoff with the realm of the gods and the Interstellar Alliance." Wang Shu's face turned black. "Sister Xini, I created the great law of the heavens, but we are not the most ruthless dark group. We are all decent people." "Ba Kai." After Wang Shu finished speaking, the chopsticks in Gu Xini's hands fell to the ground. She already guessed that Wang Shu was not a decent person, which could be seen from the reward he gave Yiningyan, because Luo Xiao had already told Gu Xini. But Gu Xini never dreamed that the handsome guy in front of her, the harmless-looking guy, was actually the most ruthless boss of the dark world. The two of them didn't speak for a long time. After a long time, Gu Xini said, "What is the purpose of your return this time?" Wang Shu no longer hid anything and spoke the truth. "First, I want to develop in the country. Although the development in the foreign realm is good, it is ultimately in someone else's territory, and I cannot take the initiative. Only by establishing my business group in the country can I truly confront the kingdom of the gods and the Interstellar Alliance. Second, I want to find out about our past lives, why the 8 of us are together, and what really happened 20 years ago. Third, I want to protect my 7 beautiful sisters and not let them suffer even the slightest harm." This speech can be described as thrilling. This is no child's play. To put it mildly, it will set off a bloody storm internationally. To put it more seriously, it may well cause unpredictable changes in the overall business situation. The existence of the dark world is not entirely without benefits for a country. For example, when certain business practices cause the country to have concerns, the emergence of dark forces will relieve the country of its worries. This is the reason why some major dark forces in the foreign realm are becoming more and more prosperous and have instead gained the recognition of the state. For example, if there is friction between the businesses of two countries and they exploit the loopholes in the national law, or for some reason the country is unable to intervene, then the dark world can take over.
Everyone understands this reasoning, but they cannot say it out loud.
Therefore, the existence of special forces is sometimes not only not a major concern for the country, but rather a sharp knife for the country that will never rust. If a few other sisters heard that Wang Shu had this idea, they would blow up. But Gu Xini quickly calmed down after being startled, and said only one thing: eat slowly, and after dinner, take my car, you'll make it. The two then chatted idly, and Wang Shu briefly told her about everything that had happened to him over the past 10 years. After dinner, he took the car keys and left the restaurant. Shu, come back early, my sister is often not at home, it's not lively, so stay at my place tonight. Before leaving the door, Gu Xini shouted at Wang Shu's back. Wang Shu did not turn around, because he was not sure if his tears would come out, and waved his hand behind him. Don't worry, Xini.
Chapter 13, Never Miss. 7:50. 10 minutes to 8.
The red Lamborghini appeared in front of the North Wolf City Conference Hall on time.
Wang Shu, dressed in a simple white tracksuit, got out of the car.
A special security guard came over, searched Wang Shu, and then told him to park in the parking space next to him.
Just as Wang Shu entered the door, a waiter walked over to him. Boss, your invitation.
The waiter was very ordinary, in professional attire, and not very old. After saying his words, he handed Wang Shu an invitation and then stepped aside.
Wang Shu took the invitation and went straight through the door.
He arrived relatively late, and there were already quite a few people in the hall. In the 500-seat hall, more than 50 seats were already occupied. On the table in front of each seat were written the seat numbers and a bottle of mineral water.
Wang Shu opened the invitation and looked at it. His seat was number 16, so he found his seat and sat down. As soon as he was seated, it was exactly 8 o'clock, and the auction process started.
Several staff members walked over to the scene, holding bidding cards in their hands and distributing them according to the location. Wang Shu's information, Daluocean, had already been registered, so he didn't need to register it. The staff member directly handed him the bidding card, which had a 6 written on it. Then the staff member took out a QR code. This is the rule: a deposit must be paid before bidding, and if the bidder wins the bid but then changes his mind, the deposit will not be refunded.
Lot 1 of Beilong City is worth a fortune, and the deposit alone is 10 million dragon coins.
Wang Shu took out his mobile phone and scanned the QR code, and 10 million dragon coins were debited.
After the deposit was paid, the host announced the auction rules, and the auction officially began.
Since this was a single auction with no other auction items, it was very straightforward.
The host announced, the auction for Lot 1 in Beifang City is officially starting.
The starting price is 10 billion dragon coins, and the bid must increase by no less than 10 million each time.
And with a bang,
the auction hammer fell, and the first bid was placed.
11 billion. 13 billion. 15 billion.
This was a piece of fat meat, much more desirable than Wang Shu had imagined, and it was far more than 10 billion. The auction had just begun, but the price had already soared. In just 10 minutes, the price had already reached 18 billion.
After 18 billion, the number of bidders dwindled.
There were more than 50 people in the room, all of them business tycoons from across the country, but they were all in the real estate business. Their first consideration was development profits, and if the profits fell short of expectations, they would give up. Another 10 minutes passed, and the price of Lot 1 in Beihang City soared to 21 billion. The major business tycoons had already given up, and the only ones still bidding were a middle-aged man and an outsider. The two refused to budge, causing the price of Lot 1 to continue rising rapidly.
21.5 billion. 21.55 billion. 21.58 billion. 23 billion.
Finally, the outsider with the yellow hair offered a sky-high price, and the middle-aged man hesitated and didn't bid again.
The host shouted from above, 23 billion for the first time, 23 billion for the second time, is there any more bidding? 25 billion.
Wang Shu had not bid all along, watching from the sidelines, and finally raised his bidding paddle. He already guessed which faction this yellow-haired person belonged to, either the realm of the gods or the Interstellar Alliance. Regardless of which faction it was, they must not let them bid on this land.
Although this land is not in the center of the Dragon Kingdom, it occupies a very important position in North Wolf City. If they win the bid, it will be like driving a huge stake into the heart of North Wolf City.
And when this stake stirs, it will surely cause a bloody storm. Huang Mao remained calm, 25 billion 10 million. Wang Shu raised his bidding paddle again, 26 billion. Huang Mao looked back at Wang Shu, raised his eyebrows slightly, and didn't understand where this Longhua person got the confidence to compete with him. He gave a cold smile and said, 26 billion and 10 million. Wang Shu shrugged and said, 28 billion.
Wow!
The entire auction hall was abuzz. This price had already exceeded 1/3 of the market value of Lot 1. They didn't understand what they would do with the land if they spent so much money to auction it off. Huang Mao was also at a loss for words. The price had far exceeded his budget. The price of Lot 1, plus the funds for subsequent development, meant that their headquarters would have to keep sending money to Longhua. This was not what they had originally intended. They had come to make money, not to contribute to Longhua. After Wang Shu's offer, Huang Mao hesitated. The host was also confused. 28 billion once, 28 billion twice, 28 billion 3 times, sold.
Great!
The hammer fell, and the auction was over. After the auction, according to the relevant procedures, the auction funds must be paid within 7 days.
The great Luo Tian really didn't mind losing this money.
After the procedures were completed, Wang Shu instantly paid the money in full and took the relevant documents and left. When he walked to the door again, the waiter who had delivered the invitation to Wang Shu came over. "Sir, it's dark at night, please take care."
I know. Wang Shu nodded.
He didn't know the young man, but knew that this was an eye placed here by the military strategist, and the eye suggested that the road was not peaceful. Wang Shu looked at the time, it was about 9:30. He looked up at the sky, a trace of an imperceptible sneer curling the corners of his mouth, and got into the Lamborghini and drove off. No one would dare to start trouble near the city, so Wang Shu didn't pay any attention to it at all. After the Lamborghini quickly went out 10 kilometers, it entered a long street. There were residential buildings on both sides, and there was a street lamp not far from the street. Not far from the street lamp, just as Wang Shu passed the 6th street lamp, he braked and got out of the car.
A huge rock appeared under the street lamp, blocking the road.
Wang Shu got out of the car, used both hands to move the rock out of the way, and walked towards the Lamborghini as if nothing had happened. Just as he arrived at the car and was about to open the door, a slight noise came from the building on the left side of the road. The sound was not loud, but to Wang Shu's ears, it was no different from the roar of an airplane. It was the sound of a trigger being pulled. Wang Shu suddenly slammed his feet on the ground and his body shot up like a cannonball. It was an L-115A3 sniper rifle, which was reputed to be the best sniper rifle in the world. The rifle weighed 6.8 kilograms, was 130 centimeters long, and could fire bullets at a speed of 936 meters per second. It was also equipped with a high-tech telescopic sight. Moreover, this sniper was very experienced and did not shoot when Wang Shu was moving to stone, but pulled the trigger when Wang Shu let his guard down. It was just that this sniper never imagined that a person could be so fast. When the bullet hit the target at a speed of 936 meters per second, the target disappeared. The powerful bullet hit the windshield of the Lamborghini, piercing an eye in the windshield and then entering the seat inside the Lamborghini.
Fuck!
The sniper cursed fiercely, looking up to find the target. Just as he looked up, a cold star broke through the air and entered his throat. It was a knife, a tiny flying knife. Anyone who has read martial arts novels would recognize it as similar to the flying knife in Li Xuanwan's hands. It was as thin as a cicada's wing, and the knife never missed, killing with one stroke.
Chapter 14 Gusini's Love.
Wang Shu threw the flying knife with one slash, without even looking, and rode off in the Lamborghini. On summer nights, there should still be many people on the street at 9 o'clock, but today was particularly strange, as there wasn't a single soul in sight. Not long after Wang Shu disappeared, a shadow appeared. It was the young man who had given Wang Shu the invitation. He went to the place where Wang Shu had killed the man, and circled around the house where the sniper was hiding for a while. When he reappeared, he was already on the roof, holding a bottle in his hand. He opened the cap and poured some liquid over the corpse.
In less than a moment, the corpse was completely melted away.
The young man picked up the sniper rifle, looked at it excitedly, put it over his shoulder, picked up the knife that was as thin as a cicada's wing, jumped off the building, and disappeared into the darkness.
Inside Gusini's villa. Time, 10 p.m. The living room. The TV is crackling, but there is no picture.
Gusini is sitting on the sofa opposite the TV, her eyes fixed on the screen, her 10 fingers tightly gripping the remote control. It looks like she is watching TV, but her soul has long since flown away with Wang Shu. Judging by the way she is behaving, Gu Sini could just as well be sitting on the sofa all night if Wang Shu doesn't come back tonight.
Fortunately, Wang Shu's phone rings.
I'm a drunken butterfly, I can't fly out of this flowery world. The ringing of the phone made Gu Sini feel as if she had grabbed a life preserver, and she snatched the phone off the sofa as if she were flying.
Sister, I'm home.
When she heard these words, Gu Sini felt as if she were a deflated balloon, and her body suddenly went limp. The sudden release of her overstrained nerves caused her to almost faint. But she quickly calmed down and opened the door to Wang Shu with a spring in her step.
Shu, is everything okay? Sini, you don't need to be so nervous, everything is fine.
Wang Shu frowned as he walked in the door. His eyesight was extraordinary, and despite Gu Sini's pretense of being unconcerned, her worries were obvious to him.
Gu Sini even smiled. Xiao Shu, you've grown up and have your own career, I'm not worried. Sister Sini, I'm sorry. Wang Shu took a step forward and affectionately put Gu Sini in his arms.
There was something he didn't want to say, but suddenly felt that if he didn't say it, his gentle and virtuous beautiful sister wouldn't be able to bear the pressure he would bring.
Sister Sini, in fact, there's something else I haven't told you.
What is it?
Gu Sini hugged Wang Shu, holding her tightly and trying to calm herself down.
Wang Shu whispered in Gu Sini's ear, Sini, I'm not actually practicing martial arts. I didn't inherit the old man's mantle, and I haven't practiced self-defense techniques like taekwondo, boxing, or sanda. It was on the 11th day after the human traffickers took me that I was bitten by a golden ant, and from then on, my body began to change. I have great strength, even my eldest sister Mo Shangwan's black belt is not even 1/10 as strong as mine. My speed has surpassed the limits of the human body, the speed of ordinary bullets cannot surpass my speed, and my eyes can see through things. At present, I can see through things like paper or fabric, but I feel that it is evolving, and in the future, it is likely to be able to see through things with higher density. In addition, I have a sense that I can sense any danger within 100 zhang, and I can sense the combination principles of all things and the components of all things. So, I made my fortune by gambling on stones, because I can feel whether there is jade in the stone. Now my biggest worry is you guys. I have a special status, and I'm always wondering if it will cause you trouble, whether I should stay with you. Wang Shu said these words with true feelings, revealing all his secrets. But Gu Sini didn't believe a word of it. She felt that this was a reassurance that Wang Shu was giving himself to relieve the pressure in his heart. You think you've been bitten by an ant? You think you're Spider-Man? Batman, Superman? Gu Sini didn't believe a word. But Wang Shu's next sentence made Gu Sini stumble. Wang Shu whispered in her ear, Sini, you're wearing pink underwear today, and there's a red mole the size of a fingernail on the inside of your thigh.
Oh my god. Gu Sini sprang out of Wang Shu's arms with a bang. It wasn't that she wasn't self-conscious, it was a normal reaction from a normal woman. Although they were brother and sister, they were old enough to know better, so Gu Sini had specially worn black pajamas, made of pure cotton, so that nothing embarrassing would happen even under the lights, in order to avoid causing embarrassment. But Gu Sini was dumbfounded. If it wasn't see-through, how did Wang Shu know? When they were kids, they were often together, but they were less than 5 years old at the time, and Wang Shu never had the chance to see her most private parts. Xiao Shu, I don't believe it. Gu Sini shook her head vigorously, trying to return to normal. As a senior medical professional, she knew that human potential was limitless, but it was unlikely that mutations would occur. At the very least, humans would not be able to break through this shackle within 100 years. Sini, I'm going to take a shower and go to bed. Wang Shu knew that Gu Sini would not believe him, so he smiled wryly and walked towards the shower. You, stop right there. Wang Shu's 7 beautiful sisters were none of them good people. Gu Sini looked gentle and virtuous, quiet as a virgin, but quick as a hare, and she practiced the extremely rare Tai Chi. There is an old saying in the world of martial artists, Tai Chi does not hurt anyone for 3 years, but Xingyi can kill someone with 1 punch. What it means is that Tai Chi is extremely difficult to master, and it takes 10 years of hard work to master it to the point where you can use it in combat. But as soon as Gu Sini made her move, her momentum changed completely. Her waist was like a willow tree, her speed like the wind, and with a single move, the white crane spreads its wings, she went straight for Wang Shu's back. Whoosh! Wang Shu didn't turn around, but mysteriously disappeared from Gu Sini's view. Then, while Gu Sini was still in shock, she suddenly felt her waist tighten and was gently embraced. The test is complete, so you can rest assured and go to sleep. Wang Shu gave Gu Sini a light kiss on the earlobe, turned to leave,
but was stopped by Gu Sinny. Shu, don't go yet, come here and let me feel.
What do you want to touch, Sinny? Wang Shu was drunk. Gu Sinny usually didn't smile much, but now she suddenly smiled.
Her smile was truly charming, and it made all the other women look pale in comparison. It was like a cold winter day, suddenly transformed into a beautiful spring day, with flowers blooming everywhere.
Sister Sinny. Wang Shu walked over to her. Xiao Shu, we love you very much.
Gu Sinny hugged Wang Shu tightly, and then the latter let out a wolf-like howl, "Oh my balls!" and scurried like a rabbit into his bedroom, covering his crotch and jumping up and down for 3 minutes.
Sister Sinny, are you really my beautiful and pretty sister? Where in the world is there such love?
Wang Shu wanted to cry but had no tears. He had just been tricked by Mo Shangwan, and now he had been tricked again by Gu Sinny. If he wasn't naturally gifted, his balls would have been crushed.
Damn it. Gu Sinny stayed where she was and didn't move.
5 minutes later, she muttered something under her breath and went back to her bedroom to sleep. The next day, Gu Sinny saw the bullet hole in the Lamborghini's windshield. According to ballistic analysis, the bullet must have been fired from a high place, piercing the glass and entering the driver's seat. At that time, if someone was in the driver's seat, the result was predictable.
Chapter 15 Ouyang Yueran. Morning. Wang Shu drove Gu Sinny to the hospital and prepared to have the car repaired.
The Lamborghini was considered a luxury car, and Wang Shu was not confident in an ordinary car shop, so he was going to find a decent 4S shop, but he was not familiar with the terrain of Beifang City and it took him half an hour to find one. Just as he pulled into the shop, he received a call from Mo Shangwan. "Shu, are you busy?" Wang Shu stepped on the brake and got out of the car. "Sister Shangwan, I'm not busy, just let me know if there's anything."
"Xiao Shu, you're going out with me."
"Sure, Sister Shangwan, where are you?"
"I'm at the office."
"Great.
I'll be right there."
Wang Shu hurriedly left the Lamborghini at the 4S shop, briefly explained the situation, and took a taxi to Mo Shangwan's company. "Sister Shangwan, where are we going?" Mo Shangwan was waiting at the door. "Xiao Shu, go to the Devil City for a while.
I need to see my best friend. I thought you're free, so I booked a ticket for you to see the world and meet some people."
Devil City is a city adjacent to Beilang City, which is a municipality directly under the central government. It is named Devil City because the world-famous Devil Sea is located in the north of the city.
Wang Shu casually asked, "Shangwan, can you come back tonight?"
"Yes, we'll fly there and back. It'll take a few hours each way, with a few hours in between."
"No problem for a whole day." "What? You have something else to do?"
"No, nothing else. Sister Luoxiao said she'll take me to a business gathering tonight."
"That's good.
You should participate in more social activities when you're not busy."
"We'll definitely be back before 8 p.m.
"That's good." While they were talking, they hailed a taxi and headed straight for the airport, then boarded the plane and took off. An hour later, they appeared above the City of Magic.
Mo Shangwan called, "Ouyang, we're getting off the plane."
A charming giggle came from the other end of the line. "Mo, I've been waiting at the airport for a long time." Wang Shu said leisurely, "That voice is magnetic, she must be good-looking."
A puzzled voice came from the other end. "Mo Deme, why is there a man talking?" Mo Shangwan quickly explained, "That's my long-lost younger brother." After Mo Shangwan hung up the phone, Wang Shu asked, "Shangwan, what does your best friend do?" "She's quite something." Mo Shangwan laughed, "You're right, she really is quite something. She runs a restaurant, is a top bartender and jewelry designer, and is proficient in various musical instruments.
The most amazing thing is that she has friends all over the world, and is known as a socialite who will never fall."
"I don't think so."
"I know she is a rose with thorns. Don't be fooled by the fact that she has so many men surrounding her all day long, none of them have actually been able to get close to her." As the two women chatted, the plane landed steadily, and they walked off the plane holding hands.
As soon as they got off the plane, they heard someone teasing, "What, even our self-righteous beauty Mo has a protector?" Wang Shu looked up.
The first thing that caught her eye were two long, white, round thighs. She was wearing a dark red chipa with a high slit and a pair of red sky-high heels. The whole person stood there like a ball of burning flame. Her appearance was absolutely stunning, a bit like what was described in novels, with willowy eyebrows, almond-shaped eyes, and a small cherry mouth, with a classic beauty.
"Holy cow!
These legs are really beautiful, those leg models are 18 streets."
Wang Shu exclaimed in admiration.
Unexpectedly, a girlish laugh came from the other side. Handsome guy, if you like, you can borrow it for a couple of days.
Ahem. Imo Shangwon coughed dryly. As a traditional woman, although she was not as traditionally awesome as Lao Si Gusini, she was also a typical dignified and graceful figure. She was caught off guard by the two people's flirting and blushed, hastily interrupting. Wang Shu, let me introduce you. This is my college classmate and my best girlfriend, Ouyang Yueran. Oh Yang, this is the little Shu I told you about, the one who was with us when we were kids, who just got back from abroad. Ouyang Yueran laughed and said, is that the little Shu? You've grown so much. So handsome. With an expression of knowing, she continued, it's not convenient to talk here, let's talk in the car. The three of them got into a blue Ferrari, one after the other, and half an hour later they arrived in front of a tall hotel. A security guard came over to take the car, and Ouyang Yueran led the two men into the building. Imo Shangwon introduced as they walked, this is your sister Ouyang's old base, also known as the Magic City Hotel. It is 68 floors high, and there is an open-air balcony behind each floor. Behind the building is a golden beach, and then there is an endless sea of magic. Sitting on the balcony, you can admire the spectacular view of the Sea of Demons. It's so great. Wang Shu smacked his lips, already mentally filling in the picture of himself and the two beauties running on the beach in their swimsuits, then entering the sea and slapping the waves with his hands. Gee. Of course, it would be even better if I could hug the few big beautiful legs in front of me. Ha ha. Thinking about this, Wang Shu couldn't help but smile, a wicked smile. Bang. Imo Shangwon kicked him in the butt. What are you thinking about? Ouyang also burst out laughing. It seems that your younger brother Wang Shu is also a man of feeling. Instead of going to the building, the three of them were led directly by Ouyang to the beach behind the building. The waiters had already prepared deck chairs, various sunscreens, and colorful drinks. Even the comfortable deck chairs had swimming costumes ready. However, Ouyang obviously didn't expect there to be an extra male guest, and hurriedly asked the waiter to prepare another set. So, a few minutes later, the scene Wang Shu had imagined in his head became a reality. The three of them lay on the comfortable deck chairs, looking at the couples on the beach, and started a conversation. Imo Shangwon asked, what's the matter? You summoned me here in such a hurry. Ouyang Yueran looked out to sea for a long time before speaking. Shangwon, I'm going to quit this business, sell the restaurant, and become a real woman. Before I do all that, I want to have a farewell dinner with all of our classmates, and then we'll go our separate ways. Ouyang, why? You can't be serious. This is your business. Imo Shangwon sat up from the deck chair. Ouyang said, there's no why. A woman has to return to the background after all. Besides, if you hang around the riverbank, sooner or later you'll get your feet wet. I've been in this circle for so many years, feeding a lot of people and offending many more. It's time to quit. Imo Shangwon said, I understand. Is it because that person is pressuring you again? Xiangwon. Ouyang's voice suddenly caught a little, and she tightly grasped Imo Shangwon's hand. Some things are predestined, even if you don't like it, you can't escape its control. Ouyang, destiny can be changed. Xiangwon, the person who changed my destiny hasn't appeared yet. Okay. When are you going to gather your classmates? The day after tomorrow. I've already notified some of them, but not all, and they're far away, so it'll take time. Okay, I'll be there at 11 a.m. the day after tomorrow. Thank you, Xiangwon, let's go swimming. The two beauties walked hand in hand into the sea. Chapter 16, Apologize to Me. On the beach, Wang Shu leisurely admired the two beautiful sights. The swimsuits of the two beauties were all dark red, setting off their grace and elegance. The edges of the swimsuits seamlessly connected with the two women's round thighs, looking natural. The atmospheric red color contrasted sharply with the snow-white thighs, bright and dazzling, but not vulgar. They are truly peerless beauties. Wang Shu swallowed, his heart stirred, he had been admiring the beauties and almost forgot his business. He got up and walked towards the two beauties. Earlier, Ouyang said that he planned to sell the restaurant, and Wang Shu was a bit tempted. If Daluo Tian wants to develop in the country, it must rise quickly. You have to requisition land, then build, and then set up production lines, and it will be ages before you can get out. Therefore, it is best to acquire some companies through mergers and acquisitions while building up your own economic network. Wang Shu wants to buy the Moda restaurant building and form a chain in the country. As he walks, Wang Shu takes out his mobile phone and dials a very long phone number with dozens of digits. A response comes from the other end, boss.
Wang Shu says, I need information on the owner of the Moda restaurant building, Ouyang Yuan, for the listing. The more detailed the better.
Yes, boss.
2 minutes later, Wang Shu's phone rang, and a mechanical, crisp voice came from the other end. Ouyang Yuan, direct descendant of one of the 4 great families of Huaxia.
Majored in fashion design and is also proficient in jewelry design. Well-known fashion and jewelry designer in China. Outgoing and sentimental, but stands up for what's right.
Was engaged to a member of the Xiahou family, one of the 4 great families of Huaxia, but the engagement was never consummated because she didn't like the Xiahou family. Because her mother was not the main wife, she was rejected by her family sisters. After graduating, she started her own business, and because of her outgoing personality, she quickly became successful. However, because of her beauty, she attracted many philanderers, but so far no man has been able to win her heart. The Modu Winehouse is very profitable, and its business scope includes the golden sandy beach of Mo Hai, with an annual profit of over 100 million.
Okay. Wang Shu hung up the phone and quickly walked up behind the 2 beauties. Mo Shangwan and Ouyang Yuan were really beautiful. Mo Shangwan's beauty was graceful and luxurious, and Ouyang was known throughout the world as a socialite, and her beauty was evident. She exuded a flame that was irresistible. Not only was Wang Shu attracted, but so were others. Just as Wang Shu came up behind the 2 beautiful women, an old foreigner walked over next to them.
He was big and burly. Wang Shu is 1.8 meters tall, but this foreigner is even more imposing than Wang Shu. He is at least 1.9 meters tall, with broad shoulders, muscles bulging all over his body, and dark skin.
Hello. The foreigner greeted Mo Shangwan and Ouyang. Ouyang turned around and smiled. Hello, Henry. The foreigner said, Dear Ran, what do you think of the suggestion I made? Ouyang said, Sorry, I'm not interested.
And turned his head and walked away.
The foreigner said, Dear Ran, you will regret it, don't go, let's discuss it. He took a step forward and tried to take Ouyang's hand.
Wang Shu flashed his feet, got to the back of Ouyang, and the foreigner missed Ouyang and grabbed Wang Shu's hand.
Wang Shu smiled coldly, Buddy, you are very annoying. People don't like you, so why are you pestering me? The foreigner pointed at Wang Shu with his finger and said, What is your relationship with Ran? Wang Shu laughed and said, I'm his boyfriend.
The foreigner was stunned and said, No, not really.
If you don't have a boyfriend, I'll duel you. He was about to fight as he spoke.
Mo Shangwan and Ouyang saw that this was not good and quickly tried to persuade him.
Ouyang said, Wang Shu, this guy is the 3rd place finisher in this year's Eurasian Sanda World Championships, you can't beat him. Mo Shangwan said, Xiao Shu, he's a foreigner, you have to be friendly to foreigners. Wang Shu laughed, a 3rd place finish, if I said the champion was Xiang Fei of the Great Luo Tian, would you believe me?
Xiang Fei was only one of the 8 immortals of the Great Luo Tian, and compared to Wang Shu's combat power, he was not even in the same league.
As for being friendly, sorry. Wang Shu didn't even have that word in his heart. What did it mean to be friendly?
When he was in the United States, no one had ever been friendly to him.
Wang Shu's success today was entirely achieved by killing his opponents, step by step, in their own blood. Who knows how much suffering he has endured? Who can understand the feeling of being more than 30 degrees below zero, freezing yourself underwater just to wait for someone to kill? Who can understand the feeling of not sleeping for 7 days and nights in the endless desert just to kill someone? Who has ever experienced the pain of surviving in a large forest for 28 days where poisonous insects and ferocious beasts roam? Therefore, in Wang Shu's eyes, friendship is built on the basis of relative equality, and friendship shown by a disparity in status is just a derivative of pity and mutual deception. However, Wang Shu looked at the golden beach in front of him and ultimately did not act, as this would cause trouble for Ouyang. Let's go. Wang Shu smiled faintly and turned around and walked forward. Henry saw that Wang Shu did not accept his challenge, extended his right hand with his thumb sticking out, then turned his head and let his thumb hang down, saying disdainfully, You, no good, sick man of East Asia. What did you just say? Wang Shu, who had been striding forward, suddenly turned around, his eyes instantly freezing, and a cold arc sketched across the corner of his mouth. Wang Shu, ignore him. Ouyang was startled by the murderous aura Wang Shu released, and reached out to hold him back. Ouch. She grabbed Wang Shu's wrist, but it felt like she had grabbed a spring as thick as an arm, and then she was quickly pushed away. Wang Shu flashed to Henry's side. What did you just say? You, sick man of East Asia. You're looking for death. Bang. Without seeing Wang Shu move, Mo Shangwan and Ouyang were already late when they took a few steps to cross over.
Henry flew like a sack of meat into the sky, rising more than 2 meters before slamming down on the beach. He weighed 220 pounds, and the sand made a large crater in the shape of a person. Wang Shu's uppercut nearly shattered his jaw.
Wang Shu stepped forward and stamped on Henry's neck. Apologize to me. I won't.
You, East Asian sick man, attack me in secret.
I'll steal your mother's underwear.
Wang Shu swung his hand and slapped him.
Pop. Henry's back molars flew out. Apologize. I won't apologize. Fuck you, you think I'm afraid to kill you?
Wang Shu put his foot down, and Henry let out a scream, his collarbone making a cracking sound. He was breathing heavily, his face red, and he peed right then. I apologize, spare me.
Good, well done. Kill him, you foreigner. What are you doing running wild in China?
There were still people on the beach. Several people came to watch the fun, and when they saw Wang Shu beating up the foreigner, they immediately applauded. Ouyang was worried and said, Wang Shu, don't kill him. If something really happens, our business will be difficult.
Okay. Ouyang is right, Wang Shu, don't kill anyone. If anything really happens, our business will be bad. Fine. Ouyang is right, Wang Shu, don't kill anyone. If anything really happens, our business will be bad. Fine.
Lifting his foot, he said coldly, get lost, and don't let me see you here again.
Then he took Mo Shangwan in Ouyang's hands and walked away. You.
Foreigner pointed at Wang Shu's back with your finger, wanting to curse, but didn't dare to.
Chapter 17, Don't let the fat water flow to outsiders. The hot summer sun made the sea water feel warm. What is the pinnacle of life? This is the pinnacle of life.
Wang Shu took Mo Shangwan by the left hand and Ouyang by the right hand, stepping into the sea with the water just above their feet. Ouyang looked back at Wang Shu from time to time, curious.
She couldn't understand.
When they first met, she felt that Wang Shu was a bit like a lecherous rake, but later she felt like he was playing in the wind and dust. Just now, when Wang Shu's pupils turned cold, a tremor of fear arose in Ouyang's heart. She could even smell a strong scent of death. What was even more incredible to Ouyang was that Wang Shu's skin was very lubricious and delicate.
If you don't count the skin tone, Wang Shu's skin is even more delicate than hers and Mo Shangwan's. You can't see any muscles either.
Wang Shu's body undulated like a perfectly drawn sketch, but this was the same person who had punched Henry, who weighed over 200 pounds, into the air.
Just how powerful was the strength hidden within this body? Kid, what are you made of?
The more he thought about it, the more curious he became, and Ouyang couldn't help but twist around and pinch Wang Shu's arm with his white, slender fingers. It feels very flexible, and there is no such thing as a sharp angle.
Hey! Beauty, don't seduce me. Wang Shu was a little irritated by Ouyang's pinch. Half an hour later, the three arrived at the sea 2 kilometers from the beach. Tiny waves gradually appeared. All three were very good swimmers. Mo Shangwan often went swimming. Ouyang guarded the sea, needless to say.
As for Wang Shu, his unique body type and professional needs mean that he is a far better swimmer than the two beautiful women. Wang Shu lies flat on his back 3 meters underwater, keeping his body in a constant state of suspension, neither sinking nor floating, just lying still.
The two beautiful women swim merrily by his side like two mermaids.
Ouyang is naturally unrestrained, and her swimming posture is very attractive, especially the way her long, white thighs swing back and forth, mesmerizing.
Mo Shangwan is graceful and dignified.
Usually, she doesn't smile much, but today she's letting her other side of her personality loose. She's chic, unrestrained, and carefree. The three of them occasionally make physical contact, which makes Wang Shu daydream. Why is it summer? Why isn't it a cold, dark body of water? And why don't the girls' legs cramp?
If the two girls knew what he was thinking, they'd be so depressed.
And to have such a dog for a teammate, who actually hopes his legs will cramp. As they swam, the three gradually widened the distance between them.
Ouyang swam towards the depths, while Mo Shangwan swam to the side. Wang Shu was bored and went to the surface to look around. In just a short while, Ouyang was already half a mile away from him.
Suddenly, Ouyang's condition seemed a little off. His body quickly floated to the surface, then quickly sank, then floated back up again. It was like a balloon being pushed by something, rising and falling non-stop.
Damn, is he drowning? No way. Wang Shu swam quickly in the direction of Ouyang.
Just in time, he saw Ouyang waving at him as he floated up and down. Help, my leg is cramping.
As he shouted, Ouyang disappeared from view. Damn.
Wang Shu sped up and arrived at the spot where Ouyang had disappeared. Suddenly, a golden light flashed in his eyes, and he spotted Ouyang lying quietly 10 meters underwater. The beautiful woman's long legs were naturally spread open, face up, eyes tightly closed, as if unconscious.
Shit. Wang Shu dove down and came to Ouyang's side. Drowning is a lack of oxygen, and Wang Shu was proficient, so he quickly gave Ouyang artificial respiration. Just as he climbed back up, suddenly Ouyang embraced Wang Shu like an octopus. Oh no, I've been tricked. Wang Shu's reaction wasn't slow, but he couldn't move anymore.
At the same time, the strong signals released from Ouyang made Wang Shu unable to stop. Ouyang's beautiful eyes were closed, her eyelashes trembling slightly, and all parts of her body were sending out strong signals. The two of them stayed glued together like glue for a full 5 minutes before they let go of each other and quickly surfaced.
Ouyang looked at Wang Shu and smiled wryly. You're not a man. It's not your sister. Wang Shu almost collapsed. He grew up in a Western environment, so he was not but he didn't eat the grass around the pen. He had just taken his sister's best friend's virginity in one glance, and it was estimated that Mo Shangwan would have to neuter him. But he must not admit defeat. Wang Shu stuck out his neck and said, I'm a man. Come on, you're not, so prove it to me. Ouyang's eyes twinkled as she quickly swam over to Wang Shu. Whoosh!
Wang Shu darted out like a swordfish. Stop it, I want to talk to you about serious business.
Giggle. Don't be shy, I was just joking with you. What is it? Go ahead.
Wang Shu said, did you just try to kill yourself? Ouyang shook her head, no, I was just relieving stress.
That's a really unique way to relieve stress. Right? I also think it's pretty unique.
When someone's stress reaches a breaking point, ordinary methods won't work.
Ouyang said insincerely, and added, thank you very much just now. To be honest, Ouyang did think about suicide just now.
Although the inclination wasn't too serious, the thought did occur to her. However, the moment Wang Shu embraced her, that thought disappeared, and she hugged Wang Shu tightly, releasing all the grievances and melancholy in her heart.
The two bantered a little more, and Wang Shu changed the subject. Ouyang, you said you wanted to transfer the ownership of the restaurant, have you finished the paperwork?
No, I just had this idea, I haven't had a chance to do it yet.
That's good.
Wang Shu laughed and said, it's still a sale, so why don't you sell the restaurant to me?
You can't let the grass grow under someone else's feet.
If you sell to me, I'll change your life.
Ouyang Yuan said with a double entendre, you can, as long as you want, take it any time. Wang Shu said, how much? What money? Shangwan's brother is my brother, and talking about money hurts feelings. That's not going to work either. How can I take on such a big project for free? How about 5 billion? What? You really want it? Do you think I'm joking? Okay, but 5 billion is a bit much. It's not worth that much. 2 billion is enough.
Wang Shu stopped him, don't be in a hurry. I said 5 billion with conditions.
What conditions? You cannot quit your job. From now on, the restaurant will be ours.
I don't have time to manage it, so you continue to manage it. But if you encounter any difficulties, you don't need to get involved, I will take care of everything.
Is that acceptable? Ouyang smiled charmingly, what you mean is that you want to support me? Wang Shu shrugged, if you insist on thinking that way, that's fine. Kid, I'm hard to support.
Haha, I'm happy with what I have, every day I get to hold 2 big, beautiful legs.
Come on, you're not serious. That's 5 billion. Ouyang laughed.
She didn't take Wang Shu's words seriously. Although Wang Shu was Mo Shangwan's younger brother, Ouyang roughly knew Mo Shangwan's annual profit, which was about the same as her own, so she couldn't possibly go bankrupt and lend Wang Shu the money to buy her own restaurant.
Ouyang took it as a joke.
After the two arrived on the beach, Wang Shu said, sister, add me on WeChat.
If I add you, you add me. Ding dong. The two successfully added each other on WeChat. Then Ouyang's phone rang again. Ding dong. Ouyang was completely stunned and looked at the prompt, you have received 5 billion Huaxia currency forwarded by your friend Wang Shu.
Wang Shu looked at Ouyang's dumbfounded expression and grinned, sister, from now on, this restaurant is mine, as well as those 2 big white legs.
You must protect them for me. Ouyang was furious and said, you little brat, you've been planning this for a long time, haven't you? Of course I have. As your master, I have to say something, from now on, every hair on your body is mine. Anyone who dares to move it will have to deal with me. Chapter 18, Let My Love Stay in Your Heart. Wang Shu's affinity, especially for beautiful women, left Mo Shangwan speechless.
She couldn't understand why two strangers could develop such deep class-based feelings in such a short period of time. After arriving in the demon capital, Wang Shu and Ouyang got along like fire and ice in less than 3 hours. The two of them often whispered to each other, and even went out with their shoulders hunched over each other. I don't know how Wang Shu persuaded him, but after returning, Ouyang even gave up his plan to quit, declaring that what life needs is struggle, and that he wants to continue to struggle in the front line.
That's not all, there's something even more outrageous.
For example, right now, the two of them are lying close together, but instead of speaking with their mouths, they are chatting via WeChat.
Wang Shu says, "Beauty, I want to ask you a question. What do you mean by your special way of relieving stress? Is it just lying quietly under the water, or is it holding me tightly and enjoying the feeling of almost strangling me to death? You wouldn't do that to other men, would you?"
Ouyang replies, "Don't worry, you're the only one who can do that.
No man has ever taken advantage of me."
Wang Shu, "Beauty, I heard that you are the best bartender in the world.
Don't you want to make a drink for your master?" "Ouyang, maybe next time. Next time I will let you drink all the best wine in the world. Besides, I want to give you a very special gift."
"What kind of gift?
Can you tell me first?"
"No.
It's not those long, white thighs, is it?"
Coke.
Ouyang's silvery laughter sounded nearby. The problem is that the two are so emotional, and Mo Shangwan is watching awkwardly nearby. Angrily, Mo Shangwan twists Wang Shu's ear. "Boy, don't you dare lay a hand on my best friend? When beautiful women meet, it's better than true love."
Wang Shu and Ouyang became fast friends, and the three of them had a small lunch in the afternoon, and then strolled around the city with their arms around each other.
It was getting a little late. Mo Shangwan and Wang Shu hurried back.
The plane landed at 6 p.m. Mo Shangwan went back to the office to get busy, while Wang Shu went to the forest shop to pick up the car.
He quickly called Luo Xiao, "Where are you?" "At home." "Come over." Luo Xiao sent Wang Shu an address.
Unit 301, Unit 1, Shenwei Community, Yikong Street. Wang Shu knocked on the door, and Luo Xiao came out carrying her phone. Hurry, Laochi is fighting with that Hu Qian again." Luo Xiao dragged Wang Shu onto the sofa and handed him the Huawei phone. The huge screen showed two beautiful female anchors competing against each other, and the scene was overcrowded. It looked like it was a close match this time. There was still half a minute left before the end, and the votes were over 1.2 million, with the blood bar frozen.
This woman really doesn't remember being beaten.
Wang Shu smiled slyly and opened his phone to log in.
Ding dong. A prompt immediately appeared on Yi Ningyun's side of the public screen. Big brother Wei Waduzuan has entered the room. Wow, Wei Waduzuan is here. Ha ha. Our savior is here. Welcome, Wei Waduzuan. Welcome, big brother.
Yi Ningyun's butlers shouted together.
Wang Shu got straight to work. Last time it was just a coincidence. In fact, Wang Shu didn't know how to play at all.
There are two ways to play PK in Douyin. One is to crush from the beginning and keep crushing until the end, which is a crushing of strength. The second is called stealing the tower, which means that at first, the votes are not very high, and then in the last 2 or 3 seconds, a few big shots suddenly make a move, quickly pulling the votes apart, and the outcome is decided the moment the PK ends. Wang Shu didn't understand this at all, but he knew that he had to get votes, and that more votes meant victory.
Solemnly superior, give away the supreme salute 10,000. 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 One supreme salute is 6,666 Huaxia coins. How much is 10,000?
Tens of millions of Huaxia coins rained down like a storm, directly stunning the big brothers under Hu Qian. They were originally planning to steal the tower at the end, but when they saw this, they decisively gave up. They were all killed by Wang Shu's anger.
Damn it, it's that Wei Waduzuan again.
He's ruthless. This Wei Waduzuan is really ruthless.
Big shot, awesome. How much money does this kid have?
Hu Qian's fans were in an uproar, but the defeat was irreversible, and they watched helplessly as their idol lost.
Yi Ningyun, I yield. You name the penalty. As fellow entertainers, Yi Ningyun knew how hard it was to be an artist.
Last time, he let Hu Qian off the hook, but she had taken advantage of his leniency.
This time, she must be punished. But how? Yiningyun said, "You are the only one in the world. You name the penalty."
Wang Shu said, "Punish her by making her do 1,000 squats."
Great.
Yiningyun said, "Hu Qian, you'll do 1,000 squats." Yiningyun, you're ruthless, we'll see what happens. 1,000 squats is not a big deal for someone with Wang Shu's physique, but for someone like Hu Qian, it's definitely physical labor. 1,000 squats would prevent Hu Qian from getting out of bed for a month. But she had to swallow the bitter fruit she had sown herself. Hu Qian kept her promise and started doing squats in front of countless fans. Yiningyun said, "My dear brothers and sisters, last time during the live broadcast, I said I would share a little story with you, but then I didn't because of a competition. I will share it with you now. I had a childhood full of memories. There were 7 of us sisters, and we had a little brother named Wang Shu. He was not our biological brother, and I was the youngest of the sisters, so I spent the most time with my little brother Shu. We often picked up trash together, caught cicadas, played house, and often fought with other children. Every time we fought, my little brother would always rush in front of me. He would rather get beaten up himself than let me get hurt. It was not until my little brother was 13 years old that something happened. He was abducted by bad people and disappeared from my life. 10 years have passed in a flash, and I have never forgotten my little brother. Brother, Wang Shu, do you still remember that little girl who used to follow you around with a runny nose? Now she has grown up, and she thinks of you all the time. Little Shu, I am now in the remote southern Xinjiang Autonomous Region, unable to see you, but how my heart wishes to fly to your side. Little Shu. Let my singing accompany you as you travel the world and tread the seasons." The heartfelt song echoes in the broadcast room. Before I can properly feel the climate of blooming snowflakes, how can I hold back the lingering pain? From the day you disappeared, I understood even more what tenderness is. Before I could hold your hand, I had already stepped into the lonely autumn. Perhaps from now on, I will learn to cherish forever, and I will always wait at the end of our encounter. There is a time for meeting and a time for parting, nothing will last forever. Can my love stay in your heart? This is a rearranged song, Red Bean, lingering, like the blood-curdling cry of a cuckoo, deep and affectionate, like the confessions of a lover, with an aftertaste that lingers for 3 days. Chapter 19, Tianzi Club. Sister Yiningyun, stop filming, I'll support you. Wang Shu's cold-heartedness was world-famous in the Western underworld, but at this moment, his heart was once again surging with emotion, and he silently repeated Yiningyun's name in his heart. He knew that Yiningyun had recognized him, but he did not call Yiningyun or video chat with her. He couldn't video chat or call, otherwise Yiningyun would lose control of herself and fly back from the faraway southern frontier. Yiningyun loved performing, and Wang Shu didn't want her to give up her career for him. As he listened to Yiningyun singing, Luo Xiao burst into tears. Tears flowed down her face in streams, soaking her clothes. Sister Luo Xiao, don't cry. Let me tell you something serious. Wang Shu turned off his phone and wiped Luo Xiao's tears away. Luo Xiao burst into laughter. You little rascal, you're just trying to trick people. Can't you see that 7th brother is in love with you? Ha ha. Wang Shu snickered. Doesn't Sister Luo Xiao love me? I'm also confused. Which one of you should I marry? You little brat, you're asking for it. Luo Xiao blushed, her face turning red. What business are you here to discuss? Wang Shu said, have you noticed anything about the old man's wife, Auntie Li? Luo Xiao raised an eyebrow. I've noticed it for a long time. Once she entered the basement without permission, and I happened to catch her. Later she said she was looking for something and went to the wrong place. I suspect she's after the old man's antiques. Wang Shu nodded and said, I can see it too. This old woman is up to no good. We should install some surveillance cameras in the house when we have the chance, or else we should just kick her out. Luo Xiao shook her head and said, kicking her out is not an option. The old man is infatuated with her and will definitely not let her go. How about this, we should go back and install some surveillance cameras in the house just in case. Wang Shu said, good, when Sister Ningyun returns from southern Xinjiang, the 8 of us will have a big get-together and install some security cameras when the old man isn't looking. Then he added, Sister Luo Xiao, why don't you buy a villa? Luo Xiao shrugged, you think everyone is as rich as big sister and fourth sister? My monthly salary is only 5,000 yuan, and I'm already lucky to be able to buy this 3-bedroom apartment. I still have a bank loan to pay off. Sister Luo Xiao, Wang Shu put his hands on Luo Xiao's shoulders and said, Sister Luo Xiao, I'll buy you a set. Luo Xiao tapped Wang Shu on the head and said, stop, both my older and younger sisters have offered to buy it for me, but I refused.
I have my own hands and feet, so why should I let you buy it for me?
Sister Luo Xiao, why are you still being polite with me? The old man once said that among you 7, one of you is my wife, and it might just be you. It is only natural to support your own wife.
Kid, you're dreaming. You want me, but it depends on whether I'm in the mood. Besides, it's hard to say if they'll agree or not. Ha ha.
Wang Shu sneered, why don't you try first?
You're asking for a beating.
Luo Xiao reached for Wang Shu's groin with a straight punch, then giggled and ran into the dressing room. When she came out again, she was wearing a new sexy sleeveless long dress with a split and floral print.
She walked around Wang Shu a few times in the dressing room. What do you think of this dress?
No.
Wang Shu's face turned black.
The split was too high, almost exposing her snow-white buttocks, so it definitely wouldn't do. Luo Xiao shook her head, okay, if it doesn't work, I'll change. In no time at all, she came out again, wearing an organza dress and bandeau top. It was a black push-up top with a snow-white long skirt.
How about this one?
Wang Shu shrugged his nose and said it was fine.
The bandeau top could be higher.
Cut it out, you have a pair of crooked eyes.
Who looks at people's breasts like you? The party will start soon, what are you wearing? I don't have a men's suit here, do I?
Wang Shu said, the suit is with my sister, I'm not wearing it, I'll just wear this.
Okay, suit yourself, you look handsome in anything anyway.
As for clothes, Luo Xiao is not picky due to his occupation, which is a bit like Wang Shu's temperament.
Wang Shu insisted on not changing, and she had no choice. The two walked down from the apartment building.
Because she was afraid of drinking, only one of the two drove, so Luo Xiao did not drive and rode in Wang Shu's Lamborghini out of the community. On the way, Luo Xiao introduced Wang Shu, the place we're going to is called the Tianzi Club.
Its owner is the person I was going to introduce you to. He's from the imperial capital and is staying here temporarily for a couple of days. But there's a bit of a problem.
You beat up the nephew of the person we're going to see, so it's not certain whether they'll be able to help us or not. Regardless of whether they help us or not, remember not to be rude when you get there.
Talk nicely. This person is very important and cannot be offended. Understood. Wang Shu agreed repeatedly. 20 minutes later, under Luo Xiao's guidance, the Lamborghini appeared in front of a luxurious manor.
It was huge, with an area of the courtyard that was impossible to see the end of.
Above the entrance to the manor were a few exceptionally dazzling characters, Tianzi Club. There were people guarding the entrance.
Wang Shu and the others arrived relatively late, and it had already started inside. You could hear the melodious melody from outside. Lamborghini stopped, and Luo Xiao got out of the car first. She took out 2 invitations from her small handbag and handed them to the security guard, then nodded back at Wang Shu, who got out of the car and walked towards the courtyard.
Wait.
Wang Shu was stopped by a security guard when he reached the door. The security guard looked at Wang Shu like he was possessed, staring at him intently, examining him up and down several times.
Wang Shu felt uncomfortable and kept thinking to himself, this kid can't be having a problem with his sexual orientation, can he?
Fortunately, after looking at him for a while, the security guard shook his head and muttered to himself, no way, absolutely not.
Then he raised his hand and said, go in. What a nut.
After Wang Shu walked over, he looked back at the security guard and noticed that he was on the phone. There were flower beds in the manor, with all kinds of flowers blooming and exuding a rich fragrance. The two walked along the path in the middle of the manor's flower beds, and as they approached the hall, they suddenly heard a hearty laugh. Xiao Xiao, I thought you weren't coming, why are you so late? A middle-aged man, striding with a tiger's pace, came striding from across the way. From the sight of his straight back, it was clear that this man had been in the army, and in a special unit at that. The man was facing Wang Shu, and after a few seconds, the two locked eyes.
Bang! A strange psychological reaction swept through Wang Shu's mind.
It was hard to explain what was going on, but Wang Shu felt that this person in front of him looked familiar, but also absolutely impossible.
Xiao Xiao, who is this young man? Introduce him to your uncle. Luo Xia hurriedly came over. Uncle Long, this is my younger brother, Wang Shu.
Wang Shu, this is Uncle Long. Uncle Long is a big shot, a rare sight.
Just name your request, Uncle Long is generous.
Also, this Uncle Long is particularly fond of antiques and other such things.
If you find anything good, remember to let Uncle Long know.
Luo Xiao is very good at making introductions, and in just a few words he has the middle-aged man hooked. He also nudges Wang Shu with his words, and Wang Shu immediately steps forward. Greetings, Uncle Long.
Long Yi laughed heartily. Forget it, forget it. You are Xiao Xiao's younger brother, so we are no longer strangers. Just tell me if there is anything.
Uncle Long nodded repeatedly, then stepped forward and surprisingly took Wang Shu's hand and walked towards the hall, because what he said was so casual. Even Wang Shu didn't notice that in the moment the other person saw him, a rare radiance flashed in the depths of his pupils.
Chapter 20, A Day Apart Feels Like 3 Autumns. Wang Shu and Long Yi walked hand in hand into the hall. He felt awkward and thought to himself, we just met for the first time, and it's not necessary to be so friendly, is it? Is there something wrong with this guy's sexual orientation? Let go, it's a disservice to his goodwill, but if I don't let go, it's a bit awkward. So the two walked into the hall. It was a very large dance hall, with a dance floor in the middle and a pool of lights above it. The colorful lights intertwined and swayed down, making the dance hall exceptionally beautiful. There was a band around the periphery, with various instruments resonating together, performing music that slowly flowed through the hall. Long Yi was very famous in this circle, and the people he invited were all upper class. He was suave and well dressed, and some were dancing, while others were sipping wine. The two walked in hand, immediately attracting the attention of many people. Hey, why is Boss Long holding the hand of a young man? Who is this young man, dressed so tackily, and why is he here? He's not Boss Long's son-in-law, is he? No way, I heard that Boss Long already has a son-in-law. The crowd was buzzing with discussion, and the looks they cast contained all kinds of speculation, making Wang Shu, whose face was thicker than a city wall, feel a little embarrassed. Just as everyone was speculating, there was a loud shout, Wang Shu, how dare you come here? A young man in a suit, looking refined and gentle, stood in front of the bar. He had gauze wrapped around his head and was leaning on a cane. He was making eyes at the beautiful woman behind the bar. He sensed something was wrong in the hall and turned around, just in time to see Wang Shu holding Long Yi's hand as they walked in. He was so angry that his lungs almost exploded. Long Fei? Wang Shu smiled when he saw Long Fei. This guy really showed up at the right time. Taking the opportunity to get away from Long Yi's hand, he strode over, looking extremely excited. Yo, isn't this Fei? Fei, what happened to you? Your head is wrapped in gauze. Who beat you up? Tell me, and I'll go get revenge for you. He said, walked up to Long Fei, hugged him tightly, and said with a sinister smile, Congratulations, your confidant Hu Qian has been beaten up by me again. Wang Shu, you. Long Fei has gone crazy these past few days. The mighty Long Fei, not only was he beaten up by an unknown nobody, he was also reprimanded by the family and ordered not to go out for a week. It's so frustrating. Seeing Wang Shu, he wanted to tear him apart, chew him up and swallow him alive, and he was shaking with anger. Wang Shu, Wang Shu. Long Fei could not say a word. Wang Shu leaned in Long Fei's ear and sneered, If you want to make Long Yi look like a fool, go ahead, I'll go all the way with you. While threatening, he hugged Long Fei and laughed heartily. Fei, how long has it been since we last saw each other? It's been like 3 autumns and 3 springs since we last saw each other. Brother, you've made me miss you so much. Bang bang. As he spoke, Wang Shu burst into tears, patting Long Fei on the back and slapping his leg with his own. Last time, when he and Wang Shu clashed head-on, Long Fei's shinbone was broken by Wang Shu's impact, and his head was also seriously injured. He was hit with the butt of Wang Shu's gun and had to get 8 stitches, which have not yet been removed. The impact on his back and legs has caused his old injuries to flare up, and the pain has made him shed tears. But to outsiders, it looks as if 2 old friends who haven't seen each other for years have reunited, and it's touching. These 2 young men are full of passion and loyalty. These 2 young men are really people of character and are worth getting to know. If Long Fei knew what these people were thinking, he would probably vomit blood. But in front of everyone, especially in front of Long Yi, he really didn't dare to act up. He gnashed his teeth with hatred and had to force a smile. Wang Shu, brother, I can see you. Luo Xiao on the side was full of confusion. Long Fei suddenly popping up made her worry that something was wrong. She was afraid that Long Fei would expose Wang Shu's murder in public, but she didn't expect this to be the result. Anyway, brother, you don't have to trick people like this, you're going to their ancestors' graves. Luo Xiao sighed. Long Fei used all his strength to break free from Wang Shu's embrace, his face ashen. Boy, I'm going to kill you. He went to the door, tapped his finger on it, called over a waiter, and whispered a few words in the waiter's ear. The waiter's face immediately turned ashen. Fei, this is not allowed. Boss Long will definitely kill me. Humph.
I just want to see some blood on his stomach. I'm not asking you to kill him. Don't worry, I'll take responsibility if anything goes wrong. I know your family needs money, take this for now, and let me know if it's not enough. Long Fei reached out and took out a bank card from his pocket and forced it into the waiter's hand. Long Yi witnessed the scene of Wang Shu and Long Fei hugging each other, but his expression did not change. He just shook his head lightly, and then another customer came in, so he went out to serve them. Wang Shu acted as if nothing had happened, and turned back to Luo Xiao, smiling and showing his teeth. My dear queen, would you like to dance?
Nonsense.
Boy, you've really screwed Long Fei over, and he'll definitely get revenge on you, so you have to be careful. Wang Shu said domineeringly, if he really dares to come, I'll kill one for everyone that comes, and if there are two, I'll kill a pair. The two placed their wine glasses on the bar and entered the dance floor holding hands. It was an old tune, Story of a Small Town. Accompanied by Teresa Tang's melodious, gentle, affectionate and slightly melancholy singing voice, it slowly flowed through the hall. There are many stories about the small town, full of joy and happiness, gradually pushing the dance party to a climax. When the song ended, everyone was drunk. Luo Xiao didn't expect Wang Shu's dance to be so good. The whole process was like floating white clouds, and she didn't have to make any effort at all. It was Wang Shu who was leading her. And Wang Shu's dance steps completely shocked the hall. Some beautiful women sent flirtatious looks, and a few beautiful women even reached out directly, handsome, please. They wanted to invite Wang Shu to dance, and Wang Shu was not polite, hugging a beautiful woman and stepping onto the dance floor again. The second floor of the dance hall was a tea room. This was a business party, the purpose of which was to allow people from all walks of life to interact with each other and achieve financial integration. After the first dance was over, many people walked along the stairs to the second floor. Wang Shu knew that Luo Xiao had a lot of social engagements, so he hugged the fragrant beauty and said loudly to Luo Xiao, sister, if you have something to do, you go ahead and I'll have some fun on my own. Luo Xiao nodded and said, it's true that I need to say hello to some friends. I'll go check out the second floor first, and I'll be right back down. You be careful. Don't worry, sister, I know what to do. Wang Shu waved his hand, and Luo Xiao turned and went up to the second floor. She was worried about Wang Shu, and didn't stay on the second floor for long. She felt that the second dance song should be over, and hurriedly walked down from the second floor. At this time, Wang Shu declined the invitations of a few other beautiful women and was taking a break. A waiter carrying a tray walked towards Wang Shu. It so happened that Luo Xiao was walking down the stairs. She was in the business and had a higher level of alertness than ordinary people, and her gaze was fierce. Seeing that the waiter's footsteps were a bit hesitant and the hand holding the tray was shaking a bit, she immediately felt that something was wrong and shouted out, Shu, be careful. In that extremely short period of time, it had already happened. The waiter was supporting the tray with both hands. When Wang Shu took the wineglass, his right hand suddenly sank, and the knife in his hand stabbed Wang Shu's stomach fiercely. Wang Shu was holding the wineglass in his right hand and hugging his chest with his left hand, looking completely unprepared. But just as the waiter made his move, a murderous intent flashed across the corner of his mouth, and his left hand, which was hugging his chest, shot out like lightning.
Chapter 21, let me analyze it for you. Simple, direct, and violent.
The most terrifying thing is that the speed of this slap has already surpassed the limit that human vision can capture. Luo Xiao had already rushed to within less than 3 meters of Wang Shu, but there was still no way to stop what was about to happen.
Bang!
There was a muffled sound in the hall. At this time, a beautiful melody was still slowly flowing through the hall, but it was instantly drowned out by the muffled sound, and everyone turned around together. A waiter was slowly falling backwards, bleeding from his 7 orifices, and the tray in his hands was falling to the ground. Along with the tray, a knife also fell to the ground, a fruit knife slightly longer than ordinary cutlery.
Someone has been killed.
Someone exclaimed, and the scene immediately became chaotic.
Xiao Shu. Luo Xiao was really shocked. Who is Long Yi? She knows better than anyone else. How dare Wang Shu kill someone at Long Yi's residence?
In addition, she was shocked by Wang Shu's murderous intent. Since Wang Shu's return, he has killed 3 people, the first and second times Luo Xiao did not see, but today she did. The methods were simple, the actions ruthless, and there was no mercy, a killing blow.
Little art.
Sister, don't panic, cheers. Wang Shu smiled lightly at Luo Xiao, lifted the wineglass in his hand and gulped it down.
Little art, you should go.
Luo Xiao came to Wang Shu's side in a panic, looking at the dead body on the ground and turning pale.
Wang Shu was confident, what's the point of running?
Don't worry, Long Yi won't make things difficult for us, he'll have to thank us.
Xiao Shu, you were talking in your sleep, weren't you? You killed someone in their home, and they have to thank you? Luo Xiao, don't worry, if I say it's fine, it's fine. If I'm right, Long Yi will be here soon. Good, I'm ready to go all out. If it comes to the worst, so be it. Luo Xiao knew full well that even if Wang Shu escaped, the matter would not be over. She simply decided to come clean about everything. The worst that could happen was a fight to the death, and each would go their own way. Second floor lobby. Long Yi was talking with some old friends on the sofa when a waiter came in and whispered something in his ear. What? Long Yi frowned and said to the others, sorry, something has come up, excuse me. He followed the waiter to the first floor lobby. Luo Xiao thought Long Yi would be furious and have Wang Shu arrested, and then she would figure out a way to rescue him. She had it all planned out. But the result was a big surprise to her, just as Wang Shu had predicted. Instead of getting angry, Long Yi bowed to Wang Shu and said, thank you. Wang Shu smiled faintly, took a step forward, and said in a low voice, I don't think I need to interpret this matter too much. You know who did it. Please tell him that I, Wang Shu, am not unable to tolerate, but if he takes my forbearance as the foundation of his shamelessness, I don't mind adding one more corpse to the world. Long Yi nodded, don't worry, something like this will never happen again, otherwise I will personally chop off his dog's paw without you having to do it. Come here, this person even came to my manor to kill and commit violence, thanks to Wang Shu for eliminating the evil for the people, drag the body out. Then two people dressed as waiters appeared from the shadows and without any nonsense, dragged the corpse away. Most of the people here today are worldly people who know Long Yi's methods well. If Long Yi says it's fine, then it really is fine. The waiters cleaned up the floor, and the dance music once again filled the hall. The beautiful melody instantly buried the cold-blooded scene that had just happened. But Wang Shu's palm strike left a deep impression on everyone at the scene. This person can only be a friend, never an enemy. Young man, can I add you on WeChat? Handsome guy, I'd like to ask you to dance. Wang Shu, you're amazing. Several business tycoons took the initiative to add Wang Shu's contact information, and several beautiful women walked over with graceful steps, their hot stares ready to devour people. Fortunately, Long Yi was quick-witted, everyone, please wait patiently for a moment, Wang Shu and I still have some personal matters to discuss, you can contact us later. Wang Shu, let's go, we'll discuss it in detail upstairs. Wang Shu bowed, thank you. The two men held hands, threw down a few hand signals, and without leaving contact information with Wang Shu, the business tycoon set off up the stairs. Luo Xiao fainted and fell to the ground. She solved cases every day, and she had encountered all kinds of cases. She was famous in the police station as a detective with supernatural powers, so how could this happen? She felt like her IQ had been completely crushed by Wang Shu. In the end, she muttered, my junior is truly amazing. Wang Shu and Long Yi went straight to the third floor without stopping on the second. Long Yi asked as they walked, boy, aren't you afraid that I'll arrest you on the spot? Or shoot you? Wang Shu shook his head, his face full of an intriguing expression, and turned his head to look at Long Yi, you wouldn't dare. Why? Wang Shu said leisurely, let me analyze it for you. There are 3 reasons. First, although you have been through life and death, you are not ruthless enough and your heart is not dark enough. Second, if I am correct, your family is going through a difficult time, and if this incident is made public, it will be a laughingstock and cause your family unnecessary trouble. Third, and the most important reason is that you will not have time to act. There are a total of 8 special forces in your manor, distributed as follows, 2 at the entrance, 2 on the roof of the 3rd floor, 2 in the 2nd floor hall, and 2 in the 1st floor hall. In addition, there are 12 snipers in the courtyard and 118 infrared stealth cameras, which can cover the entire compound and transmit information to the 12 snipers, allowing them to eliminate the target. But these can only deal with ordinary experts. If I make a move, I will control you within half a second, and then use 1 minute to solve the secret room in the northeast corner of the 3rd floor, and give commands to the 12 snipers through the secret room, telling them to gather at the same location. So I don't need to know their location, just a command, and I can take them out within 2 minutes. Then I can calmly kill 2 people and throw them out the back door, creating the illusion that the back door is guarded, so that the guests dare not escape through the back door. Then I will shoot 2 more people at random with another gun. As for where the guns come from, there are plenty lying around. Wang Shu said, and reached out his hand. Long Yi was stunned, feeling a movement behind his buttocks, and saw that his pistol was in Wang Shu's hand. Wang Shu took the pistol and said, after I shoot, the 8 special forces soldiers will immediately react.
They have two options: the first is to flee for their lives, and the other is to gather in the lobby and protect you. According to their professional analysis, their mission should be to protect your safety, so they won't back down. And when they gather in the lobby, I have at least 3 ways to eliminate them. First, the worst case scenario, a head-on confrontation. None of them can last 3 seconds in my hands. So 38 minutes and 44 seconds later, there will be 8 more bodies on the ground. Chapter 22, The Antique Collector. Second, I can threaten them with your lives and make them commit suicide, which will ultimately achieve the goal. This is more effortless, but it will waste time, and it will take about 3 minutes. The third method is for me to use a sniper rifle to shoot them one by one from a distance of 100 meters. At this point, all your defenses will completely collapse. In the next 5 or 6 minutes, I can easily kill everyone here. Of course, someone may call the police during this time. But it will take the police at least 15 minutes to get here. And I will have killed you all within 10 minutes. If I am correct, there should be a modified motor vehicle in the basement storage room in the backyard with a special permit. The security door is useless to me, and I will break in a second and take off in your modified car with the permit. If I'm lucky, I might even find a helicopter. Although it's rigged with a time bomb, that won't stop me from using it. I can take off before the bomb goes off and destroy the black box. If I'm right, the ejector seat should be an accelerator for the bomb's detonation, but unfortunately, I never use parachutes or ejector seats when I jump out of a plane. So I can escape before the plane explodes. You. Long Yi looked at Wang Shu as if he were a ghost. He had seen death in life before, but never had he been so terrified as he was today. This kid before him was not a human being at all, but a monster. Although this manner was not his main manner, in his heart it was impenetrable and impregnable. He had never imagined that it was worthless in Wang Shu's eyes. And how did this guy know his own layout? The analysis was spot on. At this moment, if Long Yi had touched his vest with his hand, he would have discovered that the back of his suit was soaked with sweat. But he was still unconvinced and asked, "You may be able to do it, but if you really do you think Luo Shao will be able to get away with it?" Wang Shu smiled and said, "My sister will be fine. After this incident, my sister can go to work normally, and she won't be affected at first because your Long family will protect her. After a few days, if the case cannot be solved, your opponents will make a big deal out of it and use it to force your family to step down. Your family will only have 2 choices. First, swallow your pride and give up power. Second, which is the worst choice for you. Your family will choose to sacrifice the car to save the driver and issue a notice saying, Long Yi, collaborating with the enemy and betraying the country. Your family will be righteous and destroy its own kin, and execute him according to the law. Luo Shao, on the other hand, was an undercover agent who had infiltrated your family and played a major role in this rebellion. Therefore, my sister will be fine and will even be promoted. Get out." Long Yi felt that if they continued talking, he would completely lose it. The problem was that he actually believed that this guy in front of him could do all this, so he quickly changed the subject. The 2 men went to the 3rd floor. There was a security guard at the door, who quickly opened the door and let the 2 men in. Wang Shu looked at the furnishings in the hall and his mouth fell open. There were nothing but antiques in the entire hall, and in addition to the antiques, there were also blocks of stone. From the furnishings, it could be seen that this big boss Long Yi had a fondness for antiques and gemstones, but at this level, Wang Shu really didn't dare to praise it. It was simply too bad. Out of 100 antiques, it would be considered good if 20% were genuine. As for the stones, they all look fancy, but they are all fake. However, in order to show his respect for his host, Wang Shu pointed to a jar near the wall and said, "This piece of blue and white porcelain is quite good. Judging from the color of the glaze and the shape, it is a superior product and should be a product of the Song dynasty." "Young man, you actually know about antiques?" Long Yi's eyes immediately widened. Wang Shu laughed. If he knew that 3 of the world's top 10 antiques were lying in his house, Long Yi would probably drool. There are 10 famous antiques in the world. First, Tutankhamun's golden mask. This golden mask was unearthed in the tomb of the Egyptian pharaoh Tutankhamun and is a cultural relic from more than 3,000 years ago. It is made of gold foil and inlaid with all kinds of jewels and glass, and is worth a fortune. It is a symbol of ancient Egypt. It was previously collected in the Egyptian National Museum, but now it is obediently lying in the base of the Great Luo Tian. Second, the Amber Palace. The palace built by the Prussian king, if it is not too big to move, it is now estimated to be in Wang Shu's pocket. Third, the Florence diamond. Originating from India, it weighs 137.27 carats, and its color is a very present yellow with a greenish glow. It is said that after the diamond fell into the hands of the Austrian royal family, it was stolen due to the emperor's exile, and now no one knows where it is, and no one knows where it is now. Fourth, the treasure of the Bronze Scroll. The Bronze Scroll is also known as the Ancient Scroll of the Four Seas. It is said that it was discovered by a shepherd in the 1970s and contains the earliest biblical manuscripts. This treasure has long been coveted by Wang Shu, but it has not yet been obtained.
Fifth, the Code of Hammurabi. Sixth, the Golden Dagger.
It is said to be made of meteorite, and the king often uses it to carve apples.
Seventh, Atahualpa's gold. Eighth, the stone in the shape of Dompa pork in the Dragon Kingdom.
Ninth, the crown of Persia. 10th, the Yuan blue glazed Meiping vase with white dragon pattern.
These are all top antiques in the world.
As for those antiques that are worth less than 100 million yuan, there are a large number of them piled up like junk in the Great Luotian base. Wang Shu's hobby of collecting antiques is related to the Junk King, because the Junk King not only collects junk, but is also a hidden collector.
You can't say that.
Wang Shu casually said, I don't know everything, but I know a little.
That's great. Long Yi gave him a high five and said, Show me, how are my antiques? Wang Shu's expression froze for a moment. Do you want the truth or a lie? Nonsense, of course I want the truth.
Sorry, but 20% of your antiques are real.
Holy shit, you mean 80% of my 100 antiques are fake? No wonder boss said I was just after a reputation. They're really fake, aren't they?
Long Yi let out a curse word, then suddenly his eyes lit up as he stared at Wang Shu intently. Do you know anything about jadeite?
Wang Shu laughed, a little.
Long Yi hurriedly said, Show me these stones.
Wang Shu shook his head, they're all rejects. No way, I had these stones authenticated by a master, so how can they all be fake? If you don't believe me, let's open the stone right here. Fine, I'll defy this evil.
Normally, opening a stone requires a cutting machine, but Wang Shu never needs this when opening stones. He picks up a stone in his left hand, and with a palm strike of his right hand, the stone turns to powder.
It really is worthless stone.
Long Yi shook his head with a bitter smile, and reluctantly said, Let's try another one.
Okay.
Wang Shu slapped it down, and once again, his palm opened the stone, but not to mention jade, there wasn't even any jade hair.
He asked with a smile, Do you want to open it again? Forget it. Long Yi waved his hand in frustration. Sit, let's talk about business.
He told Wang Shu to sit on the sofa, and then said, I heard that you plan to apply for a few permits?
Yes. Chapter 23 Long Lay.
Next, Wang Shu explained the several permits he wanted to apply for. The permit Wang Shu wanted was, to put it bluntly, a business license. Long Yi pondered. Xiao Xiao has already told me that there is no problem with a few of the permits, but there are a few that involve certain rules that are not within my power. However, there is someone who can get it done, and if you could meet with him, it might be fruitful.
Wang Shu frowned and said, Meet with who?
Long Yi said, An old man, very difficult to deal with, but he has the power of life and death.
Only he can do what you want, it depends on whether you want to see him or not. Wang Shu did not hesitate, I can see him. Really? Long Yi stood up from the sofa. Wang Shu patted his chest, a gentleman's word is hard to go back on. When can we meet? Tomorrow, but before we meet him, we still have to meet someone else, and we have to go now, is that okay? Yes.
For the development of the great Luotian, I dare to meet anyone, even the King of Heaven, Lao Tzu, and I am very confident that no one who can pose a threat to me has yet been born. The two men hit it off immediately, and Long Yi immediately made a phone call. In less than a moment, there was a deafening roar from the manor, and a Jiwu 20 landed. At the same time, Wang Shu sent a text message to Luo Xiao, saying that he was going out for a while and asking her not to worry. Then he and Long Yi walked out of the hall, got into the Wuji, and took off.
How could she not worry?
Not to mention that Wang Shu had just killed someone. Even if he hadn't, Luo Xiao was uneasy about Wang Shu acting alone given his temper. After receiving the text message, she took off at a run from the ballroom. However, it was already too late. With a rumble and roar, Jiwu had already disappeared into the night sky.
Something was wrong.
Luo Xiao couldn't care about dancing anymore, hurriedly went out, got into the Lamborghini and rushed out of the manor.
Wang Shu also didn't expect that the person he wanted to meet was actually in the imperial capital.
It was only after waiting for the plane that Long Yi told him, and it was too late to regret it.
Jiwu was very fast,
but when he reached the sky above the imperial capital, it was already 4 a.m. It was the middle of the summer, and at 4 a.m. it was the most comfortable time to sleep. Long Yi dialed a phone number, and immediately a complaining voice came from the other end. Lao-san, what's wrong with you, calling in the middle of the night? Long Yi hurriedly said, my sister, don't say anything, get up quickly, I want to see you. Of course the plane couldn't land in a residential area, and it was strange that it wasn't scolded to death in the morning. After making the phone call, Long Yi made another call, then directed the plane to land at the capital airport. He got into a special Hongqi sedan with Wang Shu and arrived in front of a very ordinary courtyard. Creak. The people in the courtyard probably heard the noise. As soon as the car stopped and the door opened, a short-haired middle-aged woman walked out. It was 4 o'clock in the early summer night, and the sky was already brightening. The woman who appeared in front of them took Wang Shu by surprise. The woman was actually about 50 years old, thin, but possessed the beauty of a woman in her 40s. However, unlike the beauty of an ordinary young girl, she was very stable and gave people a feeling of kindness. The beautiful woman walked out of the door and, with a cold face, shouted, Lao-san, what do you want? Then she looked up and her gaze fell on Wang Shu, and her expression obviously changed, you. But just as the woman was about to speak, Long Yi quickly waved his hand, sister, don't let us stand outside, let's go inside and talk. Okay, come in. The beautiful woman looked at Wang Shu curiously again, turned around and walked towards the courtyard, then led Wang Shu into a living room to drink tea, while she and Long Yi went to a secret room next to the living room. In the secret room there was a tablet computer, open, on which you could see everything in the living room, a remote monitoring. Long Yi said, sister, don't you think it's amazing? The beautiful woman looked straight at the image of Wang Shu on the tablet. Lao-san, where did you find this person? Has he had plastic surgery? Long Yi said, a classmate from Long Kai introduced him to me. As soon as I walked in, I was spotted by Jean Yi, who called me. To be honest, I almost screamed out at the time, but I don't think he's had plastic surgery. The beautiful woman muttered to herself, it's really like him. How could there be someone in the world who looks so much like him? But Lao-san, do you think the old man will get tired of us preparing this for him every year? Long Yi said confidently, if it's the same as before, the old man will definitely get tired of it, but after seeing this kid, the old man will definitely be surprised. What I'm considering now is whether or not to tell the truth to this kid. The beauty said, of course you can't tell the whole truth, but half-truths are fine. How about this, you go back, I'll handle this matter, and I'll bring him over at noon. Then I'll trouble you. After Long Yi finished speaking, he didn't even greet Wang Shu and left the house to get into his car. The beautiful woman, after Long Yi left, thought about it for a while, and finally made up her mind. She walked out of the secret room and came to the living room. She was very direct. After entering the door, she didn't wait for Wang Shu to speak, but directly introduced herself. Hello, my name is Long Lei, Long Yi's sister. I have something to tell you now. It was so direct that it caught Wang Shu off guard. He nodded and said, go ahead. Long Lei said frankly, Long Yi has already gone back, and he did not tell you the real reason for asking you to come this time. It is like this, the person you met is our father. We originally had 5 siblings, and the 5th one passed away in an accident. Our father often misses him. We were afraid that father's thoughts would become an illness, so we came up with a plan. Every year, on father's birthday, we would find someone who looks very similar to the 5th brother to accompany our father to drink. Over the years, countless people have been replaced. You have been chosen because you look a lot like the 5th brother. Your task is simple, keep my father company and make him happy on his birthday, and you will have completed your mission. As for the approval document you want, we will try our best to help you get it. What do you think? I see. Although Wang Shu is cold-blooded and ruthless, he is not without feelings. In fact, he is very affectionate. So, despite his outward appearance, which is shouting at the Broken King regardless of rank or status, deep down he already regards the Broken King as his own father. Since the purpose is to make the old man happy, it's no big deal. Wang Shu nodded, in that case, I will do my best. As for the permit, don't worry about it. If I can get it, I will. If not, I will think of another way. Good, you are a sensible boy. Today is my father's birthday. We will have a family gathering at noon, and I will introduce you then. You have had a rough night. Let's do this, I will find you a room so you can rest for a while, and I will wake you up then. Okay. Wang Shu nodded, and then Long Lei arranged Wang Shu in a single room, and the two went to sleep separately.
Long Lei had something to do, so she slept until morning and got up early to leave.
Wang Shu was fine and slept until 10:30 a.m. before he woke up, startled by the ringing of the phone.
Shu, are you okay? Shu, Long Yi didn't give you any trouble, did he?
Shu, if anything happens, tell us, we're not just here for show.
There were 3 women talking on the other end of the line, chattering away. They were Mo Shangwan, Gu Sini, and Luo Xiao. Chapter 24, The Overbearing Old Man. The 3 beauties were really worried. Wang Shu was their lifeline.
If anything happened to Wang Shu, the 3 of them would never forgive themselves for the rest of their lives.
They argued and demanded to come over. But it was someone's birthday, not a banquet, and what was the point of having so many people over? After much arguing, Wang Shu finally managed to temporarily calm the 3 beauties down.
The 3 of them promised to spend the whole day with him, and that tomorrow, Wang Shu must be home, or they would come and get him. As soon as he hung up the phone, there was a knock at the door. Wang Shu opened the door and Long Lei walked in.
She called out in a friendly voice, "Shu, did you sleep well?" "Auntie Long, I slept okay. Are we leaving now?"
"Yes, the car is ready."
"We're leaving now."
"I'll give you a few pointers. Try not to mention the past to the old man, just chat with him aimlessly. It would be best if you could get him drunk, and then your mission will be successfully completed."
"I understand." The car was right outside the door. It was a very ordinary Hongqi sedan with a dedicated driver. The 2 of them got in and drove off.
The imperial capital is the capital of the Dragon Kingdom.
It is incredibly vast.
Someone once measured it and found that it covers an area of no less than 300,000 square kilometers.
Long Lei's driver was an experienced driver.
He drove steadily and quickly, and they arrived at their destination just before noon.
An old quadrangle courtyard appeared before them.
The main courtyard is divided into 3, with a large courtyard in the middle that leads directly to the main house. On either side of the large courtyard are 2 small doors that lead to 2 other courtyards, and on both small doors is the word forbidden written. Long Lei pointed to the small courtyards on either side. 2 predecessors are practicing here and don't like to be disturbed by idle people, so please be careful.
HM.
Wang Shu nodded without asking any more questions, and followed Long Lei into the hall, which happened to be exactly 12 noon. Wang Shu knew that this family was not simple, and thought that there should be many people wishing them a happy birthday, but it turned out to be completely different. There was a round table in the hall, and 3 people, 3 middle-aged men, were sitting around it. One of them was Long Yi, and the 3 stood up when Wang Shu entered the door.
Long Yi complained, "Sister, why are you only here now?"
Long Lei smiled bitterly and said, "You guys have nothing to do every day, but I'm so busy, it's already pretty good that I could make it on time. Big brother, little brother, let me introduce you. This young man is Wang Shu, 23 years old, and he has just returned from abroad."
As Long Lei introduced them, Wang Shu nodded to each of them.
Long Yi had met him before, and while he didn't show any emotion, the other 2 people made Wang Shu's heart flutter. The person on the left was a middle-aged man who looked very stable.
He had a kind expression and seemed very nice. After a flash of surprise in his eyes, he quickly calmed down and nodded to Wang Shu, "Hello, young man." The other person was not so calm.
When he saw Wang Shu, his pupils suddenly contracted, and he stared at Wang Shu straight on, his gaze full of shock. At the same time, Wang Shu sensed that strange phenomenon again from the 2 people.
He felt like he knew these 2 people before, and couldn't help but murmur to himself, "Damn, this is really weird."
If Wang Shu didn't believe his own eyes, he would definitely suspect that he had a relationship with these people.
However, Wang Shu had used divine eyes to check, and these people did not have the bloodline of the blood wolf flowing in their bodies.
In other words, they do not share the same bloodline as him.
"Wang Shu, sit down. 4th brother, go and invite the old man out."
Long Yi pointed his finger at the middle-aged man, who was full of shock. The man stood up and walked away, and then said, "Wang Shu, he is Long Fei's father.
In a while, you need to be a little more restrained when you speak. In addition, this family gathering is only for the older generation.
Those younger ones are not allowed to attend.
There are a lot of people here. I will introduce you to them when I have time." Wang Shu nodded, "Thanks, don't worry, if people don't offend me, I won't offend them." "Well said."
Long Lei applauded, "This is a famous warning from my country, but Shu, you must also remember another saying, if people offend me, I will definitely offend them."
Wang Shu humbly said, "Auntie Long is right."
Several people were talking, but they were all standing, and no one sat down.
They waited quietly, and before long they heard someone say, "I'm already an old man, What's the point of celebrating my birthday?
Two people entered the door. One was the person who had just left, Long Fei's father Long Chuan, and the other was an old man, looking ancient but full of energy, with a sparkle in his eyes.
Wang Shu's heart instantly stirred with excitement.
His eyes were wide open, and he could tell at a glance that the old man was far older than he appeared, and if he was being accurate, he should be around 109 years old. But apart from his long strides and straight back, he walked into the hall with his hands in his pockets, his gaze upcast, exuding a faint air of dominance. He must have practiced some kind of martial arts.
The old man entered the door, ignored Long Yi and the others, and pointed at Wang Shu and said, "Your name is Wang Shu?" Wang Shu bowed slightly, saying, "My name is Wang Shu.
I was supposed to meet with Uncle Long and Auntie Long, and I came especially to wish you a happy birthday. I came in a hurry and didn't bring any gifts, so please forgive me."
"Well,
since you're here, you're all guests.
What gifts do you need to bring? Sit down and have a drink with me today."
Seeing that the old man wasn't angry, Long Yi and the others let out a sigh of relief and sat down in their seats.
The old man was very straightforward, and directly lifted the already set wine glass, which was actually a teacup for drinking water.
"Come, little thing, have a drink with me."
"Happy birthday to you."
Wang Shu lifted the wine glass and drained it in one gulp.
"Happy birthday to Dad."
Eldest son Long Hua, second son Long Lei, third son Long Yi, and fourth son Long Chuan simultaneously raised their glasses and took a symbolic sip.
"A bunch of cowards."
After finishing his drink, the old man looked at the four of them and cursed, complaining that they had drunk too little. Long Lei pouted and said, "Dad, you can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk, but we don't have your alcohol tolerance, so we should probably stop."
The old man scolded, "If you can't drink, why are you celebrating my birthday?"
He was about to lose his temper, but Wang Shu quickly intervened. "This is the first time we meet, so I'd like to toast you." He poured himself a glass and drank it again in one gulp.
"Good. That was a blast. Wang Shu, right? I'll remember you, kid. You guys, pour the wine." "Can't you even pour wine?"
The old man lifted the wine Long Hua poured and drank it all in one go. 1 glass of wine is 2 liang, and 2 glasses of wine is 4 liang. According to Chinese rules, the first 3 glasses of wine are served at the start of a meal. Wang Shu lifted the third glass of wine. "I wish you good health and a long life." In the blink of an eye, they had drunk 6 liang of wine.
Long Lei secretly nudged Long Yi, "Oldest brother, this kid is something."
Long Yi exclaimed in surprise, "I didn't think this kid could drink so much either."
It seems that we really have found the right person. Chapter 25, Great Luo Tian. The old man had a massive drinking capacity and usually had difficulty finding opponents.
Today, he was having a great time drinking. "Bring out my drunken 8 immortals." Before long, an old woman with wrinkled skin and white hair entered, holding a jar of wine sealed in clay and covered in red cloth. Long Lei quickly went over and opened the clay seal, and the aroma of the wine immediately filled the entire hall.
"Great wine. The great Luo Tian has all kinds of fine wine." Wang Shu has keen senses.
He can tell by the smell of the wine that it is not cheap, and that it is not inferior to aged Lafite.
He blurted out, "Old man, this is really good wine. You must be willing to part with it." Wang Shu.
The name Wang Shu made Long Yi and her 3 sisters almost pee themselves, and they quickly got up from their seats.
Wang Shu.
Long Lei tugged Wang Shu's corner of his clothes with her hand, but it was too late. She quickly spoke up for Wang Shu, scared, "Dad, children don't know when to keep their mouths shut when they speak, so you mustn't be angry."
The old man rolled his eyes. "Why be angry? Do you think I'm so heartless?"
He then turned to Wang Shu and said, "Kid, good eye. For your discerning eye alone, this wine is worth drinking.
Bring another jar."
Long Lei and the others tried to stop him, but they were too late. The old woman, who looked ordinary, walked in again carrying a jar of wine. The old man opened the jar and said, "Kid, come on, let's drink from 1 jar each.
Whoever falls over first can't touch alcohol from now on."
For the old man, the biggest punishment for a good drinker was to give up alcohol. Wang Shu laughed heartily and said, "Old guy, don't worry, the one who falls over first definitely won't be me." He lifted the jar of wine and drank like a donkey, gulping down the entire jar of drunken immortals. He was careless. This drunken immortal wine is not just any wine, it is even more potent than the drunken immortal wine of the Ragged King. What's more, it was the first time Wang Shu had drunk this wine, and he had no resistance at all. Even if he hadn't drunk the 2 caddies of Maotai beforehand, he would have fallen over from the effects of the wine.
But Wang Shu's willpower was not something ordinary people could match.
After a jar of wine was down his throat, he immediately knew it was no good, but he held on hard and refused to fall over. He was waiting for the old man to fall over. But after waiting and waiting, Wang Shu's balls were crushed. 5 minutes passed, and the old man had no intention of drinking at all, just coldly watching Wang Shu.
Damn you, old man, you dared to trick me.
Wang Shu pointed at the old man with his hand, unable to hold on any longer. His body slowly leaned forward, and he fell over onto the table.
You brat, you are far from being a match for me.
After Wang Shu fell, the old man looked at Wang Shu contemptuously as he lay on the table and cursed. He then turned to the old woman next to him and said, "Put the wine back, I'll drink it slowly." If Wang Shu had been awake, he would have probably cursed the old man's ancestors.
After the old woman left, the old man glared at Long Yi and the others and said, "What are you waiting for if you're not leaving?"
Long Lei gave a snort. "Dad, he's still a kid, so you can't behave like that."
The 4 siblings almost wet themselves, it was so terrifying.
When Wang Shu called the old man an old fart and then shouted at him again, the 4 of them almost stood up and ran. It's almost 100 years, who dares to speak to an old man like that? Flaying and convulsing is the least that will happen. Long Lei was really worried for Wang Shu. The old man sneered, "I want to kill him, there's no need to waste time, you guys hurry up and get out of here."
Dad, we haven't eaten yet. A few people refused to leave.
The old man glared with his big eyes and roared, "Eat shit and rice, get the hell out of here."
The 4 people shivered and walked away listlessly.
Before long, the old woman who had served the wine came in again, stood next to the old man, and said cautiously, "Master, is it the same rule as in previous years?" The old man nodded, and the old woman, who looked to be about 80 years old, said, "Master, in the past, you just let him go.
Why dwell on it?
You also know that he has already gone for more than 20 years. It is impossible for him to reappear." The old woman said, walked up to Wang Shu, unbuttoned his coat and took it off.
"What is this?"
the old woman exclaimed, staring at Wang Shu's back. The old man was right behind her and of course saw it too. He stumbled, took 7 or 8 steps back and almost sat down on the ground.
"No way, this is impossible."
The old man's body trembled a little, his lips followed suit, and he couldn't even speak fluently. In order not to fall over, he walked a few steps at an angle and leaned on a table.
After a long time, the old woman said, "Master, could this be a coincidence?"
The old man seemed to have suddenly aged by tens of years, his straight back bent, and he shook his head with difficulty. "No way, go downstairs, leave me alone for a while."
"Okay."
After the old woman left, the old man gave a soft slap on the palm of his hand, and a middle-aged scholar appeared in the room. The old man said, "Check his identity." The middle-aged scholar said, "I've already checked, there's no trace of him. We suspect that he is related to the Great Law of the Heavens."
"The Great Law of the Heavens?"
The old man frowned. The middle-aged scholar said, "Great Luo Tian was born 10 years ago and has risen rapidly. In just 10 years, it has formed a situation of tripartite competition with the realm of the gods and the interstellar alliance.
Its position distribution map is similar to our Eastern Heavenly Court.
His subordinates are countless, and according to our intelligence, the lowest level assassins are the 8 immortals, the senior assassins are the 12 flower fairies, and the peerless assassins are the 4 heavenly kings. There are also some old-fashioned people, such as Taishan Laojun, Wuji Xinwang, and Tai Bai Jingxing, whose cultivation is not inferior to that of our 2 masters. Including some peerless talents, I heard that there is a master called Lu Ban, who is not only good at various types of construction, but also familiar with the legendary formations.
There is a reincarnated Hua Tua, who can bring the dead back to life.
There is a military advisor who wears a mask all day long, so you can't see his face, but he can plan strategies that will win battles from thousands of miles away. This is just the surface. Inside the mysterious Great Luo Tian, there may be more unknown secrets, such as those related to cruise missiles and the use of modern black technology.
In addition, they are also very knowledgeable about agricultural development. The Great Luo Tian is both the name of a group in the Western Dark World and the nickname of its leader.
His origin cannot be verified, and no information about him exists.
How old he is, we don't know. What school he graduated from, we don't know. His family situation, we don't know.
But he is cold-blooded and loves killing, and is well known in the Western Dark World. Once, one of his subordinates was captured by the Kingdom of the Gods and refused to reveal the secrets of the Great Luo Tian until he died. In order to avenge this ordinary subordinate, Daluo Tian single-handedly invaded the realm of the gods, slaughtering 122 generals of the realm of the gods, with nearly 100 members. In the end, he forced the king of the gods, Zeus, to intervene, casting a net from heaven and earth, but he was still unable to capture him. In the end, Daluotion escaped unharmed.
Chapter 26. Everyone has their own agenda.
The middle-aged scholar continued, that battle made Daluotion rise like the sun in the western regions, creating a formidable reputation. At the same time, Daluotion's death cultists' recognition of Daluotion had reached the point of worship.
2 years ago, Daluotion's influence began to infiltrate the Dragon Kingdom, but they were all idle personnel. Just 2 months ago, Daluotion acquired 2 pharmaceutical companies in the country. By the way, 2 days ago, the land in Beluo City was sold, and it was Daluotion who won it at the sky-high price of 28 billion. Although we suspect that he is Daluotion, after several deductions and identifications, the events that occurred cannot be completely matched to him. The old man nodded, and then asked, "Where are the 2 old guys?" The middle-aged scholar answered honestly, "In the east courtyard." "Take me there."
Next, the middle-aged scribe led the old man into a secret passage in the main living room, and when they reappeared, they were in a small courtyard.
The 2 men walked into the room and saw 2 old men.
One was a monk wearing a tattered monk's robe, and the other was a Taoist priest wearing a tattered Taoist robe.
The old man came in and asked, "What do you think?" The monk replied, "Very strong. If the 2 of us fight him one-on-one, we have almost no chance of winning. If we fight as a team, we can defeat him within 100 moves. However, in addition to the blood wolf bloodline, there is another very strange power flowing through this person's body. It has not yet erupted, but once it does, even if the 3 of us join forces, we will be killed in an instant." After the monk finished speaking, he hesitated and said, "Should we give him the Tai Xian Jing? Once we give it to him, no one in the world will be able to subdue him." The old man shook his head and said, "The Tai Xian Jing is temporarily sealed. Give him the Black Dragon Order." "Good." The monk nodded.
The Taoist priest next to the monk walked over and took out a strange black token about the size of a palm from his sleeve. On the front was a black dragon, and on the back were 3 characters, Black Dragon Order. The old man told the middle-aged scribe to take the token and said, "Give it to him and let Long Yi take him away."
"Yes." The middle-aged scholar took the token and walked out of the courtyard before entering it again.
Long Yi and the others were wandering around the courtyard, each of them like ants on a hot pan, anxiously rubbing their hands together.
Just then, the middle-aged scholar arrived, and Long Lei hurried over. "Brother Xuang, what's the situation?"
The middle-aged scholar said, "Don't worry, it's fine, it's just a routine inspection."
"Wait here for a moment, I'll go get him out,"
he said, leaving the Long siblings outside, and went into the house himself. First, he took a pill out of his pocket and made Wang Shu take it, and the blood wolf on Wang Shu's back quickly disappeared.
Only then did he shout, "Come in." After the Long siblings had entered, he said, "This is the Black Dragon Order from Uncle Long. You can give it to him when he wakes up. You can go now." "What? Dad gave him the Black Dragon Order?"
The siblings' eyes nearly fell to the ground, and they dared not ask more. They took the Black Dragon Order, found a servant, and walked out of the courtyard carrying Wang Shu.
Coincidentally, as soon as the few people had just left the house, Long Lei and Long Yi's phones rang at the same time. The 2 of them answered the phone and then said to Long Hua and Long Chuan, "We have something to do, so we'll leave this kid to you. When he wakes up, find someone to take him to Beihuang City." The 2 men finished speaking and left. Long Chuan bowed, "Brother, I also have something urgent here, so I'll trouble you." He also left. The boss, Long Hua, shook his head speechlessly, took the Black Dragon Order, and told his subordinate to help Wang Shu get into his car. On the other side, Long Lei and Long Yi really had something to do, but after the 2 got into the car, they spoke on the phone first. Long Lei said, "Third brother, what's going on? Why did the old man give him the Black Dragon Order?" Long Yi said depressedly, "I don't know what's going on either, sister. Could this kid really be related to us?" Long Lei said, "No way. Although the ages match, it's absolutely impossible. I saw with my own eyes that he was already dead." Long Yi said, "Sister, don't worry. Let's think this through. Do you think it could be something like this? When the 5th brother died, our sister-in-law was pregnant with twins. One died and one lived. No way. That woman and I went to the hospital to check it out ourselves, and the doctor told me clearly that it was a single birth. Is there another possibility? Could the child have been switched by someone?" Long Lei replied, "That's impossible too. I was there, and I also had a paternity test done on the child to make sure that it was the 5th child who died. My poor Ewer. Long Lei could not hold back her tears as she reminisced about the past.
Long Yi said, "Forget it, how many years have passed and you still can't let go?" Long Lei choked back her tears and said, "No, I will never forget him." If the old man had even the slightest bit of compassion, we wouldn't be in this situation today. My poor Ewer, we have wronged him. I will never forgive myself for letting him go just after he was born.
Sister, you did your best.
You threatened the old man with death over the matter of your fifth brother.
If we hadn't arrived in time, I'm afraid you would have been finished too. Forget it.
More than 20 years have passed.
Why dwell on it?
All in all, that woman was ruthless enough to do such a thing to a child less than a month old.
You can't blame her entirely.
It was our Long family that let her down.
I can understand her. If it were me, I might have done even more.
Long Yi said, "That's why, sister, forget it, let bygones be bygones, don't dwell on it." No, never, every time I close my eyes, I can see that cute little face. 20 years have passed, and it's as if he's still alive in front of me, looking at me with big eyes every day. I can almost hear him calling out to me, "Auntie, Auntie."
How could I forget? He hasn't even called me Auntie yet.
Perhaps she was too excited. After finishing what she had to say, Long Lei hung up the phone with a click.
Sigh.
Long Yi sighed, "I don't know if you can forget, but I know that the appearance of the Black Dragon Order means that the rivers and lakes, which have been peaceful for decades, are about to be thrown into chaos again."
Long Yi and Long Lei really had something going on.
Long Chuan didn't have anything going on, but he felt awkward being with Wang Shu, so he made an excuse to leave. After getting in the car, he immediately called his third son, Long Fei, "Little brat, you must never mess with that Wang Shu again." On the other end of the phone, Long Fei was covering his head as someone changed his bandages.
He looked sad and said, "Dad, he beat me up like this and you're just going to let it go? When has our Long family ever been so useless?"
Long Chuan sneered, "If you're not afraid of dying, go provoke him, but don't get your eldest and second eldest brothers involved, or I'll skin you alive. Also, let me tell you something, the old man gave him the Black Dragon Order."
Chapter 27, The Meticulous Zhang. Long Chuan said coldly, "The old man gave him the Black Dragon Order." What? Long Fei was dumbfounded. "Dad, how could the old man give the Black Dragon Order to an outsider?" "Idiot, what did you just say?"
"Dad, I just blurted it out.
I said, how could Grandpa give the Black Dragon Order to an outsider?" Sigh.
Long Chuan let out a long sigh. "This is a long story, but I advise you not to provoke that killer again. He has the power of life and death now, and you won't even know how you died."
Long Chuan hung up the phone.
On the other end, Long Fei was completely dumbfounded.
In a black BMW. Wang Shu was lying in the back seat, sound asleep.
On the passenger seat, Long Hua was squinting his eyes, thinking about something. The driver, Lao Zhang, was driving the car.
Suddenly, Long Hua's phone rang. After a few simple words, Long Hua hung up the phone and squinted his eyes and said, "Lao Zhang, what's our current location?" Lao Zhang said, "Chief, we're almost at Xialia's Wang Villa." "Oh. Xialia's Wang Villa, so we're almost at Aoshue's house?"
"Yes, Chief."
Long Hua asked, "How's Aoshue been recently?"
Lao Zhang, the driver, shook his head, the same as always, cold as ice all day long. But he hasn't been home the past 2 days, he's in Bingzhou. He called yesterday and said he's been caught up in mundane matters and won't be back for the next 2 days. He asked me to take care of things at home. Long Hua opened his eyes, drive to Aoshue's place and drop the kid off there first. Then strip him naked, wash him, and leave him a note in the Black Dragon Order.
The drunken 80 mortals has a stronger after effect, so I guess the kid won't wake up until tomorrow afternoon.
When he does, tell him to take the Black Dragon Order and get lost.
5 minutes later, the black BMW arrived at a villa. Shaolu Zhuanyuan is not owned by an individual.
It is actually a small residential area with independent small villas, 3 stories high, and gorgeous decorations.
Lao Zhang parked the car in front of one of the villas and looked back at Long Hua.
Long Hua said, "You carry him in, I'll drive."
"Yes, sir."
Lao Zhang opened the car door, put Wang Shu on his shoulders in the back seat, opened the courtyard gate and entered the villa. The villa was elegantly decorated but also very simple. Long Aoshue lived alone and was often away from home, so although the first and third floors had been decorated, no furniture had been arranged. The second floor had everything, including a refrigerator, a color TV, and an expensive ivory bed in the bedroom, as well as a snow-white wardrobe.
Lao Zhang threw Wang Shu on the ground and looked at him disdainfully.
Wang Shu had fallen over the table when he was drunk, and his clothes were covered in stains. As Long Hua had instructed, Lao Zhang took out a piece of paper and a pen and wrote a note to the effect that the clothes were on the balcony, and that after he woke up, he should take the Black Dragon order and leave immediately. Then he placed the note on the bedside table and pressed it down with the Black Dragon order. He muttered to himself, "The chief told me to wash your clothes, so I'll wash your clothes, kid, otherwise they're so dirty, lying on the lady's bed, if she finds out, I'll be in trouble." This Xiang is meticulous in his work. He muttered to himself, leaned over, stripped Wang Shu naked, even taking off his underwear, before throwing him on the ivory bed and covering him with a summer quilt.
He turned on the air conditioning and took Wang Shu's clothes into the bathroom. In the bathroom there is a fully automatic washing machine. Lao Zhang threw Wang Shu's clothes in the washing machine, let the water run, and started the button to start washing Wang Shu's clothes. Unexpectedly, as soon as the washing machine started, Long Hua called, "Lao Zhang, I forgot, I just drank, I can't drive, you come out now." "Okay, chief." Lao Zhang looked at the washing machine. It was fully automatic, so he didn't need to worry about it. It would automatically stop running after the clothes were dry, even if they weren't quite dry. After thinking about it, he decided that the chief's order was more important, so he started the car and drove off. Long Hua had underestimated Wang Shu's physical fitness. He thought that drunken 8 immortals had a strong aftereffect, and that once drunk, one could not wake up without sleeping for 2 or 3 days, let alone after drinking a jar of it. However, he did not know Wang Shu's capabilities. Wang Shu's resistance to alcohol was extraordinary. Before 6 o'clock the next morning, Wang Shu woke up. When he opened his eyes, he was a little confused. Where was he? It smelled so good. The room was chic and elegant, and he was lying on an expensive ivory bed. He looked back and saw his phone next to him, so he picked it up and called Long Yi. "Hey, kid, you woke up? I didn't realize you could drink so much." Wang Shu said, "Uncle Long, how did I do?" Long Yi said, "What's the matter?" Wang Shu's face turned black. "Uncle Long, I risked my life for you, and I was drunk yesterday, you can't go back on your word. What about the approval document?" From the other end came Long Yi's laughter and scolding. "You little brat, you got the Black Dragon order, what more do you need, a bicycle? With that, you don't need a damn approval document." Black Dragon order? Wang Shu rubbed his head. On the other end of the line, Long Yi was explaining, "With the Black Dragon order, you can do anything you want, even kill people. Forget about ordinary business, you can even sell airplanes and cannons without anyone caring. Kid, don't get too comfortable, I have some things to do here, so I'll hang up first." "Oh yeah, when you have time, go with me to the stone factory and find some nice stones." Click. The phone hung up. "Damn it, what's this Black Dragon order?" Wang Shu half sat up, looked around, found a black plaque on the bedside table, and then found a note. "The clothes are washed, on the balcony, wake up and take the Black Dragon order and leave immediately." This is the Black Dragon order? Wang Shu looked at the Black Dragon order over and over. There was nothing special about it, but since Long Yi said it was useful, it must be. Wang Shu casually placed the Black Dragon order with his phone, ready to pick it up when he was ready to go, and immediately sat up from the bed. Standing up, he realized that he was completely naked. Damn it! Who took off my clothes? Wang Shu covered his crotch with his hand and quickly got up to look for his clothes. As soon as he got up, his phone rang. When he opened it, he heard Mo Shangwan's anxious voice. "Xiao Shu, why didn't you answer the phone? You almost made us panic to death." Wang Shu looked at the phone and saw that there were more than 30 missed calls, including those from Mo Shangwan, Gu Sini, and Luo Xiao, as well as a few unfamiliar numbers. He quickly said, "Sister, I drank too much and didn't hear it." "Don't worry, it's fine, I'll be back soon." Mo Shangwan said, "It's fine, you don't need to come back, I'll let them know you're safe, and you can take a plane and fly to the demon capital immediately." Wang Shu was stunned. What's the point of flying to the demon capital? Didn't you just go the day before yesterday? Nonsense, today is our class reunion, you must go. Big sister, what do I care about your class reunion? Kid, don't play dumb with me, didn't you and Ouyang say that you would go today? Chapter 28 Beauty, this is a misunderstanding. Mo Shangwan left Wang Shu stunned. When did I say that? Never mind if you said it or not, you must go today. Okay. Wang Shu hung up the phone depressed. But first, he had to get dressed, he couldn't go naked. Wang Shu got up and went to the wardrobe. He opened it and was dumbfounded. It was full of women's clothes, mostly white, all kinds of evening dresses, suits, dresses, and some little clothes, all in surprising sizes. He was an old man, but he still had a taste for women's clothes. Would Long Yi collect this kind of thing? Wang Shu closed the wardrobe with disgust. He didn't know that this had nothing to do with Long Yi. Oh yeah, the note said my clothes were on the balcony. Not finding any clothes in the closet, Wang Shu hurried to the balcony and was dumbfounded. There was a pile of clothes drying on the balcony, but they were all women's clothing, and there was no sign of his cheap sportswear. Damn it, this Long Yi is really unreliable. It's not his lover's home, is it? Wang Shu muttered an expletive and turned back towards the bathroom, a little desperate to pee in the morning. Without looking carefully, he pushed open the bathroom door and walked in. He was in a daze and had just finished peeing when he suddenly heard some noise from inside. There were two bathrooms, one with a toilet and sink, and the other with a shower. Someone's in there? Wang Shu casually pushed open the door to the shower room. Oops. Wang Shu's eyes suddenly lit up. Holy shit. Is this a perk? Long Yi is a good guy. There was a beautiful woman standing in the bathroom. It looked like she had just finished taking a shower. Like Wang Shu, she was clean from head to toe. She was holding a mirror in her left hand and a comb in her right hand as she combed her hair. She was so beautiful. Her smooth skin looked as if she had just come out of the bath, and there were still water droplets hanging from her snow-white, shiny shoulders. She was humming a little tune. She was facing Wang Shu sideways, but her willow-like figure and astonishing curves immediately struck Wang Shu. As a veteran sniper, Wang Shu was very familiar with the human body. Because sniping involves many factors, the bullet's landing point is also very important. To kill with one shot, the first target is the center of the brow, and then the center of the chest. The position of the eyebrows is too small, and the opponent is easy to hide. Although the front heart is the second option, the chance of being shot is high. However, this involves several indices. Men are easy to hit, with a flat chest. Women need skills, because the degree of bulge in their chests is different, which affects the weapon you choose. With the same weapon, the higher the bulge in a woman's chest, the greater the chance of survival. Especially women who often work out, the resistance to bullets is increased, and they are extremely resilient, with their own built-in protection. Wang Shu often studies this, so he knows the body measurements of beautiful women. At a glance, he can tell that this girl's figure definitely has the most perfect golden ratio in the world. Hey! Hello? Good morning. Wang Shu thought this was the breakfast Long Yi had prepared for him, so he rested his left arm on the doorframe, leaned his body at an angle, raised his right hand, and casually greeted the beauty. Yeah. Long Shu's spirit almost flew, the mirror in her hand cracked and fell to the ground, and with a grab of her right hand, the bath towel on the wall next to her appeared on her body like magic. Her feet flashed as she punched with her left hand. Clang! On Long Shu's left hand, there was a strange leather bag on her snow-white wrist. As the sound of clashing metal echoed, a sword popped out of the bag and flew straight at Wang Shu's heart, with a cold shout from her mouth. Rogue, how did you get into my house? Hey! Even Wang Shu knew something was wrong. It was too late to say anything. The sword's light was like a star, flying towards him. With the doorframe on either side, Wang Shu couldn't dodge in time and his body leaned backward straight. Let's just say, Wang Shu, this move of yours is really cool. Wang Shu was so clean, and his body suddenly leaned back. This kind of appearance is also unprecedented, and you know what it means when you think about the vastness of the world and you are alone and saddened, and you shed tears. But it really worked. Long Shu's sword missed, and the tip of the sword flew past Wang Shu's belly. Looking at Wang Shu's indecent appearance, she spat out a curse. The long sword in her hand slid downwards, heading straight for Wang Shu's vital points. Holy shit! Wang Shu's body fell straight down, forming a 90-degree angle with his legs. As the sword light sank, Wang Shu's legs tilted, and then his heels slammed into the ground. With a whoosh, his body floated backward like a fallen leaf. Rogue, today it's either you or me. Long Shu's two sword strikes missed, and she was also taken aback, but the anger in her heart had already reached the top of her head, and her expression became even more cold. Holding her sword, she chased out of the bathroom with her bare feet. Fuck, this is a complete misunderstanding. Who the hell has set me up again? Wang Shu wanted to cry but had no tears. At this point, he had already figured it out. This is a setup, this beauty is no vegetable, she is a knife, she wants your life. But Wang Shu never dreamed that this was indeed a pit, and a magical one at that.
Some say that in this world, every bloom of life begins with a heartbeat, every flower of love begins with a meeting, and every pit begins with countless coincidences. The magic of Wang Shu's pit was pieced together from countless coincidences. At the dinner table, Long Yin did trick him, but Long Yin didn't mean anything by it, and asked Long Yi to send him away. Who knew that Long Yi had a sudden emergency and left? Long Yi and Long Lei left without incident, and Long Hua was able to send Wang Shu back. Unexpectedly, Long Hua also had a sudden emergency and left, which sent Wang Shu to Long Aoshue's place. This was fine, but what Long Hua didn't expect was that Long Aoshue said she would be back in a few days, but she suddenly returned. It was fine that she returned, but Long Aoshue was in a hurry to go out, so after she returned, she didn't check her room and rushed directly into the bathroom. So many coincidences have finally created such a huge pit for Wang Shu, a pit that will last forever and be so crazy that it will drive anyone insane. How could Wang Shu possibly have imagined all this? Not to mention him, even if Zhuge Wu was reborn, there would be nothing he could do. Stop walking. Long Aoshue's eyebrows stood on end, and she chased after him with her sword in her hand. Wang Shu was so flustered that he panicked and took the wrong path, returning to Long Aoshue's bedroom. He reached out and grabbed the pillow, shoving it in front of his vital area, and grabbed the Black Dragon Order in his right hand. He finally managed to cover his vital area. With the pillow in his crotch, Wang Shu immediately felt emboldened, and shouted at Long Aoshue, "Beauty, this is a misunderstanding, a huge misunderstanding." He wanted to sound more righteous, but there was really no reason for him to be. Not only had he slept in someone else's bed all night, but he had also looked all over the person, from top to bottom. It was really not acceptable.
A misunderstanding? A misunderstanding, my ass. Long Aoshue was ready to die. That was his pillow, and it had been sandwiched there by this rascal? A misunderstanding?
Chapter 29, No Change, Keep the Change. Long Aoshue was so angry that her teeth were grinding. "You wanna die? Let go of my pillow."
Ha! Wang Shu looked down and suddenly felt that something was wrong.
It was only natural that he was anxious to let go of someone else's fragrant pillow that he had been holding in his crotch.
I'll let go.
Wang Shu snapped and threw the pillow on the ground.
Let's play together.
As the pillow hit the ground, a chilly feeling came over him, and the jingling of things followed. Wang Shu grabbed it, and then grabbed the pillow back.
Rogue, shameless, scum, I'm going to kill you. Long Aoshue's nose was so angry that it was crooked.
The sword turned into a cold light and headed straight for Wang Shu's eyebrows. Wang Shu had no way to avoid it. With the pillow in his crotch, he couldn't move his legs. In a state of shock and anger, he raised the Black Dragon Order in his right hand and met it.
Ding!
The Black Dragon Order was made of an unusual material, and was precisely hit by the sword, but it was not damaged in the slightest, setting off dazzling sparks. The sword stabbed into the Black Dragon Order and was repelled by the immense force, almost flying out of Long Aoshue's hand.
Long Aoshue stumbled and took a step back.
She widened her beautiful eyes and looked at Wang Shu in surprise. One was the power that Wang Shu casually waved out, and the other was the dark object in Wang Shu's hand.
What is that in your hand? Long Aoshue asked.
Wang Shu rubbed his nose and smiled bitterly. It seems to be called the Black Dragon Order.
Long Aoshue asked again, where did it come from?
Wang Shu said, I'm not sure. I was drunk after a drinking contest with the old guy, and when I woke up, I found it in my hands. But I just called and asked Long Yi, and it seems that the old guy gave it to me.
Long Aoshue said coldly, didn't the old guy say anything else when he gave it to you?
Wang Shu shook his head, no. Long Aoshue pointed at Wang Shu with his sword, give it to me.
Wang Shu sneered, no. Don't push it too far. It's not that I can't beat you, but if you push me too hard, I'll destroy you.
Long Aoshue put away her sword, calmed down a bit, and said, I don't want your Black Dragon Order.
Just bring it over so I can take a look and see if it's real.
I'll give it back to you right after, and I won't hold it against you for sleeping in my bed.
Really? Really? Good.
Wang Shu handed the Black Dragon Order in his hand to Long Aoshue, who took it in her hand and looked at it over and over again. Finally, she returned it to Wang Shu and said with a cold face, how did you get into my room?
Wang Shu said depressedly, I don't know.
I woke up here, and I don't know which bastard brought me here. By the way, there was also a note. Turning around, he took the note.
Long Aoshue took the note and looked at it, and black lines appeared on her forehead.
It was Zhang's handwriting, and she quickly guessed that it should be her adoptive father Long Hua who had sent her here.
Long Aoshue was so upset.
It seems that this is indeed a misunderstanding, but the misunderstanding is insane. This guy has seen her white body to his heart's content. How can she face people in the future?
You, go put your clothes on.
Finally, Long Aoshue pointed at Wang Shu, who had a sad face. I lost my clothes, otherwise why would I be covering myself with a pillow?
Long Aoshue was almost amused, and said with a dark face, go check the washing machine, it should be in there.
Okay.
Wang Shu covered the pillow and walked silently towards the bathroom.
Behind him, Long Aoshue sneered, better keep your eyes to yourself and don't look around, or you'll be in trouble. There were still the little clothes that Long Aoshue had taken off in the bathroom. Long Aoshue had already mentally filled in the picture of Wang Shu seeing those little clothes, and even imagined that the kid would pick them up and sniff them.
However, Wang Shu, who had clairvoyant eyes, was obviously not so boring.
After finding the clothes in the washing machine, he immediately put them on, wet or not, put the Black Dragon order in his pocket, hugged the pillow and returned to the bedroom. At this time, Long Aoshue had already changed into a new outfit. It was a snow-white, tight-fitting cheongsam. The silky, lubricious cheongsam clung to her body, bringing out her enchanting figure to a breathtaking degree. She was wearing a pair of snow-white sky-high stiletto heels. Although he had seen iceberg beauties before, this was the first time Wang Shu had seen one this extreme. Although Long Aoshue said she forgave Wang Shu, she still had a bad expression and did not hesitate to give the order to expel the guest. You can go now.
Fine, but where to go?
Wang Shu asked with a blush on his face. Do you have a car to take me to the airport? Long Aoshue shook her head in contempt. No, but I have a phone number for a taxi here, you can call.
That's fine. Wang Shu said, okay. A few minutes later, Wang Shu began to wait patiently for a taxi.
At the same time, Long Aoshue made a phone call, and half an hour later, Lao Zhang and a middle-aged taxi driver with fair skin arrived at the same time.
Lao Zhan looked at Wang Shu in surprise and asked, Kid, you woke up so quickly?
He knew how strong the drunken eight immortals was, and was very curious about how quickly Wang Shu sobered up.
Wang Shu gave him a blank look and replied indifferently. He really didn't remember Lao Zhang. If he knew that Lao Zhang was responsible for his predicament, he would probably chop Lao Zhang's head off like a melon. If it wasn't for Zhang throwing Wang Shu's clothes in the washing machine without taking them out, this joke wouldn't have been so big. However, Wang Shu doesn't reject this kind of joke, and he even looks forward to it, hoping it will happen again next time. Even now, when he thinks about the words he said standing in the bathroom doorway, he still feels very cool. Hello? However, when Long Aoshue walked casually over to the white BMW, Wang Shu rolled his eyes.
What's this? Long Aoshue obviously had a car, and it was a special car, but she told me she didn't have a car and asked me to find a taxi.
Isn't that a bit inhumane? Long Aoshue ignored Wang Shu completely, got into the BMW, and drove off. C'est la vie.
Wang Shu angrily stuck out his little finger at Long Aoshue's back, then got into the taxi and gave the driver a sign to drive. After nearly an hour, the taxi arrived at the Imperial Capital Airport, and Wang Shu magically pulled a card out of his pocket. If Lao Zhang saw this, he would definitely be shocked. Last night, when he undressed Wang Shu, Lao Zhang saw that Wang Shu didn't have even a matchstick on him, apart from his mobile phone. And when Lao Zhang threw Wang Shu's clothes into the washing machine, he checked his pockets, and they were cleaner than a baby's bottom.
How could there suddenly be an extra card at this time? Unfortunately, Lao Zhan wasn't here. The driver looked at the meter. Young man, we've arrived at the airport. You need to pay 68 yuan. Oh. Wang Shu scanned WeChat on the car. Ding. 100 yuan was credited to WeChat. The driver was puzzled. Young man, it's 68 yuan. You scanned too much.
Wang Shu said nonchalantly, sorry, I don't have any change, so you don't need to give it back.
He then opened the car door and got out. The driver was about to give Wang Shu a kick in the butt. What the hell are you looking for? WeChat doesn't use change. Chapter 30, My buddy's lustful heart makes it hard to sleep alone. The driver wanted to stop Wang Shu, but when he opened the car door, he found that the person had already gone far away. He sighed with emotion, muttered, young people, you're so reckless. And went on to take the next order with a bitter smile. After walking for a while, Wang Shu used his mobile phone to dial the extremely long phone number. Hey, military advisor, book me a ticket from the Imperial Capital to the Devil Capital. Don't ask about the price, just ask about the speed. Before Wang Shu could hang up, a mechanical voice came from the other end. Boss, it's done. You can board the plane now. Wang Shu hung up the phone, strode into the waiting room, and then looked ahead with a face full of frustration, clenching his fists. Guess who he saw?
Wang Shu actually saw Long Aoxue.
This spoilt brat.
Wang Shu raised his fist in anger and waved it at Long Aoxue, who was about to board the plane. Damn, this bitch is also here at the airport, and she knows she's here, but she still has to take a taxi by herself.
This is too much.
I don't know if Long Aoxue saw Wang Shu's fist, but she didn't pay any attention to him. She heard the flight attendant's melodious song, "Dear passengers, the plane from the imperial capital to the demon capital will take off soon.
Please board immediately. Have a pleasant flight."
Then she boarded the plane with style.
Shit. Heading to the demon capital too?
Wang Shu muttered to the back of Long Aoshue's head, quickly approaching the boarding window. A young waitress came up next to him, smiling, "Handsome, here's your ticket, first class." Wang Shu looked at the young waitress in front of him, less than 20 years old, with a smart and capable look. This should be the spy that the military strategist had planted here. In other words, before Wang Shu arrived at the airport, the military strategist had already booked the ticket from the imperial capital to the demon capital. It wasn't specifically to serve Wang Shu, but the great Luo Tian had prepared in advance all the domestic and international air tickets and all the connecting flights in all regions at any time.
This was the handiwork of the great Luo Tian, which could achieve its goal immediately whenever it was needed. Wang Shu boarded the plane, whistling in his mouth, strutting to the first-class cabin, and then, no way? He looked at his seat and then at Long Aoxue, who was sitting properly next to it, and was completely flabbergasted. Of all the coincidences, this was just too much. The flights to the same city took off at the same time, and they even had the same first-class seats, right next to each other? Long Aoxue acted as if she hadn't seen Wang Shu, keeping her eyes straight ahead, her nose in her mouth, and her mouth shut. She even shifted her seat to the side, trying to put as much distance between them as possible. Damn it, sooner or later you'll sing the song of submission under my body. Wang Shu shrugged his shoulders, didn't immediately sit down, but got up and went into the bathroom, dialing the long phone number. "Military advisor, check for me if Huaxia has a Black Dragon order." A mechanical voice sounded on the other end of the line. "Boss, no need to check, Huaxia does have a Black Dragon order, a very miraculous one. Legend has it that the bearer of the order can mobilize all special veterans at will, and can do all kinds of business and command all forces in the underworld. There is only one such token, which appeared once 80 years ago and once more than 20 years ago. 80 years ago, it was in the hands of the handsome number 1 of Huaxia, and 20 years ago it was in the hands of the number 1 warrior god of Huaxia. However, with a mysterious incident 20 years ago, the Black Dragon Order withdrew from the underworld and there has been no news for more than 20 years. What? Boss, could it be that you have obtained the Black Dragon Order?
Wang Shu smiled. "You are indeed my military advisor, and you have hit the nail on the head." The mechanical voice from the other side fell silent for a moment before resuming. "Boss, although the Black Dragon Order has boundless power, it is a double-edged sword that hurts both the enemy and oneself." Wang Shu sneered. "Of course I know that. That old guy wants to use me as a gun, using the great Luo Tian to do his dirty work. I will never let my brothers make unnecessary sacrifices. However, if something really big happens, I will never let the 56 ethnic groups of China fall into dire straits again. For the greater good of China, I, Wang Shu, will do whatever it takes, even if it means sacrificing my own life."
Boss, your decision is the decision of the great law firm. On behalf of all the brothers in the great law firm, I vow to follow you to the death.
After Wang Shu had finished talking on the phone, he let out some steam and felt much better. He sauntered back to his seat.
Coincidentally, a flight attendant walked over. Wang Shu rolled his eyes. "I'm going to discuss Long Aoxue. Didn't you say I was a scoundrel? I'll show you one."
Wang Shu looked up, intending to annoy Long Aoxue and flirt with the flight attendant in front of her. However, when he looked up, he was suddenly shocked. She was so beautiful. This beauty was more beautiful than ordinary people, and that was because the proportions of her body were exaggerated. The inflated parts were high and bulging, and the slender parts did not have an ounce of excess fat. Her long, white thighs were comparable to Ouyang Yueran's, and the whole look was like those peerless beauties in the second dimension. Her figure is exaggerated to that extent, with a bust of 98, a waist of 68, and a hip measurement of 98. The ratio of her upper body to her lower body, with her belly button as the boundary, should be 5:8. What a figure, a devilish figure. Wang Shuchong waved at the beautiful woman. "Hey, beautiful, they say it takes 100 years to meet in the same boat and 1,000 years to sleep in the same bed.
It seems we have a deep connection. Sir, may I ask, what do you need?"
The beautiful flight attendant smiled at Wang Shu. Wang Shu said glibly, "Beauty, I can see that your eyebrows are dark and your eyes are dull.
This is a sign of great misfortune. I am well versed in yin and yang and understand the 8 trigrams. I can tell your fortune." The beauty's face instantly darkened. "Sir, this is a public place, please be kind." "Rogue, big rogue." Long Aoshui glared at Wang Shu fiercely. Wang Shu pretended not to see and wouldn't let go. "Hey, beautiful, if you really believe in me, I can tell the future 500 years in advance. We really have a deep connection, and I can't wait to see you in the future, in the same pot, stirring the soup together." The beauty immediately turned her face away. "Shut up, who's going to stir the soup with you in the same pot? I never want to see you again, never in my life, you're dead." She turned her head and walked away. Wang Shu followed her and wouldn't let her go. "Hey, beautiful, you are the wind, blowing gently past me you are the rain, silently falling on my heart you are the clouds, floating past so gracefully you are the fog, shrouding the words in the distance you are the kite, flying free, swaying on the other side of the sky. Do you know that at the end of this string, my friend's heart is yearning, unable to sleep on his lonely pillow?" He even followed her into the bathroom. When she went in, he sighed and said, "Hey, beautiful, life is short, don't let it pass you by. When a hero and a beauty meet, they will love each other until they are old. Beautiful, can you leave me your contact information?" 2 flight attendants came over. "Sir, the plane will be entering turbulence soon. Please sit in your seat and fasten your seatbelt." Chapter 31, He's My Boyfriend. Wang Shu was reluctant to leave, but 2 flight attendants came over and dragged him away. After a while, the beautiful woman came out of the bathroom with gritted teeth, waved her fists at Wang Shu's back, and said, "Little rascal, don't fall into my hands." As a result, the whole flight, this beautiful woman never appeared again. Shanghai. The midday sun had already crossed the meridian and started to shift westward, past 12 o'clock. In the Shanghai Jiuxia Hall, a spacious and luxurious hall, there were more than 10 tables and more than 80 guests. These people were not all Mo Shangwan's classmates. There were 60 of Mo Shangwan's classmates, and the extra guests were the classmates' family members, husbands, or fiancées, wives, or lovers. It was already 12:30, and the banquet had not yet started. These people were already hungry, and some of them started to complain. "Oh Yang, Sister Shangwan, it's about time we started, we can't just wait for Aoshue, we can't all go hungry, can we?" "Yes, oh Yang, Sister Shangwan, Aoshue is cold and distant, she's not one of us, let's just start without her, let's eat. Yes, she's such a beautiful girl, and she doesn't even have a man who likes her." Everyone chimed in. Mo Shangwan just shook her head. "Everyone, be kind, and wait a little longer. She'll be here soon. You know, in the class, Aoshue and I, Yang and I, have the best relationship, and we're not going to leave her behind. Oh Yang, come out for a second." Mo Shangwan finished speaking and tugged at Yang's corner of the shirt. The 2 of them went to the door, and Mo Shangwan asked, Yang, what's going on?" Yang was also confused. "How would I know? I was notified yesterday. She said she would be fine, so why hasn't she arrived yet? Also, where is my little handsome guy? Why hasn't he come either?" Mo Shangwan said, "He should be here soon. How about this, let's call them and urge them again." Yang quickly said, "Okay, I'll call Wang Shu, and you contact Long Aoshue." The 2 of them each took out their phones and started dialing the numbers. At Shanghai Airport, Wang Shu and Long Aoshue almost walked out side by side. As soon as they exited the airport, their phones rang at the same time. Wang Shu looked at the caller ID and opened it with one hand. "Hey, big legs, I'll be there soon." Yang on the other side snorted, "I'm telling you, if you're even a quarter of an hour late, your big legs will belong to someone else. Don't, I'll be there soon." Wang Shu sprinted off, heading straight for a taxi. Aoshue was doing the same thing, and Mo Shangwan's graceful voice came over the line. "Aoshue, why aren't you here yet?" Aoshue hurriedly replied, "Big sister, just a moment, something's come up, I've already gotten off the plane, I'll be there soon." She hung up the phone and sprinted straight ahead. "Hey, wait for me." The taxi she hailed was the same one Wang Shu had hailed. Wang Shu was already in the taxi, about to tell the driver to drive off, but ultimately gave up. "Wait for her." "Thank you, Modu Jiosha." Long Aoshue got into the car and blurted out. Wang Shu rolled her eyes. "Those 2 words coming out of your mouth? You're welcome." Long Aoshue sneered, "I said that to the driver." Wang Shu at #% #at. This woman is simply a nuisance. Along the way, neither Wang Shu nor Long Aoshue spoke. After they got off the taxi at the Modu Hotel, they were completely confused and said in unison, "You're here too?" Wang Shu was furious.
They were going to the same place, but this woman didn't even tell him, didn't buy him a ticket, and wouldn't even let him ride with her in the car. She had set him up. He was about to vent his anger on Long Aoshue when suddenly someone shouted from afar, "Wang Shu, Aoshue, how did you two end up together?" Mo Shangwan and Ouyang Yueran were waiting anxiously and came out to greet them, looking at the two of them curiously. Wang Shu looked black with anger.
How did you end up together? How the hell should I know? We just ended up together.
He looked at Long Aoshue, who had a face like ice and didn't say a word.
The atmosphere instantly became awkward. Ouyang blinked. Never mind, I'm too lazy to ask you, hurry up, everyone is impatient.
He took one person by the hand and quickly got into the elevator, and brought the two people out to the luxurious lobby. Everyone calm down, I'd like to formally introduce you.
Ouyang took the two people by the hand, and Mo Shangwan followed behind. The four of them came to the middle of the lobby, and Ouyang shouted, Long Aoshue doesn't need an introduction, now I'd like to formally introduce you to this handsome guy. He is mine, boyfriend. Boom!
The whole hall immediately exploded. Mo Shangwan, Ouyang, and Long Aoshue looked at each other, and their faces suddenly turned red.
Wang Shu stumbled and almost sat down. What's going on? And this melodramatic plot? Did the three of you agree to provoke me? Because the last sentence was said at the same time by Mo Shangwan, Ouyang, and Long Aoshue, he is my boyfriend. This news sent the entire hall into an instant frenzy. What's going on? Mo Shangwan has a boyfriend? I didn't hear anything about it. Oh my god, how can someone as cold as Long Aoshue get a boyfriend? What's going on with Ouyang? Didn't he say that a big shot was going to propose to her? Damn, the problem is that although this kid is kind of good looking, judging by his attire, he's a total loser, right?
Yeah, how could three beautiful women fall for such a loser, and still get the best of the situation?
Damn, this kid isn't a demon, is he? Don't be ridiculous, after the founding of the country, it's no longer allowed to become a demon.
The hall was in a mess, like a pot of kanji. Ouyang, Mo Shangwan, and Long Aoshue all wanted to find a crack in the ground and dive in.
The three of them looked at each other, embarrassed.
Wang Shu had a lot of brainpower, but he couldn't figure it out.
He understood what Mo Shangwan was saying, and he understood what Ouyang was saying, too.
He was just using himself as a shield.
But what did Nemo Long Aoshue mean? Was she apologizing for a mistake she had made in the past? He couldn't tell at all. Fortunately, he reacted quickly.
Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, he quickly tried to smooth things over. Everyone, just now was the first performance brought to you by the three beautiful ladies.
It was just a joke.
Now the class reunion is officially starting, everyone take your seats.
This sentence saved the three beauties, and everyone laughed, and the matter was over. Mo Shangwan sat down late, but reserved seats in advance.
However, everyone knew that Long Aoshue was coming, and the men couldn't stand Long Aoshue's cold temperament, so there were no men at this table. After Wang Shu and the three beauties sat down, there were 8 people at the table, and Wang Shu was the only man. Then Mo Shangwan and Ouyang sat next to each other. Ouyang pulled Wang Shu next to him, and Long Aoshue sat on the other side of Wang Shu.
Chapter 32, The Enemy of the Whole Class. Wang Shu was already hungry enough.
He got drunk at noon yesterday, didn't eat dinner or breakfast, and has been hungry until now. He first twisted off a chicken leg with his left hand and stuffed it in his mouth, then he took a sip of tea with his right hand, and took a deep breath, feeling so good. The 7 beautiful women at the table were dumbfounded.
How long had it been since this guy had eaten?
While eating, Wang Shu gave instructions. Come, I like crawfish. This student, please move your plate over here. He pointed at the plate in front of the girl across the table, and the girl, who was depressed to the point of death, cursed in her heart. She also liked crawfish and had deliberately moved it in front of her. When she heard Wang Shu shout, she pretended not to hear and sat still. Wang Shu reached out. Sorry, I'd better do it myself. The guy got up and unceremoniously moved the crawfish in front of him.
The table can be turned, can't it? If you're going to put it in front of you, just put it in front of you. What's the big deal?
Next, several girls watched as Wang Shu brought the crayfish to his own table, and then, without any hesitation, poured them all into his own personal plate.
Eat, 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 whoever eats, grab a handful.
Wang Shu picked up a crayfish with his chopsticks, threw it into his mouth, and then gulped it down with a few mouthfuls, without spitting out his head or his butt.
Oh my god.
Several beautiful women looked at Wang Shu like they were looking at a monster. Their expressions were wonderful and they had never seen such a way of eating before. At the same time, they also alerted the students at the neighboring table. This table was full of beautiful women, and those students kept looking over here, just in time to see Wang Shu's way of eating, and hear Wang Shu's words, whoever eats, whoever gets a few hands.
This is blatant harassment, and he's harassing a whole table of beautiful women.
These people just gave up at that moment, and Wang Shu instantly became the enemy of the whole class.
What a loser. What kind of person is this? It's obvious that he's never seen the world. Really, where did Xiangwan and Ouyang get such a person?
Look at the way he eats, as if he hasn't eaten in ages.
Damn, how can someone like that sit with the 3 prettiest girls in school? Brothers, fix him up, fix him up.
The other male students at the other tables exchanged glances with each other, and a young man stood up at the table next to Wang Shu. He was tall and had a big square face. He pointed at Wang Shu with his finger and said, "The student."
Wang Shu was concentrating hard on his food and didn't see him at all.
Mo Shangwan and Ouyang, who were sitting next to him, quickly nudged him with their elbows and said, "Someone's looking for you."
Oh? Wang Shu then looked up.
The tall student looked depressed. He had never seen anyone with such a thick skin.
Who is this person? He has never been to a banquet before.
That's right, judging from his attire, he has never had such a big meal. He pointed at Wang Shu with his finger and said, "Classmate, this is the first time we've met, right?"
Wang Shu nodded, "Yes."
The big square face said, "Let me introduce myself. My name is Zhang Biao, I'm the monitor of the 86th design class.
On behalf of our 86th design class, I'd like to toast you. Let's take this opportunity to get to know each other."
Wang Shu quickly said, "Great. My name is Wang Shu, the Wang and Wang next door, and the Shu and unskilled." He said this and lifted his teacup to drink it all in one go. "Sorry, I don't know how to drink."
He. Wang Shu's introduction made a dozen female classmates almost spit.
It was the first time they had seen someone introduce themselves like that, the Wang and Wang next door. "Who and you are next door?"
Zhang Biao's face turned black. "Wang Shu, I'm toasting with wine, not tea." Wang Shu apologized, "Brother, I really can't drink." "Wang Shu, this is Mutai, which costs thousands of dollars a bottle. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for you. Besides, how can a man not know how to drink?
If you don't drink this glass of wine today, you're not a man."
Fuck. Why is it linked to being a man? Wang Shu looked at Mo Shangwan.
He really didn't want to drink, and drinking with these people was boring.
Mo Shangwan could only smooth things over. "Zhang Biao, Wang Shu really can't drink."
Not to cover for Wang Shu, Mo Shangwan felt that it was a complete waste for Wang Shu to drink. When this kid was a few years old, he could drink a large jar of Immortal's Drunk, while at that time, the sisters, after drinking a small cup of Immortal's Drunk, were all dizzy. At that rate, Wang Shu's drinking capacity was at least 100 times that of the sisters. And since Wang Shu was only a few years old at the time, and 20 years have passed, there is no way to estimate how much alcohol the boy can drink. So she didn't want to let Wang Shu drink either, it would be a waste of food. But Zhang Biao refused to give up. "Mo Shangwan, you don't have to cover for him, since I have picked up this glass of wine, I can't possibly sit down with it in my hand."
"Mo Shangwan, otherwise, you can drink it for him, but brother Wang Shu, aren't you embarrassed to let a woman back you up?"
This is pushing him to the limit, but it really stabs at Wang Shu's weak spot, and Mo Shangwan is Wang Shu's Achilles heel. Zhang Biao pointed the spear at Mo Shangwan, and Wang Shu smiled coldly. "In that case, I'll drink with you." With that, he lifted the wine glass in front of him and gulped it down.
"Good boy, I knew you wouldn't be able to resist."
Zhang Biao looked at Wang Shu with contempt. His drinking capacity was 1.2 jin, which was considered above average among his drinking buddies. He also lifted his glass and drained it in one go. "Classmate Wang Shu, according to our Chinese rules, a toast is 3 drinks. I'll drink the second one for you, so I'll drink first as a sign of respect."
Zhang Biao tilted his head back and gulped it down. This is forcing a good woman into prostitution.
It is the most overbearing way to propose a toast at the table.
"I'll drink it, and if you have the face, don't drink it."
Wang Shu had no choice but to pick up the glass and drink.
"Come, after these 3 drinks, we can be considered acquainted."
Zhang Biao gulped down the third drink and then put down the glass and prepared to sit down. Before his butt hit the bench, Wang Shu spoke. "Brother, there is an old Chinese saying, it is impolite not to reciprocate. You have toasted me with 3 cups, and if I don't toast you with 3 cups, it would be rude.
Come on, let's have 3 more cups."
This.
Zhang Biao was taken aback.
His plan was very clear: he would start the first round, and then let the others take turns. After a few rounds, they would have gotten Wang Shu drunk. He didn't expect Wang Shu to come to him instead. His drinking capacity was 12 taels, which is 6 cups, and 3 more cups would be 12 taels. But the party had just begun. What should he do next? Zhang Biao waved his hand, intending to decline, but before he could speak, Wang Shu laughed. Zhang Biao, this is Mutai, which costs thousands of dollars a bottle and is hard to come by for 1,000 years.
As a man, how can you not know how to drink?
If you don't drink this glass of wine today, you're not a man. These words left Zhang Biao speechless.
Zhang Biao's face turned red. Who said I'm not drinking? Pour the wine.
Wang Shu laughed heartily. That's great, I like this kind of person, pour the wine. Next to him, Ouyang nudged Wang Shu's waist with his elbow. Kid, you're stubborn, you've already drunk 6 cups with him, how are you going to deal with the rest of the people?
Don't worry, just keep pouring. Chapter 33. Ouyang is jealous.
Wang Shu winked at Ouyang and took the opportunity to grab her hand. He squeezed it hard, and Ouyang, a beautiful woman, suddenly blushed and her heart pounded. She yanked her hand out of his grasp and scolded him, drink to death.
She poured a glass of wine for Wang Shu. Bang! The two of them once again drank 3 glasses in a row.
After 6 glasses in a row, Zhang Biao felt a bit drunk. He pretended to be steady, put the wine glass on the table, and planned to sit down. Before his butt touched the bench, he heard Wang Shu's laughter again. Brother, you have a good drinking capacity.
Don't sit down yet. You are older than me, so I should toast you 3 glasses.
Come on, I'm late, so these 3 glasses are here to apologize to you.
Gulong gulong gulong.
Wang Shu poured himself a drink as if it were cold water and downed the 3 glasses in no time.
Zhang Biao's face turned green.
He had just forced Wang Shu to drink 3 glasses, but he didn't expect Wang Shu to come looking for him so soon.
But he really couldn't drink anymore.
Zhang Biao hurriedly said, Brother, you have a great capacity.
The rest of the students.
The other students saw that things were not going well and quickly chimed in. Zhang Biao, that's enough, more or less enough.
Wang Shu, you already know each other, it's your turn next.
Yes, Wang Shu, Zhang Biao has already drunk a lot, he can't drink anymore. Before these people could finish speaking, Wang Shu interrupted them directly. Brother, are you looking down on me?
You drank my toast, but I don't drink yours, that's not right, is it? How about this, find a female classmate to drink for you. But if you let a woman back you up, aren't you going to feel embarrassed?
Wang Shu returned Zhang Biao's words exactly as they were, slapping him in the face. This immediately stunned Zhang Biao. In front of the whole class, especially the pretty female classmates, Zhang Biao's face was so thick that he couldn't get down from the stage. I'll drink.
He picked up the wine glass on the table and drank 3 glasses in a row.
His drinking capacity was 2 liang per jin, and after these 3 drinks, he was seriously overloaded. His body gave way and he slid directly under the table.
Ouyang glared fiercely at Wang Shu and quickly told the 2 waiters to carry Zhang Biao out. Everyone was dumbfounded.
With Zhang Biao sliding under the table, the entire class of the 86 design class, including the families of these students, were all dumbfounded. They had never seen anyone drink like that before. He had not even touched his food, but had already drunk 2 jin of wine. A moment ago, many people had been urging him on, wanting to get him drunk. Now, however, they had all fallen silent.
Wang Shu smiled sheepishly. He said, I'm sorry everyone, I've made you laugh. I didn't realize that Zhang Biao was such a poor drinker. I'm sorry.
To make amends, I will drink 3 cups of wine myself, and I will also toast you all with 3 cups.
Gulp, gulp. Wang Shu poured 3 glasses of wine, gulped them down, refilled the glasses and raised them again.
The whole hall fell silent.
The atmosphere was extremely awkward.
This is not drinking, this is pouring wine into your stomach.
3 jin of wine in your stomach, no breath, no change of expression, who would dare to drink?
Everyone was at a loss for words, dumbfounded, embarrassed, and at a loss for what to do.
Someone offered a toast, should they drink or not? If they drink, they won't be able to handle it. If they don't drink, they'll be rude. Zhang Biao, you little brat, you've really screwed everyone over.
Some female classmates started to scold him directly. Ouyang saw that things were not going well, and that the whole class was in an awkward situation, so he quickly tried to smooth things over. Wang Shu, don't be silly, none of our classmates can hold their drink, we're not drinking with you.
Mo Shangwan also helped, don't be like him, everyone. This kid's drunk. Come on, let's just have fun.
The two of them managed to find a way out for these people, and everyone let out a sigh of relief and bowed their heads to start eating.
Wang Shu wasn't done yet. What, you're not drinking?
Well, if that's the case, you're welcome to start eating.
Shut up, you brat.
Ouyang, who was sitting next to him, kicked Wang Shu's calf with her high heels, reached over and stuffed a chicken leg into his mouth. After the farce, they were really hungry.
Wang Shu once again opened his mouth wide and started eating.
Because of his special body, Wang Shu's appetite was also quite astonishing. In no time, the table was covered in dishes and cups, and he swept half of the table of dishes and kept shoving them into his mouth.
Ouyang and Mo Shangwan next to him stared at him, but Wang Shu pretended not to see. Mo Shangwan quickly changed the subject. Shu, I have some good news for you. Your third sister has been transferred from international to domestic flights.
She is flying from the imperial capital to the magic capital today, and she will probably be able to go back tomorrow since she has the day off.
Let's get together. Sister, I know. Is my third sister pretty?
Of course she is.
Among all of us sisters, she is the real woman. Really? Then I have to meet her tomorrow. The two of them chatted away. But there was Ouyang in the middle. Ouyang was caught between the two of them, and seeing how the two of them were chatting away happily, he felt completely ignored and was furious.
Wang Shu was in the middle of a conversation when he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his left thigh.
Ouyang asked with gritted teeth in his ear, "Why are you only here now?"
As soon as he finished speaking, another sharp pain shot through him, and Ouyang pursued, "Tell me the truth, how did you end up walking with Long Aoshue?"
Wang Shu blurted out, "We just happened to meet. We met on the plane, and we just happened to chat a little.
We found out that we were both going to the Magic City, so we just became companions."
You're lying to me, right? Long Aoshue is an iceberg. She would never chat with anyone on the plane. How dare you lie to me? I'll get you for this.
Ouyang grabbed Wang Shu's thigh and wouldn't let go.
I'll fix you if you don't let go. I'm not letting go. Tell me the truth, how did you two meet? Okay, I'll tell you if you let go. I have to pee, so wait for me. I'll tell you the truth when I come back. Hurry back, you have 5 minutes. Ouyang let go. That woman. She really has the nerve to do that. I'll show you. Wang Shu walked out of the hall with a dark face. He wasn't looking for the bathroom at all. He sauntered over to the kitchen, borrowed a carrot from the chef, rolled it in toilet paper, put it in his pocket, and returned to the scene harmlessly. As soon as he sat down, Ouyang began to press him, "Fess up. Tell me how you met. Confess and you'll get leniency, resist and you'll get a harsh punishment." Wang Shu rolled his eyes, "Beauty, are you jealous?" "Don't be jealous, I already have someone in my heart." "What do you care?" Ouyang's pretty face turned red. This emotion was very subtle. She had been in the world for so many years, and was known as a well-known socialite. Just as Mo Shangwan said, she was a rose with thorns. No man had ever taken advantage of her, and no man had ever caught her eye, but the moment she saw Wang Shu, she was lost. Especially when Wang Shu said, "These two thighs are really beautiful," Ouyang was lost. From that moment on, she felt a wonderful feeling in her heart, or rather, an expectation. Chapter 34, it turned out to be a big radish. From the moment Wang Shu tightly embraced Ouyang in the sea, Ouyang's strange sense of expectation reached its peak, and for the first time, she experienced the most primitive confusion and the most urgent need. I don't know if this is a psychological abnormality. After learning that she is about to marry someone she doesn't like, she desperately wants to devote herself to someone she loves. This caused her behavior to become a bit abnormal and she lost her reason. Wang Shu sensed that Ouyang's behavior was a bit unusual, but she couldn't say anything. If she told the story of how she and Long Aoshue met, she guessed that Long Aoshue would skin her alive. She could only grit her teeth and bear it. "If you don't tell me if you're jealous, I won't tell you how we met. If you don't tell me, I'll make you not tell me." Ouyang bit her silver teeth and, just like before, fiercely scratched Wang Shu's thigh. "You little girl, you think I'll let you grab?" Wang Shu grabbed Ouyang's hand and forced it onto the carrot. "Oh my god." Ouyang shuddered. It felt like she had grabbed something. Her soft, boneless palm felt like it was touching a hot iron. She tried to pull her hand back, but Wang Shu held her hand down and she couldn't pull it back. She was so embarrassed that she was at a loss for words, but she didn't dare to scream. She stamped her feet in anger, and with her other hand she squeezed and twisted. Wang Shu ignored her, smirking with glee. He let her grab him,
but he wasn't letting go. The two of them held on like this for 2 minutes before Wang Shu let go and went back to eating.
Little rascal.
Yang quickly withdrew her hand, her heart pounding as if it was going to jump out of her throat. She let out a sigh of relief when she saw that no one was paying attention to her.
But after a while, Yang felt that something was wrong.
This woman was very clever, otherwise how could she have remained a virgin after all these years of being in the world?
Something's not right.
She looked at Wang Shu next to her. The guy was eating with chopsticks in one hand and a teacup in the other, and he was enjoying his meal.
Something's not right. The more Yang thought about it, the more she realized that something was wrong. How could a man be so relaxed if he'd been caught red-handed? There was something fishy going on.
Yang, intentionally or not, swiped her chopsticks to the ground with her hand, then pretended to pick them up and bent down to take a look.
It's indeed not right, and the position I grabbed it is also not right, not the middle part. What is this thing? Yang used her small hand to feel into Wang Shu's trouser pocket. Damn it! Wang Shu, you son of a bitch! Yang's vision suddenly went dark.
The thing that almost scared her to death was actually a big red carrot.
You big scoundrel!
There's actually such a big scoundrel in the world.
Yang almost spat out a mouthful of blood. But she didn't make a sound.
At this moment, she was lying on the ground.
With a quick glance, she secretly reached out a hand from in front of Wang Shu to Long Aoshua's front, grabbed Long Aoshua's thigh hard with her small hand, and then quickly stood up. Between Long Aoshua and Yang, there was Wang Shu, so they couldn't see Yang's movements at all.
Suddenly, her thigh hurt, and she immediately thought the wrong thing. She thought it was Wang Shu molesting her, so she angrily lifted her sky-high heels and stomped hard on Wang Shu's instep.
Ouch! Wang Shu was the one who got hurt.
He was completely unprepared. The sharp, thin high heels almost made a dent in his instep, and the pain made Wang Shu grimace, drop the chopsticks in his hand, and give Long Aoshua's thigh a hard pinch.
Bastard, you dared to pinch me. Shit! Why did you step on me?
You flirted with me first.
You stepped on me first.
The two of them fell out on the spot and argued loudly. But in front of so many people, they dared not argue loudly, so they argued with their heads down. You pinched me once, I pinched you once, making it seem like they were having an affair. They didn't make a big scene, but there were 8 people at the table, and occasionally no one noticed when they were fighting.
It was strange that they didn't get caught, and the classmate to Long Aoshua's right looked at her strangely. Aoshua, what are you doing? Long Aoshua's expression froze for a moment, and she said casually, nothing, I was bitten by a dog, so I'm scratching an itch. You're the dog, and your whole family is a dog.
Wang Shu angrily reached out and grabbed Long Aoshua again. The man next to him spoke, attracting Mo Shangwan's attention.
He turned his head and just happened to see Wang Shu's inappropriate actions. Shu, what are you doing?
Wang Shu was shocked. Sister, my hand is a little itchy, I'm just stretching it.
Shu, come here and switch places with me. Mo Shangwan was speechless.
His own brother was really something, unable to see a pretty girl without pinching one. The farce came to an end, and Yang laughed until he fell over, and the whole hall entered a state of formal dinner.
Nothing more happened.
Unexpectedly, just as the dinner was about to end, the situation happened again. Everyone was full and had just gotten up to go to the karaoke room to have some fun, when suddenly a beautiful melody sounded. It came from outside the door, and then the lobby door opened, and in came 2 beautiful women, holding flowers and pushing a small cart with a big colorful cake on it.
Behind the cart were 2 rows of smartly dressed waiters, each holding a different instrument.
In the middle of the waiters was a young man in a tuxedo, with a proud look on his face, a confetti flower pinned to his chest, and his hands in a high five, walking into the lobby.
What had to come, came.
As the young man walked arrogantly into the hall, Yang's body, which was slowly standing up, instantly froze. This was the matter that the military advisor had told Wang Shu on the phone. Yang Yuan had been engaged to the Xiaohou family since she was young, but because she didn't like Xiaohou Yuan, she didn't admit it in her heart. She had a falling out with her family over this matter and eventually fled the family to start her own business. However, she was unable to resist the family's will, and just a few days ago, she received a family notice that she must marry Xiaohou Yuan, otherwise the family will do everything in their power to expel Yang Yuan from the Yang family. For some reason, Yang could only agree with tears in her eyes. This was also the reason for her suicidal thoughts the other day in the Devil's Sea. Don't worry, I said it before, your life, I will change it. Just as Yang Yuan's soul was about to scatter, a strong hand wrapped around her waist and helped her to stand up steadily, before they walked out together. Meanwhile, a commotion had already started in the hall.
These classmates had all heard about Ouyang's engagement.
Seeing Xia Hoyuan and the kind of faint domineering temperament that radiated from him, they were instantly overwhelmed with envy.
My God, is this the awe-inspiring power of the four great families of Huaxia? He's so strong. This must be Xia Hoyuan. He's so handsome.
I envy Ouyang, finding such a handsome and rich husband. Poor little white face, still thinking of the toad eating the swan's flesh.
Can he compare to the four great families? Chapter 35, Chapter 36. Do you love him?
Everyone was talking about it, without naming names, but their gazes were directed towards Wang Shu, and their contempt and schadenfreude were obvious.
There was no way Wang Shu could compare with Lord Xiaoho.
One was a poor loser who couldn't even afford a set of designer clothes, and the other was a wealthy scion of a noble family. One only had to use one's toes to figure out who Ouyang would choose.
It seems that it was really a joke just now.
I thought that the beautiful women were blind or bewitched by this loser.
Someone thought.
The band slowly entered the hall. Xia Hoyuan waved his hand, the music stopped, and the hall became quiet. Only the cart with the huge cake, pushed by the two beautiful women, slowly came to Ouyang. Xia Hoyuan's mouth corners rose slightly, and he smiled with grace. Ouyang, now is the time for you to keep your promise.
You said that on your birthday, you would agree to my marriage proposal, and I don't think you would refuse, right?
It seemed like a light breeze, but Xia Hoyuan's heart was burning. Looking at the fiery figure in front of him, he swallowed secretly.
How many years has it been?
Every time I think of this slender waist that is not even an inch around, every time I think of these full and plump peaks, and that plump, round and elastic bottom, as well as those long, white thighs.
Sigh. Xia Hotian even imagined the screams of the beauty as he gently grabbed her long, white thighs. Seeing that Ouyang did not say anything, Xia Hotian sneered, Ouyang, I'm asking you a question.
At this moment, Ouyang Yueran was lost in a daze. She admitted that she was in love with Wang Shu, but she never expected to be in front of him and throw herself into the arms of someone else she didn't like. There is nothing more cruel in the world, and she didn't want Wang Shu to get involved in the battle between the four families because of this. The four families in Huaxia are too powerful, no one dares to provoke them. In recent years, even the Long family has had to temporarily avoid their sharp edges, let alone a nouveau riche.
I promise.
Although Wang Shu had his arms around her waist, the pressure from the bottom of her soul made Ouyang have to make a promise against her will. She gently took Wang Shu's hands away and took a step forward.
Good. Good.
He who knows how to adapt to circumstances is a hero.
Ouyang, you haven't disappointed me.
Now kneel down and propose to me. For the sake of being from one of the four great families, I'll give you a chance. Finally, he had conquered the woman in front of him.
Xia Hoyuan's arrogant expression gradually became domineering and overbearing.
He said he had come to propose marriage, but the real result was that Ouyang would have to kneel on the ground and propose marriage to him. This was the irreversibility of the four great families.
Who else in the world is as great as me? Poor Mo Shangwan and their classmates.
They didn't even feel how unfair this was for Ouyang, but instead felt that it was an honor for Ouyang.
Ouyang, kneel down and propose to him. Ouyang, kneel down quickly, don't let this opportunity slip away. Ouyang, you are blessed to be able to marry into the Xiaoho family, one of the four great families.
Mo Shangwan was silent, she was the only one who knew the suffering in Ouyang's heart. But there was nothing she could do, the four great families were people she could not afford to offend. If she stood out, it would only bring devastating consequences to her sisters and the Rag King.
And there was Wang Shu.
Mo Shangwan didn't want to face such a difficult situation so soon after Wang Shu's return.
Between Ouyang Yueran and Wang Shu, she chose Wang Shu without hesitation. Ouyang Yueran also understood Mo Shangwan's difficulties and didn't blame her for not standing up.
She just looked back at her longtime best friend sadly, then slowly turned around and slowly knelt on the ground with her knees. Just then, a cold voice suddenly sounded, "Wait." With these two words, the temperature in the air suddenly dropped. Ouyang Yueran, who was about to kneel down, had tears welling up in her eyes. Her emotions at this time were very complex. She desperately wanted Wang Shu to stand up, because that would prove that she had not misjudged this man. But she didn't want Wang Shu to stand up, because if Wang Shu spoke, he would become Xia Hoyuan's target. In the end, Wang Shu really stood up. At that moment, Ouyang could no longer control her emotions and suddenly turned around and rushed into Wang Shu's arms. She leaned over Wang Shu's ear and whispered, "Dear, do you remember what I said last time? I will give you a gift next time we meet." Unfortunately, I broke my promise. I planned to give myself to you, but I won't have that chance anymore. But don't worry, in my life, Yang Yuan, will never let another man touch my body, even if it means death.
Unrestrained emotions like a fountain, Wang Shu could feel something warm flowing down his neck. Those were Yang Yuan's tears.
After saying that, Yang Yuan made a final decision, broke free from Wang Shu's embrace, came to Xia Hoyuan's side, and knelt down straight. But before her knees could bend completely, her body was lifted up like a chicken.
Wang Shu looked at Yang Yuan coldly and said, "Tell me, do you like him?" "I like him,"
Yang said in a voice so small that only she could hear it. She dared not say that she didn't like him. If she said the wrong thing, Xia Hotian would immediately kill her, and not only Wang Shu, but possibly the entire 86th design class would be affected.
This was the last thing Yang wanted to see.
Wang Shu smiled coldly, grabbed Yang by the collar, and lifted her up.
"Stupid woman, I'll ask you again, do you like him or not?" "I like him." Pop.
Wang Shu raised his hand and slapped her.
Chapter 36 Chapter 37 Life turned around and transformed gorgeously. Although this slap was not hard, it was definitely not merciful, and blood flowed from the corner of Yang Yuan's mouth. Clatter. The entire hall suddenly became noisy. "Scum, Wang Shu, how could you do this?"
"Wang Shu, don't be ignorant, you will offend the 4 great families like this." "Loser, let go, the person she really likes is Lord Xiaoho." The school flower of the 86th design class, the goddess in everyone's heart, was slapped by Wang Shu. What was most infuriating was that after being slapped, Yang didn't show any anger, but looked at Wang Shu with love in her eyes.
This was completely unacceptable. Imo Shanwan was also taken aback. "Little Shu." Wang Shu turned around. "Shanwan, don't say anything. I'm fine."
At that moment, a strange feeling suddenly came over Imo Shanwan. The person standing in front of her was no longer the little boy with a runny nose. Nor was he a handsome guy full of sunshine, but a wolf, proud, cold, ruthless as fierce, and full of domineering power.
Wang Shu slapped him without the slightest hint of mercy, and asked again, "Say it out loud, do you love him or not?" I'll ask you one last time.
If you love him, I'll turn around and walk away, and we'll be strangers from now on.
If you don't love him, tell me so right now. I told you that I can change your destiny, and that will always be true. Now tell me, do you love him or not?" When Yang hesitated for the last time, Wang Shu let go of Yang and turned around and walked away.
He can save someone, but he won't save someone who has completely lost themselves. If someone cannot awaken from within, you can save her for a while, but not for the rest of her life.
That is why Wang Shu is so decisive.
The next moment, Yang Yuan felt as if her heart had been ripped out of her body. It was as if she had lost the most important thing in her life. The depression that had been weighing on her heart suddenly exploded. "Don't go, I don't love him." Her voice was shrill and echoed through the hall. Shouting those words felt as if her entire body had been emptied, but her heart suddenly felt a sudden sense of relief, as if a stone had fallen to the ground, and all the oppression had disappeared. At that moment, she completed a turning point in her life, made a magnificent turn, and finally broke free from the shadow of the 4 great families.
Good. This is the Yang I want to see.
The next move Wang Shu made the hall fall silent again.
Wang Shu leaned down directly, fiercely embracing Yang in his arms, roughly blocking Yang Yuan's soft lips with his mouth.
Time and space seemed to have frozen, as if time were at a standstill. For 5 minutes, not a sound could be heard in the hall, and then suddenly there was a sparse burst of applause. There were a dozen beautiful women with a sense of justice in the audience, and they were completely conquered by Wang Shu's brutality and bravery.
What is a man? This is a man.
Smooth sailing, everything goes your way, you get whatever you want, and you rely on the power of your family to be arrogant and domineering.
What's the point of that?
Only being strong yourself is truly being strong.
What is love?
This is true love, eternal and unchanging, even in the face of death, still with a smile, full of heroic spirit. This is love.
Wang Shu, I support you. Wang Shu, I love you. Wang Shu, fight for what you like. Yang, you have to know who you really love. Life is short, full of joy and sorrow, don't let life pass you by, leaving regrets until you are old. Finally, after the 2 parted ways, Yang Yuan's gaze became solemn and determined, fearless and persistent. In a short period of time, she had gone from being a social butterfly to a virtuous woman. She looked back with confidence and smiled lightly. "Xia Hotian, I made a mistake. I don't love you, so our marriage contract is hereby null and void. You can go." Nima, what the hell happened?
Xia Hoyuan was still reveling in his fantasies, not expecting the situation to change so suddenly. When he finally came to his senses, he heard Ouyang say, "I made a mistake, so you can go."
This woman actually rejected herself? And the one who started it all was this kid in a street stall? This kid even kissed his fiancée in front of him like crazy?
Xia Hotsuan immediately flew into a rage, but this person was still quite deep and not as impulsive as Lung Fei.
Pointing at Wang Shu, he asked coldly, "Did you ruin my good fortune?"
Wang Shu smiled wryly, "You're thinking too much. It wasn't me who ruined your good fortune, it was you who ruined my good fortune. Just 2 days ago, this restaurant, along with the building, already belonged to the Wang family, as did the long, white thigh of the beautiful woman. So, I'm sorry, you disturbed my good things, and today you will pay a small price for this."
Puff.
Ouyang stood next to Wang Shu, almost choking Wang Shu on the thigh.
What time is it?
This guy still has the heart to molest himself.
This sentence directly blew Xia Hoyuan up.
The young master of the 4 great families, his status is there. If he doesn't show his power, he is sorry for the reputation of the 4 great families.
Come here, get this kid for me.
For the 4 great families, killing a person is no different than running over an ant. Upon Xia Hotian's order, 2 young men dressed as waiters rushed at Wang Shu from the left and right. "Don't worry, this restaurant is mine. I won't let your filthy blood pollute my restaurant." Wang Shu lifted his leg and kicked, knocking the cart full of cakes in front of him flying.
2 beautiful women holding flowers screamed and ran away. Chapter 37, Chapter 40, Overwhelming.
The next moment, Wang Shu arrived between the 2 waiters who had rushed over, grabbed both of them by the hair at the same time, and gently smashed their heads together.
Bang!
The 2 men's bodies softened and they collapsed to the ground.
"I'll waste you."
Simple, effortless, and he finished off the 2 men, and Wang Shu appeared strangely in front of Xia Hoyuan. As a disciple of one of the 4 great clans, Xia Hoyuan is considered a master, but in Wang Shu's eyes, he is no different from a piece of trash. Just as he was about to reach out, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his body, as if something had been crushed, followed by 2 soft popping sounds. Immediately afterwards, his body flew through the air.
Aha! Xia Hoyuan lay on the ground, wailing miserably.
With his murder weapon destroyed by Wang Shu, he would never have the chance to be with a beautiful woman in this life. Wang Shu pointed at the remaining waiters, "Get out, I don't want to kill anyone today, take these 3 losers and get out of my sight within 3 counts.
1, 2. Let's go."
The waiters were hired by Xia Haoping to make an impression, but they had never seen anything like this before, and their legs were weak. At the word of Wang Shu, Xia Haoping and the other 2 waiters were picked up and dragged away.
Wow!
There was a round of applause in the hall.
It was all the female classmates who were applauding. The male classmates were all envious and jealous.
In their eyes, Wang Shu was just a loser, but he had stolen the show. The problem was that Wang Shu had just been kissing Ouyang like crazy, which had made these people furious. They really wanted to replace Wang Shu, but why not me? There was a lot of grumbling.
Ouyang Yuan was in a different mood, her mood improved, her face full of spring breeze. She quickly mended the rift. "Classmates, the dinner is over, there are still more events to come. I have already arranged for the K-Hall, let's all let loose. The expenses for today will all be paid by me, no, by him." Ouyang pointed at Wang Shu with her hand. Wang Shu smiled wickedly. "Ouyang, you are using public affairs for personal gain." Taking the opportunity, he pinched Ouyang's perky butt. Rogue, big rogue. Lao Naoxue, who was far away, never spoke.
Seeing Wang Shu and Ouyang scattering dog food, she pouted, muttered angrily, and then turned around and walked away.
Shanghai Winehouse. 6th floor. An extremely luxurious hall. The melodious melody echoed in the air like a silken thread.
The neon lights in the lamp pool interweaved, illuminating the hall in all colors.
The dinner party was just the appetizer for the party.
This is the real party. What is the purpose of the party? To put it bluntly, it is for men and women to mingle, to hold each other, to release what they dare not do in their hearts normally. And everything that cannot be obtained in life may be obtained at this opportunity, to satisfy the regret in their hearts. In this regard, women are more eager than men. However, these classmates in the design class obviously had no intention of letting Wang Shu go, because Wang Shu had just been too showy, suppressing the entire design class and making them uncomfortable. Just as Wang Shu and Mo Shangwan were sitting on the sofa, holding hands and chatting, a man and a woman carrying wine glasses walked over with ill intent. The woman was considered a beauty, with a willowy waist, but she had no way of comparing with the beauties Wang Shu knew. Holding the man's hand, she came to Wang Shu and Mo Shangwan and smiled lightly. Shangwan, you're getting more and more beautiful. The man also hurriedly opened his mouth. Shangwan, it's been a long time since we last met. Mo Shangwan took Wang Shu's hand and stood up. Xiao Shu, let me introduce you to two of my classmates, Xianwei and Xiao Yang.
Mo Shangwan pointed at the girl first, then at the man. Wang Shu gave a faint smile. Nice to meet you. His piercing gaze instantly analyzed the relationship between the three. Xiao Yang looked nervous when he saw Mo Shangwan, and at the same time there was deep resentment and disappointment in his eyes. This shows that this Xiao Yang likes Mo Shangwan, and may have pursued her before.
As for this woman, Chen Wei, although her eyebrows are raised, she can hardly hide the inferiority complex in her eyes, especially when she is talking to Mo Shangwan.
She deliberately puts on an air of superiority. This shows that this woman feels inferior in the face of Mo Shangwan, but she is not convinced. She is eager to suppress Mo Shangwan on some occasion or some opportunity to release the resentment in her heart.
When Mo Shangwan saw these two people, her expression was indifferent, and she didn't take these two people seriously at all, which showed that Mo Shangwan had never liked this man. From this, it can be inferred that Xiao Yang once confessed to Mo Shangwan and was decisively rejected by Mo Shangwan. It happened to coincide with this Chen Wei pursuing Xiao Yang, and Xiao Yang agreed. After Chen Wei got Xiao Yang, she felt that she was inferior to Mo Shangwan, and what Mo Shangwan didn't want was given to her. So she wanted to prove that she was better than Mo Shangwan, and that this man was not as incompetent as Mo Shangwan thought. Wang Shu hated such a woman from the bottom of his heart, so he just responded indolently. If the three knew Wang Shu's analysis, they would be surprised and panicked, because Wang Shu was like an intestinal worm in their stomachs, instantly dissecting the relationship between the three for several years at university without missing a beat. Unfortunately, the three of them did not know, and when Xianwei saw that Wang Shu was so flippant with her, she immediately gave him a sarcastic look. In her heart, Wang Shu was a scumbag who lived off other people. He had used sweet words to deceive Yang, and now he was trying to please Mo Shangwan.
Chapter 38 Chapter 41 Xiao Yang's Provocation.
Xianwei gave a cold smile and instantly thought of a way to severely punish Wang Shu and make Mo Shangwan lose face.
Smiling, she took a step forward. Shangwan, have you been busy recently? Mo Shangwan nodded, more or less. Do you watch TV often?
I don't have time to watch it, basically.
Is that so? Shangwan, don't you know that Xiao Yang won The Voice of China 2 days ago? He's been really popular lately.
All those TV stations and media outlets want to sign him, and there's just so much news about him every day, it's really annoying. Chen Wei's words were loud and clear, attracting the attention of several classmates, and they all started chatting at once.
Some people chimed in. Mo Shangwan, you made a mistake, didn't you expect it? Xiao Yang is a potential stock. Yes, Shangwan, if you hadn't rejected Xiao Yang, you would have doubled your wealth by now.
In the end, it was Chen Wei who had the foresight to see that Xiao Yang was a potential stock. These people added fuel to the fire, and Xianwei became even more arrogant. Shangwan, today is our class reunion, it's rare, so why don't you let Xiao Yang sing a song for us?
Shangwan is graceful and elegant, with a heart as big as the moon.
She knows that Xianwei is just trying to boost her own confidence, but she just smiles slightly. Okay.
Xianwei giggles. Shangwan, I have a request.
Since we're all happy together today, let Xiao Yang show off his skills, but if he sings alone, I'm afraid we won't be able to enjoy ourselves as much.
How about if classmate Wang Shu also sings a song?
Seeing Xianwei turn the spotlight on Wang Shu, Mo Shangwan frowned. I'm sorry, Shu doesn't know how to sing.
Wang Shu nodded. I really can't sing. I've been tone deaf since I was little and I don't even know musical notes. Xianwei was overjoyed. The more Wang Shu said he couldn't sing, the happier she became.
Holding a wine glass, she strode to the middle of the karaoke room and said, Classmates, I have a proposal. It's not easy for us to get together, so let's get drunk today. To help everyone have fun, let my husband Xiao Yang sing a song for everyone. In addition, this Wang Shu classmate is handsome, can drink, and I'm sure he has a good singing voice. He also said earlier that he would sing a song to help everyone have fun.
This woman has once again cornered Wang Shu. And this sentence is extremely provocative. To the entire 86th design class, Wang Shu was an outsider.
Apart from Mo Shangwan and Yang, and the cold-faced Long Aoxue who hid her emotions, no one was on the same page as Wang Shu. Plus, Wang Shu had been too showy just now. Faced with the Xiaohou family, one of the four great families, no one in the entire 86th design class dared to step forward, but Wang Shu did, and successfully rescued Yang. It seems that these people admire Wang Shu very much, but secretly they are probably jealous of him.
Wang Shu is too showy and has made them lose face.
And Wang Shu got Zhang Biao drunk, and Zhang Biao represents the entire 86th design class, which is like Wang Shu slapping the entire 86th design class in the face. Xianwei's proposal immediately received an enthusiastic response. Yes, Wang Shu is handsome and talented, please ask Wang Shu to sing for us. A beautiful woman said in a sweet voice, Wang Shu, don't let us underestimate you.
Wang Shu was really depressed.
He really didn't want to be the center of attention, not that he couldn't sing. As a professional killer, his skills are not just good marksmanship and speed. A true king of killers is able to blend in anywhere.
If you're in the kitchen, you're a master chef.
If you're in a karaoke bar, you have to be a king or queen of singing. If you're in a bar, you have to be a real drinker with no discounts. Only in this way will you not attract attention, achieve a killing blow, and leave in style. But if you expose your skills one by one, you may become a suspect if you meet someone who is interested, which may bring safety risks to your identity. Wang Shu wants to keep a low profile, but the tree wants to be quiet, but the wind won't stop.
The crowd followed suit, and Xiao Yang naturally became arrogant.
After all, he was the champion of the voice, and his reputation was there for all to see. At the same time, he wanted to assert his presence and stimulate Mo Shangwan.
He smiled with great poise. Wang Shu, what do you say? I'll sing one song and you sing one song.
It's okay if you don't sing well, as long as your heart is in it. In the hall, the melodious melody spread instantly. Xiao Yang put down his wine glass, picked up the microphone, and strode to the middle of the hall. Everyone, here is a song for you, don't forget tonight. Along with the music, a clear voice slowly flowed in the melody. Don't forget tonight, I give you my whole heart, I give you my whole person. Without you, life is too boring, without you, the world is really boring, without you, the world is too boring.
Don't forget tonight. This Xiao Yang is indeed a bit talented, and very talented.
His voice is pure and ethereal. A song about Don't Forget Tonight, melodious and gentle, immediately brought forth thunderous applause after it was sung.
Chapter 39, Chapter 43, My Chinese Heart.
Good. He is worthy of being the champion of the voice, his singing is excellent. Xiao Yang, you're awesome, you've brought honor to our 86 design class. The crowd finally let out a sigh of relief, and then they remembered Wang Shu, and a barrage of provocative glances were directed at him. Xianwei was even more overjoyed. Xiangwan, Xiao Yang has finished singing, now please ask your handsome Wang Shu to sing a song too.
Mo Shangwan was a little depressed. This Qianwei was really pushing it.
Knowing full well that Wang Shu couldn't sing, she had even provoked him in front of everyone. Besides, Mo Shangwan also thought in her heart that Xiao Yang sang well. After all, he was the champion of the voice, so how could Wang Shu compare? But now the arrow was on the string and had to be fired.
Mo Shangwan looked at Wang Shu helplessly.
Wang Shu gave a faint smile, grabbed Mo Shangwan's hand, and gave it a gentle squeeze. Sister, trust me. After saying this, he strode over to pick up a microphone and strode to the middle of the K-hall. Everyone, first of all, thank you all for your love, and Wang Shu is here to show off. A song from my Chinese heart, for everyone, music, start. Wang Shu waved to the band next to him, and the prelude to my Chinese heart, like the buds of spring, stood out. My homeland is in my dreams, but I haven't been close to my motherland for many years. But no matter what, it can't change the fact that my heart is Chinese. Yangtze River, Great Wall, Yellow Mountain, and Yellow River. The rough, low, melodious, and magnetic voice slowly drifted in all directions in the hall. The voice was as if it had come from nature, like the Yangtze River and Yellow River flowing endlessly, spreading throughout the hall. Suddenly, the noisy hall became incredibly quiet.
Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Including Mo Shangwan. Including Ouyang. Including Long Aoshuwei.
Including all the students in the 86th design class and their families. Each one was full of question marks, full of surprise, full of shock, and completely lost their sense of self. Singer, also called singer.
Wang Shu divides singers into three realms.
The first is the singer, with a loud, melodious voice, pleasant to the ear, with a lingering sound that lingers in the rafters for 3 days and never ceases to be heard.
This is the pinnacle of the initial realm of the singer.
The second is the soul singer. In addition to having a gentle and pleasant voice, one must be heartfelt, blending one's own emotions into the singing, so that the singing makes people's hearts rise and fall, with surging waves of heat, and one can feel the grandeur. It can be sad, or exciting and exuberant.
Third, soul singer.
When a singer reaches this level, they have reached the pinnacle of music. Their singing seems like the voice of nature, blending with the sounds of heaven, uniting the singer, the singing voice, and the hearts of the fans below, resonating with them. And with the singing voice, the melody of the music, the power of the soul, the content of the lyrics can be portrayed, making people feel as if they were there.
This is the true singer.
Obviously, Wang Shu has reached this level. With the music and beautiful melody, everyone entered a picture: the Yangtze River rolling endlessly, the Yellow River surging across the sky, the five-starred red flag fluttering in the wind, the majestic land, for my China, the bright sun, accompanied by the five-starred red flag, standing on the ground, becoming immortal, releasing eternity, telling the story of invincibility.
The song is over. Everyone is drunk, infatuated, staring blankly at Wang Shu. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. I doubt that this is his voice, this is definitely not his voice.
Xiao Yan was the first to lose his temper. He had just debuted and was enjoying a meteoric rise, but he never expected to be defeated by an unknown scumbag.
Qian Wei was also shocked.
She had originally planned to attack Wang Shu and provoke Mo Shangwan in the process, but she didn't want to be slapped in the face. She immediately wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into, and then yelled, "Impossible, this is absolutely impossible.
I feel like I've heard this voice somewhere before. This is a recording, not released by Wang Shu. Wang Shu, if you're good, sing another song." Wang Shu knew this was the result, so before the song faded completely, another melody immediately echoed. "The clouds of my hometown drift across the sky, calling to me endlessly. When the breeze blows gently around me, a voice calls out to me, come back, wanderer of the world. Come back, don't wander anymore. With heavy footsteps, the road home is so long. Come back, wanderer of the world." An old song from decades ago, "The Clouds of My Hometown" by singer Fei Xiang, once caused a sensation across the country, becoming famous overnight and causing a sellout. Someone described Fei Xiang's demeanor at the time like this: if a person has Fei Xiang's demeanor, Lu Sun's depth, and Alain Delon's intensity, then that person can be called a complete person. If my Chinese heart is Wang Shu's love for the motherland, this song Hometown Clouds is Wang Shu's true portrayal of missing his hometown and several beautiful women in the Western world. It is bleak, atmospheric, unrestrained, and full of unhappiness, perfectly blending longing, tenderness, sadness, loneliness, and more. What appears before the eyes of the crowd is another picture. A tear-stained wanderer, carrying a backpack, walks step by step along a road that seems to stretch on forever. Deep in his eyes is the longing for his hometown and the yearning for his loved ones. Every lyric, every word, carries the blood, the tears, and the heart of a wandering soul, yearning to return and reunite. Little Shu. Mo Shangwan's tears welled up again. In that moment, she experienced all the vicissitudes, all the disappointments, and all the yearnings that Wang Shu had endured over the past 10 years. In order to return to her hometown and see her loved ones, Wang Shu had endured so much suffering, so many hardships, and so many life and death situations. "Wang Shu, you're back now, and I will never let you go again." The song ended. No one in the entire 86th design class ever said that it was lip-syncing again, because during the second half of the song, the music suddenly stopped, leaving only Wang Shu's singing voice echoing in the sky and in everyone's hearts. Mo Shangwan suddenly remembered that he had some urgent business at home, so I'll go first. After a brief moment of awkwardness, Qian Wei's face turned as red as a tomato. She couldn't stay any longer, or else she would be killed by the stares of the entire class. Those pairs of eyes staring at her were like knives, mercilessly stabbing at her heart. She was the one who started it all. They were just going to get together and sing, drink, and reminisce about the old days, which would have been a nice thing. But she incited everyone to attack Wang Shu, and Wang Shu slapped her in the face. How could she face them? And the commotion lasted too long. Looking at the sky, it was almost 5 p.m. Some classmates were far away and needed to leave early. With Qian Wei's leave, the other classmates also left one after another, and the class reunion came to an end. Chapter 40 Chapter 45 Wang Shu stayed behind to keep Ouyang Yuan company. It was about 6 p.m. Everyone who needed to leave had already gone, and Ouyang had also sent Zhang Biao away. The only people left in the hall were Wang Shu, Mo Shangwan, Ouyang, and Long Aoshue. Long Aoshue also stood up. "Ouyang, Shangwan, I'm leaving too." Ouyang said, "You can stay here for the night. We haven't seen each other in a long time, let's chat tonight." Long Aoshue shook her head and glanced at Wang Shu with her eyes. "No, I still have to rush to Bingzhou, where there are things waiting to be dealt with. We'll see each other again some other day." Ouyang and Mo Shangwan said together, "That's good, we'll get together again some other day."
The three of them shook hands together and said at the same time, "Sisters united are strong." It can be seen that these three beautiful women were on good terms in college.
Long Aoshue also left. Wang Shu stood up. "Sister Shangwan, I'm not going home today, I'll stay here with Ouyang."
"You go home by yourself, be careful on the way,"
Wang Shu said, leaned over to Mo Shangwan's ear and whispered a few words.
Mo Shangwan frowned and said worriedly, "You have to be careful too. If it's really not possible, you guys find a place to stay today. Also, go back early tomorrow, your third sister is going back." Wang Shu nodded. "Okay, Sister Shangwan, just rest assured."
Mo Shangwan waved to Ouyang Yueran. "Ouyang, goodbye.
Next time you come to my place, don't blame me for not helping you today."
Ouyang said, "What are you talking about? We are sisters, I understand." Mo Shangwan said, "Thank you for your understanding."
They walked out of the Modu restaurant.
After everyone left, Wang Shu walked around the restaurant. Ouyang asked the waiter to clean up the garbage that had been set out in the afternoon. Soon it was evening.
The golden, colored, and charming beach finally returned to tranquility after a lively day. Wang Shu laid back on a deck chair, legs stretched out. Ouyang came over after tidying up, slowly walked up to Wang Shu, and whispered, "Thank you."
"For what? For slapping you?"
"Without you, I probably would never have been able to get rid of this burden."
"You slapped me awake. I want to take control of my own destiny. Life is so short, I don't want to regret it." "Xiao Shu, can I call you that?" "Of course you can. Come, sit on the bench."
Wang Shu reached out and pulled Ouyang next to him, exerting a little pressure to make Ouyang sit on his two big, strong legs.
"Ha ha." Ouyang laughed. "This bench is great, it's soft and warm, how much did you pay for it?" "I'll buy a few more."
Hey, this bench is unique, it's solid and safe, you can't buy it anywhere."
Wang Shu laughed heartily, taking the opportunity to grope her, which made Ouyang instantly angry. "Little brat, if you break it, you'll have to pay for it."
The breaths of the man and the woman soaked into each other through their skimpy swimsuits, making Ouyang's heart flutter and her peach blossom eyes misty. Turning around, she looked at Wang Shu blankly, not speaking for a long time.
Wang Shu closed his eyes, but seemed to see Ouyang's expression, and suddenly smiled. "Is there a flower on my face? Why are you looking at me like that?" Ouyang burst out laughing. "Because you're handsome, why wouldn't I look?" "Don't flatter me," said Wang Shu, pinching Ouyang's straight nose. "I'm not flattering you."
Ouyang took Wang Shu's hand and shook his head, saying, "I want to see what kind of person you really are, but I can't tell."
"Tell me, what kind of person are you really?"
Wang Shu grabbed Ouyang's hand with his own to prevent unnecessary fluctuations in his body, and replied indifferently, "Actually, I'm a very simple person. I was abducted as a child, and then I accidentally escaped from the clutches of the traffickers.
As a result, I met a good person who led me onto the path of business. And then, I became a rich man." "I don't believe it."
Ouyang Wuwei shook her head, gathered a few unruly strands of hair in a very feminine way, and smiled coquettishly. At this time, Ouyang had completely let go of her burdens, and this smile was indescribably enchanting. However, Ouyang really couldn't figure out what kind of person Wang Shu was. Sometimes this person was like a naughty child, calculating, teasing and playing with himself, even teasing himself in the worst way. Sometimes he acts like a rogue, talking sweet nothings to beautiful women and making advances towards girls. But whenever this happens, Ouyang stares at Wang Shu closely, and can't find the rogue-like look in Wang Shu's eyes. Despite Wang Shu's lecherous and ever-changing expressions, his gaze is always crystal clear. Sometimes he is cold and ruthless.
Just as he was slapping himself, Ouyang could feel the domineering aura emanating from Wang Shu, unmistakable.
He is like a supreme overlord, towering majestically, making you have to submit, to kneel, to obey his will. But sometimes, he is like a trash can that you can pour your emotions into, letting them out and releasing them perfectly, without complaint.
Ouyang looked at Wang Shu for a long time, unable to understand what kind of person he really was.
Suddenly, he stood up from Wang Shu's lap and said, "Wait a minute." He ran towards the restaurant.
Chapter 41 Chapter 46 3 Glasses of Wine, Interpreting Life. Ouyang went for about half an hour and came out of the restaurant again.
Ouyang in the night was even more enchanting, having changed into a swimsuit that showed off almost everything. Her snow-white, slender legs were even more straight. She wasn't wearing shoes, her bare feet glistened on the beach. It looked like she had touched up her makeup, adding some sexy red to her soft lips, which gave off an alluring glow. She supported a tray with 3 glasses of wine of different colors in her hands, quietly came behind Wang Shu, put the tray on the ground, picked up one of the glasses of wine, stood up, and covered Wang Shu's eyes with her soft, bony hands. With the other hand, she held the glass of wine and brought it to Wang Shu's lips. "Don't look, dare you drink?" Wang Shu smiled. "My sister said you are a top bartender. I really want to taste what the drink you mixed tastes like."
Wang Shu grabbed Ouyang's small hand, the glass tilted, and the brown liquid flowed down her throat. "Not bad. Do you want me to comment on it?"
Wang Shu was about to speak when Ouyang covered her soft palm with her hand. "Don't speak yet, there are 2 more glasses." Ouyang placed the empty glass on the ground, brought the second glass to Wang Shu's mouth, and repeated the action until he saw Wang Shu drink the third glass.
Then he said, "Tell me your thoughts. What does it taste like?"
Wang Shu pondered for a moment, and then after about 3 minutes, he said faintly, "The first glass is astringent and slightly bitter at the entrance, but very pure. The aftertaste gradually becomes strong, chaotic and unrestrained, a bit out of control."
"If I'm not mistaken, you mixed this wine.
You must have had a childhood that was hard and bitter, and then you grew up, trying to escape from that shadow, and began to indulge yourself recklessly, becoming a famous social butterfly." Wang Shu continued, "The taste of this wine gradually subsides as it fades, indicating that your efforts were unsuccessful and you succumbed to that shadow. So, when you were under pressure from Xia Haoping, you chose to surrender. If it wasn't for my slap, beautiful lady, your life would have been over. You have a beautiful body, but no independent soul, so thank me."
"Ha ha."
Wang Shu held out his hands and pinched a handful of the long, white thigh. "First, some interest."
Ouyang Yuan was stunned. "You're a big bully, how did you know?"
She looked at Wang Shu blankly, not avoiding him, as if she had been struck by lightning, her thoughts blanking out for a short period of time.
"Some people say that wine is like life, and life is like a game of chess.
Through drinking and playing chess, you can see a person's character in life." But Ouyang had never believed in such absurd sayings.
Today, she was deeply shocked by Wang Shu. This mysterious guy actually understood her entire life from a glass of wine? After a long time, Ouyang said quietly, "What about the second glass?" "Let me think." Wang Shu pondered for a moment.
"The second glass of wine reminded me of a poem, Su Shi's poem. 10 years of life and death are both unclear, without thinking, it is unforgettable. 1,000 miles of lonely graves, nowhere to talk about desolation. Even if we meet, we won't recognize each other, covered in dust, with hair turning gray. This cup of wine is as bland as water when you first take a sip, but the strange taste is unforgettable. It contains a faint sense of desolation, which gradually becomes stronger and stronger, then suddenly becomes soft and endless. Unfortunately, all the resilience slowly fades away, and finally it returns to blandness again, until there is nothing left. In addition to this taste, I also experience a deep love and longing in the wine, love and longing that have been there for a long time. From this, I can conclude that this glass of wine did not come from you. What I mean is that although you mixed it, the method of blending was definitely not developed by you. This person is at least 50 years old, and if I am correct, this person is already sleeping in the ground." Having said that, Wang Shu noticed that Ouyang, who was behind him, was choking back tears, but he didn't stop and continued, "The third glass of wine is crazy and hysterical. After entering the throat, it is like a storm, stirring the internal organs and making the heart restless. But the aftertaste gradually subsides, and a strange mellow taste appears, making people unable to stop. It seems like a song, slowly spreading, and finally it is like a dream, stepping on the clouds.
It's more like an intoxicant that arouses than a glass of wine. Little girl, if I'm not wrong, this glass of wine is how you feel right now. Aren't you planning to give yourself to me as a gift?" Ouyang rolled his eyes. What a character.
But she had already stopped crying and was smiling, and she gave Wang Shu a deep look.
What kind of man is this?
The deeper she got to know him, the more unpredictable he became. This person was able to tell a person's secrets with just a glass of wine. That was terrifying.
"Wang Shu, can I tell you a story?"
Wang Shu laughed. "Sure, but don't tell me any erotic stories, my mood has already been completely aroused by the third glass of wine, in case I can't control myself, you know." After saying that, he patted his thigh. "Come on, keep sitting on the small bench and tell me."
Chapter 42 Chapter 47 An Experienced Sniper. Puff. Ouyang laughed. "This little bench is amazing, it's even more expensive than pork."
With a faint smile at the corners of her pretty mouth, she placed the wine glass on the tray, swayed her waist, and sat back down on Wang Shu's lap to continue the story. Once upon a time, there was a beautiful woman who was very attractive. After graduating from university, she accepted the marriage proposal of a handsome man. In the second year after graduating from university, the two got married and lived a very happy life. In order to make his wife happy, the man worked hard and struggled, often going without sleep and gradually becoming thin. His wife saw it in her heart and one day stewed chicken soup and prepared to give it to her husband.
Who knew that something happened that night?
The beauty met a group of robbers on the road, and one of the robbers inhumanely defiled her. What is even more sad is that after that, the beauty actually became pregnant with the robber's child. The beauty did not hide this from her husband, told him the whole story, and wanted her husband to accompany her to have an abortion. Poor, kind-hearted husband, thinking it was a little life, could not bear to abort it, and so he let the little life stay.
Unexpectedly, this matter was known by the robber. Under the moonlight,
Yang was in tears, her body shaking uncontrollably. After the news of the beauty's pregnancy spread, it was known by the robber, and even more miserable things followed. One morning, on his way to work, the husband suddenly had a car accident, was run over and killed, and left this world. Before he died, her husband tightly gripped her hand and left her with a message: no matter what, don't give up the child in your belly.
The beauty promised.
After her husband's death, the robber quickly sent someone to ask for her hand in marriage. Using threats and enticements, and employing every possible means, the beauty finally gave in for the sake of the child in her belly. Although the two were married, the beauty was not happy for a single day.
She was always worried about her ex-husband and was depressed every day.
But for the sake of the child, she could only bear the humiliation and live on. 10 years later, the child grew up slowly, and then understood things.
On the child's 11th birthday,
the beauty could not bear the longing in her heart for her ex-husband, and jumped to her death. That glass of wine was what she concocted. That beauty was my mother, and that child was me. Having said this, Yang was already unable to hold back her sobs, and her body suddenly wriggled like a snake, throwing herself into Wang Shu's arms. I love you, Wang Shu. The last words of Yang Yuan were almost hysterical, her limbs spasmed, and she sank into a hole. However, just then, the deck chair they were on suddenly creaked and snapped, and the entire deck chair shattered. The bodies of the two slammed to the ground, and then quickly rolled away. The beach, which had been exposed to the sun all day, had not completely cooled down, and the scorching heat entered Yang's body through her barely their swimsuit.
3 minutes. Although Yang was sinking and unable to extricate herself, she was still conscious.
She knew clearly that if only she could last for just 3 more minutes, she would no longer be able to control herself and surrender her body to this man.
But Yang really didn't want to control herself.
She hoped, even wished, that this mysterious man in front of her would ravage her body until she was completely destroyed, even to the point of being reduced to ashes. This was an emotion that had been suppressed for more than 20 years, and once it exploded, it was as terrifying as a volcano.
But what Yang hoped didn't happen.
Just as she was about to do whatever she wanted, a sudden sharp pain came from her smooth back. Her swimsuit was hollow in the back, so the pain was very clear. Wang Shu was writing on her back, "Calm your mind, enemy."
Yang was also a martial artist.
It was impossible for her to survive in the 4 great families without a little self-defense. She practiced leg kicking, so her legs were graceful and long. 6 characters appeared on her back, and Yang suddenly woke up, but she did not stop moving, and became even more violent. However, this violence had a rhythm, exposing Wang Shu's body as much as possible, giving Wang Shu a chance to strike. In the distance, among the shadows, a small sand dune suddenly appeared. It gradually rose, and then a person walked out of the sandpit, holding a large sniper rifle in his hands. This person was very cautious, and never took his eyes off the scope.
He was an experienced sniper.
This sniper was also wondering if he had hit his target.
The deck chair shattered and the person tumbled out. What happened?
He didn't understand if the target was dead or not, but snipers all have a problem. After firing a shot, they won't stay in the same place for fear of being locked on. So this sniper boldly stood up from the sandpit, took his big sniper rifle and walked towards Wang Shu and the others, quickly closing the distance to about 20 zhang. A distance of 20 zhang is impossible for a human to cover in a single bound, but for a sniper rifle bullet, it can kill an opponent in an instant. So this sniper felt very relieved.
However, the next moment was tragic. Yang didn't even know how he got out of Wang Shu's arms. When he came to his senses, Wang Shu was already gone.
Appeared before his eyes, and then he saw an illusory shadow gradually solidify in front of the sniper. Chapter 43, Chapter 48, Bright Moonlight, Blood Flying.
Bang! The time the sniper noticed Wang Shu coincided with the time Yang noticed him. Wang Shu was already in front of him, and he didn't hesitate to pull the trigger.
However, just as the gunshot rang out and Ouyang let out a startled cry, the muzzle of the sniper rifle suddenly rose upwards, and the bullet grazed the top of Wang Shu's head and flew past. Wang Shu quickly lifted the sniper rifle, ducked, bent his right arm slightly, and slammed his elbow into the sniper's chest. Crack! In the darkness, the sound of bone breaking spread far and wide. The sniper flew out, his internal organs, along with his ribs, shattered from the shock. And just as he flew out, the sniper rifle was already in Wang Shu's hands. Without even looking, Wang Shu swung the rifle, pulled the trigger, and the bullet roared out, grazing Ouyang's forehead and ear before flying past. Ah! Behind Ouyang, the other sniper fell to the ground in screams. Then came screams, "He's been discovered, kill him, kill him." A dozen black-clad men, each armed with a machete, charged Wang Shu like mad, then quickly merged with him. Aha! On a bright moonlit night, blood was flying, adding a bit of eerily gorgeous to the night. The blood that fell to the ground quickly seeped into the sand. This. Ouyang Yueran had seen people killed before, but never such a bloody massacre. When he got closer, he counted carefully, 1, 2, 3, plus the 2 snipers, there were a total of 13 people, 13 living people, who in less than 10 seconds had become 13 gruesome corpses. The most terrifying thing was the speed of Wang Shu. Ouyang had seen meteors and lightning, but in that moment, the meteors and lightning were eclipsed by that speed. If Long Yi were here, he would have gasped in horror and be grateful that he had made the right choice, because the data Wang Shu had analyzed for him at that time had already done the maximum delay. In other words, Wang Shu might be able to wipe out everyone alive in the entire manor, including him, Long Yi, from the world within 5 minutes. Ouyang looked at Wang Shu for a long time in disbelief, and then asked stupidly, "You knew this would happen a long time ago? So you lured the enemy on the beach with me?" Wang Shu nodded indifferently. After Xiahou Yuan was deposed, the Xiahou family would never tolerate this. But this is just me giving them a piece of advice, telling them not to mess around, otherwise they will get into trouble with a very scary person. Don't worry, their target is me, you will be fine. The second half of the night should be peaceful, you go back and get a good night's sleep, I have to go. My third sister is going back, I have to hurry back or I will get a beating. Goodbye, remember to protect my big white legs for me. I'll check them next time I come. By the way, in the next few days, think about how to develop our restaurant. I want to turn it into a chain. After Wang Shu finished speaking, he waved his hand and walked away with style, finally throwing in a last sentence, "Find someone to throw these dead bodies into the sea to feed the fish. I don't think anyone will ask questions. By the way, don't throw away that broken gun, keep it." After saying this, he disappeared on the beach. This night was destined to be sleepless. After Wang Shu left, Ouyang secretly found 2 waiters, gave them a lot of money, and asked them to drag the dead bodies to the depths of the sea. He then carried the gun back to the bedroom. I can't sleep, Wang Shu's shadow was constantly going through my mind. At this time, Wang Shu had already boarded the plane to fly from the Demon City to the North Wolf City. The plane took off with a loud roar. The night was beautiful and clear. From the plane, Wang Shu could see more stars through the window than he could from the ground. The few passengers in the cabin were all asleep, so Wang Shu leisurely looked at the stars outside for a while, then took out his phone and dialed the long phone number. Immediately, a mechanical voice came from the other end, "My dear Lord of the Great Luo Heaven, if time had not stopped, it would be 2 a.m. there." Holy shit! Wang Shu's face turned black. His military advisor must be deep in thought, because this guy only speaks in a strange tone when he is deeply thinking about something. That is Wang Shu, and if it were anyone else, the military advisor would not even bother to pay attention. Wang Shu could only say, 3 things, simple and clear. First, tell the old foreman to hurry up and get the drawings out. Now that the land has been approved, construction must start immediately. Before anyone can be recruited here, some people can be transported here first. Second, tell Xiaowu that I'll be free soon, and I'll fulfill her wish tomorrow or the day after. Third, the reason I haven't slept is not because I'm bored, but because I'm so happy to see Sanjie again that I can't sleep. The cold mechanical sound came again from across the street. My dear Lord Deroshan, I advise you not to be too happy, as it is easy to be overjoyed and then suffer. I spit, you damned curse me, be careful I go back and spank you, you blabbermouth. Wang Shu hung up the phone, then thought for a moment, opened WeChat and Ouyang's chat interface, and typed a few words. Does it still hurt? Chapter 44 Chapter 49 Sister, I was wrong. Magic City Liquor House. Ouyang was tossing and turning, unable to sleep. When he heard the prompt tone, he quickly took out his phone and saw these words. His eyes suddenly reddened. Fuck, what do you care?
After a while, he typed out a few words. It doesn't hurt anymore. Ding dong.
The phone's prompt tone came again, and Ouyang looked at it.
It was a line of words, beautiful girl, happy birthday.
Ouyang typed out a few words, Wang Shu, I love you, I hope you'll be by my side on every birthday from now on. This was the first time in her life that someone had said happy birthday to her. Because Ouyang's mother had passed away on her birthday, Ouyang rarely mentioned her own birthday, not even to her best friend Imo Shangwan. But Ouyang's family couldn't keep it a secret, and it reached Xia Haoping's ears, who said it yesterday, and Wang Shu happened to hear it. After sending these words, Ouyang felt relieved and fell asleep, hugging a large pillow. On the other side, after finishing chatting, Wang Shu was just about to take a break when his phone rang.
Boss, are you going to find my sister? Boss, you must save her. Boss, you are the only one in the world who can save her. I bow to you.
On the other end of the line, a young man with a messy hairdo and a lollipop in his mouth is looking at a bunch of different supercomputers. He was originally sitting on a chair with his legs crossed, but suddenly stood up, respectfully placed the phone on the table, and then jumped up and down 3 times to give the phone 3 respectful bows. This person is Xiaowu, the only computer controller in the Great Luo Tian, and all of the Great Luo Tian's secrets are in his head. Don't look at this kid, he's unremarkable, but he can break into any firewall in just 10 seconds.
He once fought hundreds of hackers from the Western underworld alone and didn't lose.
Wang Shu treasures Xiaowei as a treasure of the great law firm, and Xiaowei treats Wang Shu like a real brother. And Xiaowei told Wang Shu that he also has a younger sister, a super genius who is even more computer savvy than he is, but became disabled because she couldn't afford treatment for polio when she was a child. When Xiaowei was in China, he worked hard to make money and borrowed a lot of high-interest loans to let his younger sister learn computers, and then he fled abroad to avoid the loan sharks. It has been nearly 5 years since they last spoke, and Xiaowu has not contacted her sister. Wang Shu, who is back in China this time, implores her with tears in her eyes to help her go see her sister. This is Xiaowu's one wish.
Wang Shu laughs and says, don't get all sentimental on me. Your sister is my sister too. Send me the address. Ding dong. A message appeared on Wang Shu's phone, Taoyuan Village, Dabi Mountains, Bingzhou City. There was a note attached, boss, it's 200 kilometers from Bingzhou by bus, then 300 kilometers west by bike.
Damn it.
300 kilometers by bike? You want to kill me? Wang Shu turned off his phone. Early morning. In Beiluo City, the sound of chatter comes from Imo Shangwan's villa. Luo Xiao, third sister, you're ripe. Imo Shangwan, third sister, have you been seeing someone?
Tell the truth.
Xin Bing, seeing someone?
I'd love to, but no one wants me.
Right, enough about me, let's talk about Xiao Shu. Is he good looking? Gu Sini smiled elegantly, why? Do you miss him?
I'll tell you, he's very handsome.
Not only is he handsome, he's also very strong.
The 4 of us together couldn't beat him.
Xin Bing was surprised, really? Speaking of which, I remember something.
Yesterday on the plane, I ran into a rascal who dared to molest an old lady like me.
I'll let Xiaoshu beat him up when I get the chance. On a wide road.
The drums beat slowly while the gongs beat quickly. When the gongs and drums stop, listen to the singing.
Sing along with all the idle gossip. Listen to me sing the 18 touches. Reaching out, I touch the silk at the side of your face. Dark clouds drift around for half a day. Reaching out, I touch the side of your head. Your forehead is full and attractive. It's 5 in the morning. Wang Shu rode the shared bicycle like he was flying. Awesome. Holy cow. Really awesome.
It's awesome, a 150-pound cow, with a 150-pound cow growing on it. The onlookers on the roadside were dumbfounded, and they kept turning around. They had never seen someone ride a shared bicycle so fast, and the 2 pedals were still firmly attached to the bicycle.
It was truly a miracle. Wang Shu had a lot to complain about. 300 kilometers of mountain road, just thinking about it made his balls ache.
It had been years since he last rode a bike, and although his butt could withstand the friction, his crotch would definitely develop a layer of skin.
For the sake of his dear crotch, Wang Shu planned to exercise first.
It was a good time to exercise, and maybe he could meet a beautiful woman.
By the way, he could say hello and flirt a little. It would be even better if they could have breakfast together. Unfortunately, this wish did not come true. At 6 a.m., Wang Shu arrived in front of Imo Shangwan's villa, but he didn't see any beautiful women.
Instead, he ran into a few old ladies. It's true that nowadays, old ladies are more health conscious than young people. But it doesn't matter, because he's going to see Sister Shin Bing anyway.
Wang Shu left his shared bicycle at the entrance of Mo Shangwan's villa and ran inside. Beautiful sisters, I'm back. Sister Bing, I'm back.
In the hall, the four beautiful faces were full of anger.
After just hearing Shin Bing's story, Luo Xiao was furious. What? Someone dares to bully my third sister?
Mo Shangwan, yes, let Xiaoshu go with you as your companion when you go to work, just in case you run into him again, fix him up. Gusini chimed in, third sister, don't worry, Xiaoshu is so fierce, he can beat up the guy who dared to mess with the 8 of us. As the four were discussing, they suddenly heard a loud bang at the front door.
Mo Shangwan stood up excitedly. Let's go, Xiaoshu is back.
The four walked out happily. Wang Shu pushed open the door and rushed in. As soon as he entered the courtyard, he froze. What the hell, it's just a little flirting, why did you have to come to my house? The beautiful second-dimensional girl in front of him stunned him. Shin Bing was also stunned, her gaze fixed on the handsome face of the 1.8-meter tall man in front of her. Those words echoed in her head again. Hey, beautiful girl, life is short, don't let it pass you by.
When a hero and a beauty meet, they will be in love until they are old.
You are like a kite flying free, swaying on the other side of the sky.
Do you know that on this end of the string, my friend's heart is yearning for you, and he can't sleep alone on his pillow? And you're still fucking stirring the pot together. Damn it, you little bastard. Wang Shu.
Shin Bing looked around for a weapon, but couldn't find anything. She whizzed into the kitchen, grabbed the chopping knife, and ran like hell into the courtyard.
Wang Shu was already dumbfounded.
His brain couldn't wrap its mind around what had happened.
Damn it, I'm so unlucky, even luckier than his mother Lu. Can I flirt with a beautiful girl and it ends up with my sister? Sister Bing, I'm sorry.
My beautiful sister, my lovely, beloved, pretty, beautiful, everyone's favorite Sister Bing, I'm sorry.
Chapter 45 Chapter 50 Come, I'll comfort you. Wang Shu took off running.
Shin Bing brandished a kitchen knife. Stop right there.
Wang Shu, I'm not going to stop. Shin Bing, where's your courage? Didn't you want to grow old with me? Wang Shu, I'm not going to stop anyway. Shin Bing, aren't you lonely without a lover? Come, I'll comfort you. Wang Shu, sister, I was wrong, I really was wrong. Shin Bing, don't you know what's going to happen 500 years in the future?
She swung a kitchen knife and chased after him. Wang Shu then realized that his sister Bing was really something, and that she had a kind of martial arts skill called flying on the grass. Although it is not as extraordinary as what is passed down in novels, such as jumping from roof to roof as if walking on flat ground and flying on the tips of blades of grass, it is all nonsense, but it is quite fast.
However,
Shin Bing has practiced this, and she is chasing after Wang Shu, driving him like a rabbit. Seeing that something is amiss, she rushes to the door, screaming miserably. Shin Bing shouted behind him, Lao Wu, close the door.
Third sister, okay.
The other three beauties were all quick-witted, and quickly filled in the plot where Wang Shu teased Shin Bing.
Luo Xiao was closest to the door, and in a flash, she dashed over and slammed the door and locked it.
Wang Shu wanted to find a place to cry for a while. Beauties, are you my beautiful sisters?
Xiang Wan. Gu Sini. Help. Mo Shangwan and Gu Sini looked at each other and gave a sinister smile. Here they come.
They rushed up from the left and right, each grabbed Wang Shu by one arm, and gave him a good spanking on the butt.
Beautiful sisters, I was wrong.
Seeing that there was no other way out, Wang Shu did as he did when he was a child and got down on the ground, sticking his bottom up in the air. The four beauties came over and gave him a good beating with their little fists.
So, is Wang Shu really a coward? That's impossible. But Wang Shu didn't want to fight back.
When he was young, his family was very poor, and the burden of the whole family fell on the shoulders of the ragged Wang alone. He picked up a few cents a day, and could only buy limited good things.
There were many wolves and little meat, so no one could get any.
Among the 7 sisters, except for Yiningyun, who was younger and fought with Wang Shu for food, the other 6 sisters all pitted Wang Shu and secretly kept their share for him. Over the years, Wang Shu has fought and killed his way through the world, terrifying the entire Western underworld, but he has never forgotten these 7 beautiful women. Although they are not related by blood, they are really close. After living together for just 5 years, the bond between the 8 of them is stronger than that of others who have been together for 80 years. The bond is stronger than blood, and it is unbreakable.
How could Wang Shu bear to fight back?
Don't look at Shin Bing holding a cleaver to scare them, her eyes are full of tears. She slammed the cleaver on the ground, and the four of them, with 8 little fists, lightly hammered Wang Shu's buttocks, and the 5 of them hugged each other and cried. Little Shu, you've missed us so much over the years. Shin Bing helped Wang Shu up and wiped her own tears.
Sister Bing, I'm sorry. Wang Shu's eyes also reddened. Okay, don't get all sentimental. Do you have to make everyone cry? Luo Xiao secretly wiped away a tear and pushed everyone into the room. Shin Bing couldn't stop crying or laughing.
This kid really has a knack for reading people, and he said that they would be stirring together in the same pot in the future, and it has actually come true. Wang Shu cursed his military strategist in his heart, "You're such a blabbermouth." Then he thought, no, it must be that he flirted with Shin Bing on the plane and the strategist found out, and the strategist found out Shin Bing's information in the first place. Damn it, how dare you trick me, I'll take off your mask.
This has always been a running gag for Wang Shu.
The military strategist wears a loose-fitting black robe all day long, with a helmet and mask on his head, and his voice changes when he speaks, just like an old witch in the Western world. Wang Shu still doesn't know whether the military strategist is a man or a woman. The 5 returned to the living room and sat on the sofa. Mo Shangwan then scolded Wang Shu, "Xiao Shu, you're really something, how dare you molest your sister Bing." Wang Shu was at a loss for words, it was a bit of a surprise, you guys didn't know, and besides, Sister Bing is exaggerating, isn't she? By the way, Sister Bing, is this true? Shin Bing's face fell, you want to verify it? Wang Shu hurriedly said, I dare not, is it because my brother-in-law has trained her well? Luo Xiao scolded, well trained my ass, third sister is still single. Oh. I'm relieved. Wang Shu muttered. Mo Shangwan said, cut the crap, I'll assign the tasks. Fifth, go buy some meat. Fourth, go buy a bag of noodles. I'll go buy 2 watermelons. Lao San just got home, so stay here and keep Shu company. Later, we'll make dumplings. Mo Shangwan was often away from home, so nothing was prepared at home. He gave the orders and the 3 beautiful women left the house. After the 3 beauties left, the room was left with only Wang Shu and Shin Bing. Wang Shu worriedly asked, Sister Bing, do you often encounter people like me? Shin Bing shook her head and said, not often, occasionally, but none of them are as bold as you. They all chicken out when I yell. Wang Shu reached out and gently grabbed Shin Bing's sexy soft palm. Sister Bing, you're 26, right? You're getting old, otherwise you shouldn't be doing this anymore. Chapter 46 Chapter 52 Mo Shangwan wants to give the company to Wang Shu. Wang Shu tells Shin Bing to quit, and Shin Bing rolls her eyes. What will I eat if I quit? I'll support you, I have money. Forget it, big sister told me, you've become a nouveau riche, but you can't spend money recklessly, right? In the future, you'll need to marry, have children, and send them to college, all of which are not small expenses. I'm still young, I'll work for a few more years. Bing, really don't quit. I don't want you to meet someone like me again. I had another meaning that day, I wasn't really molesting you, but I don't want you to meet that kind of scum. You are my Bing, I have the obligation and ability to support you. Besides, the old man said, one of you is my wife, otherwise you will be my wife, it is only natural for me to support you. Go away, the old man is talking nonsense and you believe it? If you marry me, what about the others? Wang Shu stiffened his neck and said, otherwise, I'll take them all. We can go overseas, to the fairy mountains. The world is big, and there are many places you haven't been to. That's not going to work either. If you take all 7 of us away, which room will you go to at night? Going to any room will break the hearts of the other 6. Sister Bing, I can build a big house and get a big bunk bed. Kiki, you won't get tired. Shin Bing's laughter shook the branches. However, her peerless beauty was exaggerated, and any casual smile was enough to make the country fall. Moreover, the kind of sexy movements she made any man catch his breath. Wang Shu got so excited that he embraced Shin Bing and gave her a little wall press. Little Shu. Shin Bing struggled desperately, but her body wouldn't obey her. The 2 of them were like 2 balls of flame burning fiercely. Seeing that the situation was about to get out of control, they suddenly heard the door open and Luo Xiao's voice came, Xiao Shu, Sanjie, I'm back. The 2 hurriedly parted, and Shin Bing, with her messy bun and a rosy face, hurried into the bathroom. Luo Xiao walked in carrying 10 caddies of meat. Seeing that Shin Bing was not there, she gave Wang Shu a dirty look and laughed evilly, little guy, did you come to molest Sanjie again? Sister Luo Xiao, what kind of person do you take me for? If I flirt with her, she might just be my wife. When the time comes, I won't hold back.
Get out! Luo Xiao roared.
Seeing that Luo Xiao didn't suspect him, Wang Shu let out a sigh of relief and turned on the TV to watch some TV. Before long, Gu Xini came in carrying some noodles, and she also bought a roast chicken, a fish, and 2 bottles of Lafite Rothschild 1982.
After a while, Mo Shangwan came back and asked, even before entering the courtyard, why is there a shared bicycle in front of the door? Who rode it back here? Wang Shu quickly answered, it was me. Why didn't you take the car? Why ride a bicycle? Shangwan, I had something to do.
I had to go out for a while the past 2 days, so I rode my bicycle back.
If you have something to do, why not take the car?
You can take my car or Cindy's car, but why ride a bicycle?
Hurry up and take it back. Xiangwan, let's eat first. After dinner, I'll explain to you in detail.
Wang Shu guessed that if he said he was going on a long trip now, these beautiful women wouldn't be able to eat.
So he didn't say it right away.
The 4 beautiful women were quick and deft, and a meal of dumplings was not difficult. An hour later, steaming dumplings were served on the table, and the 5 of them were drinking Lafite and eating dumplings, once again bringing the conversation back to Wang Shu.
Mo Shangwan said, Lao San, Lao Si, Lao Wu, I have an idea. Can you listen to it? Gu Xini laughed and said, Big sister, you don't need to say it, I know what you're thinking. Are you planning to give the company to Xiao Shu? We're on the same page. I also want to give the hospital to Xiao Shu. Women really don't get anywhere in this society.
Some things are difficult and men must step in. Besides, we're tired and it's time to take a break.
Mo Shangwan laughed and said, you really got it right. That's what I mean. Lao San, Lao Wu, what do you say? Xin Bing and Luo Xiao raised their hands at the same time, we have no objections. This kid is always hanging around, but that's not a problem.
Give him some work to do and keep him occupied, so that he doesn't cause trouble everywhere. Wang Shu waved his hands quickly, no, I can't do that.
You have worked hard to build up the company and the hospital, and I can't take it. Besides, if you give me the company and the hospital, what will you do? Mo Shangwan laughed, we're not saying we won't help.
After you take over the company and the hospital, you can be the chairman behind the scenes, and you can step in for major matters.
Me and Lao Si will be the CEOs and help you run things. Wang Shu said, that's fine, but I have a condition. Gu Xini said, what condition?
Wang Shu looked at Luo Xiao and then Xin Bing, if I have to be the chairman, then I suggest that Bing and Luo Xiao take the role. Then In Shuang and Na can also get involved.
The company is considered everyone's, and everyone will share the profits.
You're a good kid, but Xine and I already discussed this with them a long time ago, and they don't agree. Luo Xiao said from the side, I can testify that my eldest sister told me about this, but I don't want to do anything with the company.
I'm doing well as a policeman, so why bother with a company? Xin Bing also stood up, I don't agree either. I want to be a flight attendant and talk about it in a few years. Chapter 47 Chapter 53 Gu Xini decided to help Wang Shu.
Luo Xiao and Xin Bing disagreed, and Wang Shu rolled his eyes, then this matter ends here, forget I said it, Shangwan's sister, Seni's sister, don't push me, I definitely won't take the company.
The few discussed for a while, and ultimately failed. In the end, Mo Shangwan remembered the shared bicycles. Shu, you said earlier that you wanted to go out for a ride, where are you going?
Wang Shu looked at the food and said, Shangwan, Bing, Seni, and Luo Xiao, I'm going on a long trip to a small mountain village west of Bingzhou. I might stay there for a few days, and the roads there are not good, so I can't drive there.
Going so far away? Mo Shangwan was taken aback.
Xin Bing suddenly stood up, I don't agree, you're not allowed to go.
Xiao Shu, have you heard a song? What song?
Xin Bing said, a song about Taoyuan village. Taoyuan Road, a source of worry for ghosts, birds with broken wings, cars with broken axles, seeing life and death at every 10 li, not getting ahead even after 100 li, unable to sell mountain goods, unable to transport grain in, looking at the sky with both eyes, feeling depressed until white hair. The mountain roads there are winding and rugged with strange rocks. Not only are there frequent accidents, but the living conditions are also very difficult. There is no food to be had, and it's a case of hoping for the best. The most important thing is that just 5 years ago, that place was taken over by an unknown force. Not only did they monopolize the mountain roads, they also took over the economic lifeline of the small mountain village.
After Xin Bing's words, the several beauties were all dumbfounded.
It's hard to cross the river, and it's a case of worrying about the devil. On top of that, there are difficulties with food and clothing, there is no food, and there are even unknown forces.
This is definitely a place you must not go.
After Shen Bing finished speaking, even Luo Xiao stood up, and the several beauties said in unison, "Don't go."
Holy cow!
Wang Shuji was there, and I didn't expect several people to react so strongly. Judging from the looks of things, if I went there by myself, I guess these beauties wouldn't need to eat or sleep in the future, they are so worried.
Fortunately, Gu Sini interjected, "Let's talk about this later, let's eat first." The next 10 minutes, the few people ate in silence. After dinner, Mo Shangwan said, "You guys go wash the dishes, I want to talk to Xiao Shu alone."
"Yes, big sister."
After Mo Shangwan and the others left, she asked, "Xiao Shu, be honest with me, are you hiding something from me?" Mo Shangwan is smart and has already begun to suspect Wang Shu.
He has confronted the 4 great clans, killed several people, and moved freely in the home of the most handsome man in China.
This is definitely not something an ordinary person could do, so he began to suspect Wang Shu. But Wang Shu really couldn't say anything.
He absolutely couldn't reveal his identity, rather than let a few beautiful sisters suspect him. Once he revealed his identity, he would be on tenterhooks, and he would never have a peaceful day again. In the future, whenever Wang Shu goes to the bathroom, the beauties will have to follow.
Wang Shu said, "Shangwan, I really don't have anything to hide from you. This time, I went because a friend asked me to go and keep an eye on someone for him. You said that everyone else had mentioned it, so I had to go."
Mo Shangwan said with a stern face, "Really?"
"Shangwan, I swear to the heavens."
"Xiao Shu, you can't lie to me, or I won't let you off the hook."
After Mo Shangwan finished speaking, she got up and left. Before long, Shen Bing came in. "Xiao Shu, what did you just say to your big sister?"
She cried.
She's never cried before. She's never cried even when she was cheated out of her entire fortune in business. Now she's crying. Tell me honestly, what happened? Wang Shu's expression instantly turned cold. "Bing, what did you just say? Who cheated big sister out of her entire fortune?"
Shen Bing regretted what she had said and quickly corrected herself. "No, I was wrong.
No one has cheated big sister. Anyway, you can't go, or I'll die for you." She left too. Then Luo Xiao walked in. Wang Shu waved his hand. "Sister Luo Xiao, don't persuade me. You are in the public sector and should know that there are things you have to do even if you don't want to, and there are things you can't do even if you want to."
Luo Xiao had not yet opened her mouth when Wang Shu stopped her with a wave of his hand, stamping her foot in anger. "I don't care about you, but I reserve my opinion and don't want you to go." Finally, Gu Sini walked out and took Wang Shu's hand, saying, "Xiao Shu, walk with me." The two of them walked hand in hand outside. There was nowhere to go in the middle of the day, so there happened to be a weeping willow in front of the door. The two of them did not mind getting dirty and sat down at the base of the tree. After a long time, Gu Sini said, "Xiao Shu, be honest with me. Is there any danger this time?" Gu Sini knew everything about Wang Shu, so there was no need to hide anything. Wang Shu told the truth. "Yes, but I have to go." "Don't worry, as you know, my fighting ability is so strong that even the special forces would have to hide if they encountered me." "Xiao Shu, even if you say so, you will get wet if you walk by the river all the time. We can't help but worry about you. In that case, I can help persuade your eldest and third eldest sisters, but you must promise me that you will call every day and come back in 10 days at the most. Otherwise, I will tell your eldest sisters everything about you, and you can imagine the consequences." Chapter 48 Chapter 54 I have to go. Seeing that his fourth eldest sister Gu Sini had said she would help him, Wang Shusan let out a sigh of relief and said, "Sini, thank you for understanding. In that case, I'll leave now, otherwise I won't be able to leave if my eldest sister finds out." "Okay, go." Gu Sini nodded, but just as Wang Shu was about to get on his bicycle, she couldn't control her emotions anymore and ran over to hug him around the waist. "Xiao Shu, you must do what you promised me. 10 days, you must come back, otherwise I won't have the face to see my eldest sister and the others again. Even if you come back after 10 days, you'll only see a cold corpse." "Xiao Shu, 10 years, there are only a few decades in a hurried life, 1 decade is enough, I don't want a second decade, and my second sister and my sixth and seventh sisters, if you don't come back, they definitely won't be able to bear the blow." "Gu Sini. I love you all, forever and ever." Wang Shu threw away the bicycle and turned around to hug Gu Sini, quickly pressing his mouth to Gu Sini's sexually attractive lips. Gu Sini did not dodge either, and the two of them twisted together like snakes. 10 minutes later, Gu Sini felt like she had a muscle cramp all over her body, and she looked blankly at what was in front of her. The pressure was too great.
Sometimes she really wanted to tell Mo Shangwan and the others everything.
But when she thought about the consequences, she finally endured.
Wang Shu had to go.
Mo Shangwan and the others were his beautiful sisters, and Xiao Wei was also his brother. There was only one road in front of him, charge.
10 minutes later, Wang Shu made a phone call, and on the other end came Long Yishuang's hearty laughter. Boy, are you free now? Accompany me to the gemstone market?
Wang Shu sneered, cut the crap, I need a military off-road vehicle, the kind with strong shock absorption, and a folding bicycle, the smaller the better. I want them at the Bingzhou airport in 3 hours.
Good boy, now you've learned to order me around?
Wang Shu laughed heartily,
I'm not ordering you, the Black Dragon Order is ordering you. What? If you don't want to, that's fine.
No, you brat, you need to change your hot temper.
Don't worry, the first time you land, you'll see what you need. You're welcome.
Wang Shu hung up the phone and rode his shared bicycle straight to the Beihuang City Airport. They had just returned in the morning and returned a few hours later, but this time to a different destination.
As soon as they arrived at the airport, before they could even call their military advisor, his phone rang. Boss, where are you now? I'm at Beihuang City Airport. I'm on my way to Bingzhou. Boss, terminate your trip immediately. According to reliable sources, there will be torrential rain in the Bingzhou area in the next few days. The road to Taoyuan village is lined with mountains. What if there is a landslide? You must terminate your trip. You're fucking scaring me. I can take the head of a general in the midst of 10,000 troops like picking a pocket. Boss, I beg you, don't go for now. Boss, don't go.
The voice on the other end changed, and it was Xiaowu's voice.
Wang Shu glared. When did it become your turn to speak? Shut the fuck up and go, or not is up to me. Don't worry, I'm not stupid.
I'm not going to die, so don't worry.
Boss, you must pay attention.
Although my sister is important. The person on the other end of the line had not finished speaking when Wang Shu hung up.
They must go.
They had already promised fourth sister that they would be back in 10 days, and if they delayed, something terrible would happen.
In addition, Wang Shu was more worried about Xiaowu's younger sister. How could a young girl with a disability and no relatives survive in the mountains? Moreover, Xiaowu had left a mountain of debt when she left.
It was unknown whether the loan sharks would make things difficult for Xiaowu's younger sister.
Wang Shu was anxious.
But there was no point in being anxious.
Bingzhou was a long way from Beifong. By the time Wang Shu got off the plane, it was already around 8 p.m.
What made Wang Shu even more annoyed was that he didn't see the military vehicle that Long Yi had prepared for him. He immediately called Long Yi and asked sarcastically and rudely, Long Yi, it seems that the Black Dragon Order doesn't work.
Do you want me to talk to the old man about it?
Immediately, a frightened voice came from the other end. Don't, kid, don't you dare alert the old man, or he'll skin me alive.
It was my oversight. I was a bit busy during the day and got a little overwhelmed.
But the item has already arrived in Bingzhou, it's just not at the airport, it's at Aoshue's place.
Could you please go to Aoshue's place and pick it up? Long Aoshue?
Yes, who else would it be? Why is she here?
I'm busy here, you go ask her yourself. I'll send you the address. Long Yi hung up the phone. Ding dong. Wang Shu received a text message, address, 108, Xingfu Street.
There was also a phone number at the end. Wang Shu had the intention of calling Long Aoshue first, but then thought better of it.
This girl doesn't speak nicely, so why bother? It's better to just go directly to her door and drive away.
He walked out of the airport at that moment, didn't look for a taxi, and rode a shared bicycle outside the airport. He turned on the navigation on his phone and rode towards Xingfu Road.
10 minutes later.
Wang Shu's mouth suddenly curled up into a sneer, and he suddenly accelerated. Chapter 49 Chapter 55 The Reappearance of the Flying Dagger. Wang Shu's mouth suddenly curled up into a sneer, and he suddenly accelerated.
He was being followed. However, Wang Shu was prepared. He had destroyed Xiahou Yuan himself, and the Xiahou family would not let it go.
Beihuang City was close to the imperial capital, and they would not dare to make a move openly. And the city of Bingzhou is in the border mountains, so it's normal for them to make a move here.
Unfortunately, these people don't know that Wang Shu told Sister Gu Sini that they can sense potential danger within 100 zhang.
This is no exaggeration. Like animals, they are born with the ability to sense danger before it arrives, such as earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, forest fires, etc.
Some animals can sense it in advance.
Wang Shu has the bloodline of a wolf running through his body, and he is the king of wolves, so he also has the ability to sense danger. After riding his bicycle for several miles, he immediately sensed something was wrong and suddenly accelerated. Behind him was a taxi, which saw Wang Shu accelerate and quickly followed him by stepping on the accelerator.
Wang Shu suddenly slowed down again, and the taxi quickly slowed down.
After repeating this a few times, Wang Shu was already sure that he was being followed. Judging from the sound of the taxi speeding up, there were at least 3 people in the car, and Wang Shu quickly judged the murder plan of this car. While the car hits him, the other 2 people may strike at the same time. The only weapons that can hit him from the car are guns or hidden weapons. No matter if it's a gun or a hidden weapon, it's all stuff that Lao Tzu played with leftovers.
Ha ha! Come on! Let's have some fun!
Wang Shu sneered, suddenly accelerated, and rushed out like a flying bicycle. When he reached an intersection, he saw the red light but didn't slow down, and just rushed straight through.
Do it! Getting into an accident while running a red light is the best excuse.
The 3 people in the taxi suddenly grinned evilly, and the driver slammed on the gas, driving madly towards Wang Shu. No matter how fast Wang Shu was, the shared bicycle was not giving him any support.
It was exhausted and could not outrun the car.
The taxi arrived behind Wang Shu in the blink of an eye. At the same time, the 2 doors at the back of the taxi opened at the same time, and 2 masked men with pistols in their hands poked their heads out of the window and took shooting positions in the first instance. However, the next moment, the 2 men were stunned. Before they could aim, 2 cold stars broke through the sky. They were 2 flying daggers, as thin as a cicada's wings, cold and deadly. They were thinner than a surgeon's scalpel, and cut across the night sky, slicing into their throats. Last time, Wang Shu shot the sniper from a distance, but this time, he shot him at close range. The flying knife entered the throat and directly cut off the windpipe of these 2 people. The momentum did not subside, and it flew out from behind the necks of these 2 people and disappeared into the night sky. The wound did not look big, but it cut off the aorta. The blood sprayed out at a speed of 8 meters per second.
The 2 people's throats rolled, their eyes bulged, and the strength in their bodies was instantly drained. The driver was still wondering why he didn't hear a gunshot.
But he couldn't care less, and drove straight at Wang Shu. Whether he hit him or not, the driver wasn't sure, and he slammed on the gas and sped off. The light was red in his direction, but green to the left and right. At that moment, an Audi came rushing from the left, and the Audi driver couldn't avoid the collision in time. The front of the Audi hit the back of the taxi, sending the taxi stumbling and causing it to drift a short distance.
The Audi driver was terrified. Is this a movie?
It wasn't that he wasn't paying attention, it was that he was paying too much attention. At the moment of the crash, he saw a person lying on the taxi, and his attention was completely focused on the person, which caused the crash. Passers-by were also shocked. A taxi came out at full speed, ran over a person, and then the person flew up, throwing out 2 shiny objects. Then the person jumped onto the back of the taxi.
A big movie shoot?
The taxi driver knew that there had been a crash, but he was afraid to stop, and sped for 15 miles before he let out a sigh of relief and slowly pulled over to the side of the road.
He was about to get out of the car to take a look and ask the 2 guys in the back seat if they had succeeded, when suddenly a hand reached out from behind him. "Buddy, can I borrow a light?"
The taxi driver thought it was the 2 killers and reached behind the front windshield of the car to grab a lighter.
But when he turned around, shit, that's not right. He struck a light, turned around, and saw a handsome face with a cigarette in the mouth, the exact brand he liked, holding out a hand, asking for a light. "My cigarettes."
The driver subconsciously felt in his jacket pocket with his hand, and realized that he had no cigarettes left. In other words, the person behind him just took his cigarettes out of his pocket. And the cigarette this person was now holding in his mouth was indeed his cigarette. Then, with the light from the lighter, he saw his 2 colleagues. They were already dead, covered in blood, with bulging eyes.
Oh my God.
This taxi driver was not a professional killer, but he was not a good person either. He specialized in underworld business, helping people in the underworld to drive cars, keep watch, and he had also seen people killed and bleeding. But he had never seen anything so bloody. One person had killed 2 people, and he didn't even flinch, and he even asked for a light from him? "Brother, spare my life. Brother, spare my life." The driver reacted pretty quickly and knelt down in the car. Wang Shu twisted his body and somehow made his way from the back seat to the passenger seat. He patted the driver on the shoulder, took the lighter from him, and lit a cigarette in his mouth, taking a strong drag. "It tastes good. Don't panic,
Big brother, let's talk it over. You tell me. The driver's crotch was wet. Wang Shu said, just a few questions. I'll ask you, you answer, and we'll be done. First, I want to know how many people came with you. The driver quickly nodded, 3. Wang Shu nodded, very good. The second question, who is your mastermind? The driver cried, Big brother, I really don't know this. Wang Shu smiled faintly, Big brother, this is not good. You answered the first question quite quickly, and you answered like this, how can I feel? Sigh. As Wang Shu was talking, the cigarette butt in his hand was pressed directly against the driver's face. Ah! The driver screamed, the Green Gang, it was the boss of the Green Gang behind it. Hey! Isn't this pretty good? Now answer my third question, how many people are in the Green Gang and where is the location? What is the boss's name? Big brother, I really don't know about that, I'm just a runner, I really don't know about that. Then what the fuck are you still alive for? Wang Shu raised his hand and slapped the driver, knocking him unconscious in the car. Then he pulled the pistol out of the dead man's hand, pushed open the car door and walked out, turning around and shooting a bullet into the gas tank of the car. Boom! The gas tank exploded, setting off a raging fire. Wang Shu wiped the fingerprints on the pistol with his clothes, threw it into the fire, then rode a shared bicycle by the roadside, whistling as he rode off. Chapter 50 Chapter 56 Nourishing Yang Energy, Expelling Cold and Warding Off Evil Spirits. At about 9:30 p.m., Wang Shu found 108 Xingfu Street according to the address on the message. It was a 2-story building near the road with a small courtyard, but from the outside, the house was dark with the lights off, the door was locked, and there was no one home. They can't be sleeping right now, can they? Wang Shu knocked on the door a few times, but there was no response. He had no choice but to take out his phone and dial Long Aoshua's number. Long Aoshua, where are you right now? Who is this? It's Wang Shu. Who is Wang Shu? I don't know. This girl really hates me. Wang Shu rolled his eyes in anger. I'm your boyfriend, and I'm at your front door. Long Aoshua said from across the street, keep walking north, and you'll see a barbecue restaurant 100 meters ahead. Wang Shu followed the instructions and walked north. After 100 meters, he saw a military off-road vehicle by the roadside. This time, Long Yi did a really good job. The car was modified, with a high chassis and deep treads on the tires, which meant it was designed for muddy roads or climbing hills. Wang Shu came to the front of the military vehicle and took a look. Unfortunately, the car key was not in the car, so he couldn't help but frown and think to himself, this little bitch, I went to all this trouble to borrow a car, and what is she doing with it? Wang Shu angrily kicked the tire and looked at a small restaurant not far from the military vehicle. The lights inside were bright, and there was a beautiful woman sitting on the windowsill. It was Long Aoshua, holding a skewer of kebabs in her hand and eating as she looked from time to time through the window in the direction of the military vehicle. She had clearly seen Wang Shu, but pretended not to see him as she continued eating the kebabs. Wang Shu was also hungry enough, and when he saw the kebabs his stomach pined for them, let out a cry. He threw the shared bicycle aside and strode into the restaurant. Long Aoshua, where are the car keys? Long Aoshua looked up and looked at Wang Shu like an idiot. What car keys? Nonsense, the car keys to my off-road vehicle. Your off-road vehicle? Is your name written on the car? This woman, every sentence is suffocating. Wang Shu was speechless for a while. Long Aoshua, I don't even want to talk to you, but I still want to advise you, this is not the imperial capital, you are a girl, you are not at home late at night, eating kebabs in a restaurant, aren't you afraid of something happening? Look at all these people around you. Wang Shu wasn't trying to scare Long Aoshua. Long Aoshua was really beautiful, and she was a bit aloof, giving men a desire to conquer her. The small restaurant was not big, but the business was quite booming, with a lot of customers, and pairs of two-tone eyes frequently looking over here. Especially because Long Aoshua was wearing something a little strange today. She was wearing denim shorts, the kind with frayed edges, showing off her long, snow-white legs, and a low-cut, hollowed-out vest, so that every now and then, when she looked down, a large expanse of snow-white showed from her chest. Wang Shu was standing next to Long Aoshua. He was tall and couldn't help but peek into the gap, feeling so good. Rascal! Long Aoshua saw Wang Shu's lecherous gaze and quickly covered her chest, coldly asking, have you eaten yet? Strange, does this woman still care about others? But Wang Shu was really hungry, so he sat across from Long Aoshua and said, no, you treat today. He said this without any formality and directly grabbed the skewers and shoved them into his mouth. He couldn't stop eating and kept talking,
"Boss, I'll have 20 more skewers, 2 lamb kidneys, a lamb's tool, a case of beer, chilled, on the house, please."
The waiter heard this and asked, "Lamb's tool?"
Then he looked at Wang Shu, who gave him a knowing look, and immediately understood.
Wang Shu asked for so much, and Long Aoshue huffed angrily, "Drink to death, drink to death."
In a moment, the boss brought a case of beer.
Wang Shu picked up a bottle and flicked his finger, sending the bottle cap flying. He gulped it down mouthful after mouthful.
The cool, refreshing feeling spread throughout his belly, and Wang Shu's mood improved considerably.
He stuffed a piece of meat in his mouth, looked up at Long Aoshue, and asked, "What's going on? With your personality, you shouldn't be here at this time of day, right?"
Long Aoshue gave Wang Shu a cold look, with an expression that said she didn't care about him, before lowering her head and eating again.
This woman is untamed.
The more Long Aoshue acted coldly, the more Wang Shu was intrigued.
Deliberately provoking her, he suddenly exclaimed, "Long Aoshue, what's that on the ground? Take a look at your feet."
Long Aoshue lowered her head, and the white object on her chest appeared again, and Wang Shu laughed heartily.
"You scum." Long Aoshue was so angry that she wanted to strangle Wang Shu.
But before she could get angry, Wang Shu changed the subject again, saying seriously, "No more jokes.
Let's be serious. How did you end up here eating dinner?" "You." Long Aoshue endured it, really not wanting to deal with Wang Shu.
She said with a dark face, "What do you care?"
"I left my keys at home."
Wang Shu gave a lewd smile. "You're something, you can even lose your keys at home.
Why don't you lose these big white legs at home? Anyway, with your skills, you're not going to tell me that a wall less than 3 meters high can stop you, are you? Why don't you climb over the wall and go in?"
"Idiot, I left the key to my room at home, and the windows are all locked." This time it was Wang Shu's face that turned black.
Fortunately, the waiter from the restaurant came over. "Handsome, here's your kebab."
He said this and placed 20 kebabs, 2 lamb kidneys, and a lamb's tool in front of Wang Shu. Wang Shu reached out and picked up the lamb's tool. "Here, beautiful, eat this, it's good for you women, nourishing yang energy and warding off the cold and evil spirits." Chapter 51 Chapter 57 Dare to sneak up on me, if you're so capable, don't run. Wang Shu picked up the sheep's tool. "Here, beautiful lady, eat this.
It's good for you women, nourishing yang energy and warding off cold and evil spirits."
He guessed that Long Aoshue had never eaten this stuff before.
Although Long Aoshue was not Long Hua's biological daughter, she was after all Long Hua's daughter, and Long Hua was all-powerful and had a monopoly on power.
He also had interests all over the world and could be said to be worth $1 trillion. In addition, Long Hua treats Long Aoshue as if she were his own daughter, so Long Aoshue eats and wears things from the upper class, and rarely touches things from street stalls.
As Wang Shu guessed correctly, Long Aoshue really didn't know this stuff.
Today's barbecue was also a special situation. She was late from overtime at the company, and when she got home she realized she had left her keys at home. She was starving, so she found this small restaurant nearby.
Long Aoshue had never seen this before, and looking at the lamb's tool of the crime, she couldn't help but ask, "What is this?" Wang Shu casually said, "Lamb tendon. Try it, it's good stuff. There's only one special tendon like this in a lamb, and it's good for women." Long Aoshue didn't fall for it, shaking her head and saying, "I'm not eating it." Wang Shu lamented, "It's really good stuff. You're weak, so you should eat this to replenish your energy. If you don't eat it, I will." "How do you know I'm weak?"
Wang Shu laughed evilly and said, "I'll tell you what, I'll take your pulse.
If I'm right, you'll eat this, if I'm wrong, you can do whatever you like."
With that, he reached out and grabbed Long Aoshue's delicate wrist. Long Aoshue's face flushed, and she was about to struggle, but when she looked at the other people nearby, she didn't struggle, and let Wang Shu grab her wrist.
"It feels so good."
Her skin is as white as condensed milk, soft and plump. "Holding it in my hands, it smells good and feels good. It's especially good for those who can't get it up or keep it up for long." Wang Shu laughed lewdly in his heart. But on the surface, he pretended to be serious, his face gradually becoming solemn. "Beauty, you have stagnant qi and blood stasis, and internal dampness from cold.
If I'm not mistaken, you should have dysmenorrhea, and you often have it. According to the calendar, your period is approaching, and dysmenorrhea is about to come."
Long Aoshue frowned immediately upon hearing these words.
Wang Shu had guessed it right again.
Long Aoshue had been weak since childhood, and when she grew up, she was very ambitious and did all the laundry and cooking herself, which caused her to fall ill. She had consulted countless doctors, but none of them could cure her. Wang Shu had to be able to give a correct diagnosis, and Long Aoshue believed most of it immediately. She even asked, "So what should I do?" Wang Shu laughed to himself, this little girl is so gullible. But what he said was true, and he continued, "Your illness is deep-seated, and medication alone is no longer effective. You must also have massage, the only way to recover."
But this massage, not just anyone can do it. In the whole world, I am the only one with this technique? Put. Long Aoshue spat at Wang Shu angrily.
She heard that this guy wanted to massage her, and she flipped out on the spot. However, she snatched the sheep's instrument of crime from Wang Shu's hands and tried to bite into it.
Hey! The sheep's instrument of crime is chewy and resilient, and it's especially fragrant.
Long Aoshue ate it with relish and finished it off in a moment. Wang Shu gave a little laugh and held up his hand. "Buddy, give me 2 more of the sheep's instruments of crime."
The waiter ran over happily. "Handsome, this stuff is hot if you eat too much of it." Wang Shu said, "Cut the crap, just take it."
The waiter had no choice but to grill 2 more and bring them over.
In the end, Wang Shu didn't eat any of them, and Long Aoshue ate them all.
Half an hour later, 20 skewers, a case of beer, and 2 lamb kidneys were all finished off by Wang Shu, and Long Aoshue paid the bill. The 2 of them walked out of the small restaurant.
As soon as they were out the door, Wang Shu couldn't hold back any longer. He thought about how this iceberg beauty had eaten 3 lamb forensics tools and was so happy. Long Aoshue always felt that something was wrong, and asked with a cold face, "Rogue, what are you laughing at?" "Nothing, I just thought of something funny and couldn't help it." "Humph."
Long Aoshue gave a soft huff, still feeling a little off.
She took out her phone, opened Baidu, and typed in a few words, "What is the instrument of a sheep's crime?" Baidu immediately displayed a line of answers, "The instrument of a crime, commonly known as the animals, %#it%."
Because the name is directly stated in the novel, it will be censored, so it is called the instrument of a crime.
Wang Shu.
Long Aoshue realized that she had eaten 3 of the animal's tools and almost threw up from the disgust. She kicked Wang Shu in the butt. Wang Shu turned around, grabbed Long Aoshue's ankle with his left hand, and lifted her up gently.
Long Aoshue's body leaned forward, and she instantly did a split with her legs straight.
Her high heels were resting on the buggy.
This action was quite intriguing. Wang Shu leaned against the car, and Long Aoshue's long, white legs were resting on Wang Shu's shoulders. From a distance,
Wang Shu looked like this, "You bastard, I'm going to kill you." Long Aoshue blushed with shame, and she gave her feet a hard push against the buggy, sending her body flying backwards. Wang Shu laughed loudly, "How dare you sneak up on me? If you're so capable, don't run."
Chapter 52 Chapter 58 Staying the night at a restaurant.
Fortunately, it was dark, and the 2 of them did not attract the attention of others in this farce. Wang Shu saw Long Aoshue get into the car and ignore him, and he shrugged, "Little girl, you're really not funny." He then came to the back of the off-road vehicle and opened the trunk casually. Not bad, Long Yi had prepared a folding bicycle for him.
However, Wang Shu was a little puzzled.
There were 2 folding bicycles in the trunk, and there was also a large bag, bulging, which seemed to contain clothes. Wang Shu didn't look closely, closed the trunk, and got into the car. Long Aoshue had been teased by Wang Shu once, so she really didn't bother with Wang Shu anymore. She inserted the car key into the keyhole and sat in the passenger seat by herself.
Wang Shu got into the car and laughed, "Beauty, it's a great honor to drive you.
Where would you like to go?"
Long Aoshue said coldly, "Anywhere." "You said that? Don't blame me if I sell you out."
Wang Shu smiled wickedly, started the car, and sped off. After 20 minutes, they stopped in front of a hotel.
Long Aoshue immediately asked warily, "What do you want?"
Wang Shu said indifferently, "You left the key at home and can't get in, so what do you think I'm going to do?"
"Are you saying we're going to spend the night on the road?"
With that, he strode into the reception hall. Behind the bar stood a young waiter.
When he saw Wang Shu come in with a beautiful woman, he immediately came over with a smile, "Handsome, you want a room? Please show me some ID."
Wang Shu nodded, spread his palm, and, as if by magic, 1,000 Chinese yuan appeared in the palm of his hand. He slipped it into the young waiter's hand. The young waiter immediately let out a wicked laugh, as if to say, "I understand," and without asking for any identification, he turned around and went back behind the counter.
Just then, Long Aoshue walked over.
Seeing that Wang Shu didn't say anything, she spoke up, "We'll take 2 standard single rooms." The young waiter bowed, "I'm sorry, miss, but the standard single rooms are full." Long Aoshue frowned, "Then we'll take 2 standard double rooms." The young waiter bowed again. I'm sorry, beautiful, there's only one double room left. Long Xiaoxue glanced at Wang Shu, who quickly chimed in, one room is fine, just make do with it. Don't worry, I won't disturb you. Buddy, the check. After saying this, he walked directly towards the stairs. Long Xiaoxue thought about it for a moment, hesitated, and surprisingly did not object. She paid the fee and then followed the young waiter upstairs.
There were 2 waitresses in the hallway.
When they saw Wang Shu and the others, they hurried over to greet them.
The young waiter winked at the 2 waitresses, and they immediately understood what was going on.
They ushered Wang Shu and the others into a single room with a double bed. After the waitress left, Wang Shu first took a look around the room to make sure there was nothing unusual before he felt at ease. This was his professional habit, to first understand the environment in unfamiliar places, so that in case of an emergency, he would know what to do. In addition, Wang Shu was not at ease with these hotels, afraid that there might be cameras or something. Fortunately, this was a regular hotel. After checking, Wang Shu said to Long Xiaoxue, you go wash up and get some sleep, I'll be out for a while. Then he sauntered out of the hotel. He returned to the side of the SUV, opened the trunk, and activated the God's Eye, which immediately allowed him to see the contents of the bag.
This girl, she's not planning on going with me, is she?
The bag turned out to contain several sets of tight-fitting sportswear, the kind that hugs the body closely, the kind that athletes wear when competing in competitions. Wang Shu stood behind the trunk for a few seconds, closed it, locked the car, and walked down the street. 20 minutes later, he arrived at an underwear store, bought 2 sets of pajamas, and then, after thinking about it, bought a few sets of women's underwear. He then walked out and entered a grocery store, where he bought a black handbag, a large stack of women's sanitary napkins, and some daily necessities. He walked out of the grocery store with the incredulous gaze of the grocery store lady.
When Wang Shu returned, it was past 11:30. Long Xiaoxue was staring at the bed.
For the first time in her life, she was sleeping in the same room as a man. Although Wang Shu slept in her room last time, she was not there after all. Now that the 2 of them were in the same room, sleeping in the same bed, Long Xiaoxue could not sleep no matter what. Besides, how could she sleep?
She didn't even have a nightgown, so would she sleep naked? Would she take a bath?
Long Xiaoxue was in a daze when Wang Shu walked in. Hey,
Iceberg Beauty, here are your pajamas. I don't know which color you like, so I bought 2. A pink pair and a dark red pair.
They flew towards Long Xiaoxue, who was taken aback, but quickly reached out and grabbed them. Wang Shu laughed and said, don't thank me. You just treated me to a meal, so we're even.
Humph. Who needs to thank you?
Long Xiaoxue muttered, walked towards the bathroom, and Wang Shu's lazy voice came from behind her. I advise you, don't use cold water, or you'll be sorry. I'll use cold water if I want to, what do you care?
Long Xiaoxue slammed the door shut. Sigh. Hopeless woman.
Wang Shu sighed as he watched, and placed the pile of things he had bought on the sofa as pillows, and fell asleep.
Chapter 53 Chapter 59 Your husband is really a warm man. It's more troublesome for women to take a bath.
Even though you take a bath every day, you still have to wash every nook and cranny clean, you know? So when Long Xiaoxue came out of the bathroom, it was already 12:30 in the morning.
As Wang Shu expected, Long Xiaoxue chose the dark red pajamas, because the color is strong, the transparency is poor.
But even with these pajamas, Long Xiaoxue still felt a little unsafe. She peeked through the door, tiptoed, and came into the bedroom. As it turned out, she saw Wang Shu already asleep on the sofa.
This man.
Long Xiaoxue didn't know it herself, but unknowingly, her impression of Wang Shu had changed a little, just a little. Seeing that Wang Shu was asleep, she then plucked up the courage to come to the bed, pulled the quilt over her, and covered herself up tightly, falling into a deep sleep after 10 minutes. It was about 2 a.m. when Long Xiaoxue woke up in severe pain. She was too stubborn. Wang Shu told her not to use cold water, but she didn't listen. And because it was so hot in the summer, she used cold water when taking a shower. At the time, it didn't matter, but in the middle of the night, the cold suddenly hit, and sharp pain came from her lower abdomen. This was probably the most severe period pain she had ever experienced, and Long Xiaoxue's body could not withstand it.
Beads of sweat popped and crackled, running down her snow-white collarbone.
In a matter of moments, her hair was soaked, and she looked as if she had just been pulled out of the water.
Don't move. Drink this.
As Long Xiaoxue's consciousness was still hazy, she felt someone bring a bowl to her lips and force her to drink a bowl of something sweet and spicy. Then her lower abdomen felt like a fire had been lit, and something was pressing hard on it, starting to give herself a massage.
When Long Aoshue woke up again, it was already 8 o'clock in the morning.
The abdominal pain had disappeared, and instead, she felt a warm feeling all over her body. She looked around the room and saw that no one was there, so she got up and sat up. Scum, rogue, dead king's technique, dead king's technique, dead king's technique. After Long Aoshue sat up, she almost screamed.
The pajamas from last night were gone, replaced by a pink, somewhat transparent pajama.
The worst thing was that something had been added to her most precious thing. Intuitively, Long Aoshue could feel that it was a sanitary napkin.
You heartless bastard. Long Aoshue finally couldn't hold back and angrily cursed.
She had already mentally completed the image of Wang Shu changing these things for her, and the lewd look on his face made her grind her teeth in hatred. As soon as she had cursed, she heard a voice of contempt. Who are you calling a beast?
I'm talking about you. You took advantage of someone in need, you lecher, you scoundrel. Wang Shu walked in, holding 2 bowls of millet porridge in his hands.
He placed the porridge on the coffee table and sneered. You deserve it. Who told you not to use cold water when you were unconscious? But you didn't listen, and that gave me the opportunity. I'm a man too, and you're so good looking, it's a waste not to take advantage of the situation.
Get out, you. Long Aoshue was furious, picked up a pillow and threw it at Wang Shu. Ha ha. Wang Shu laughed wickedly and walked out. Despicable, shameless. Long Aoshue's tears almost came down.
She had tried her best to protect herself, but in the end, she had still come to this. She had been somewhat impressed by Wang Shu last night, but when she woke up in the morning, she had buried that impression.
But she had to eat something.
She had tossed and turned all night, and she was weak.
She had to eat something.
She quickly got up, found her clothes from yesterday, and changed out of her pajamas. She sat in front of the coffee table and began to drink millet porridge. While I was eating, a waitress came in with a smile on her face. This beautiful lady, your husband is really a warm man, so considerate. I've never seen such a considerate man before. Not only did he prepare you with little clothes, he also prepared you with a lot of sanitary napkins, and in the middle of the night he found me to change them for you. He stayed by your bedside the whole night.
Alas!
There are still such good men in the world.
My husband is not like that.
He hasn't even called once in 3 days.
You are really happy and enviable.
The maid came to clean the house.
She kept on nagging while sweeping the floor. After she finished nagging, she took the dustpan and broom and left. Long Aoshue looked at the millet porridge in front of her and was dumbfounded. It wasn't Wang Shu who changed her clothes last night, and she had misunderstood him and even scolded him. She had said all sorts of harsh things, so harsh that she felt she couldn't accept them even herself. And that man, he didn't even defend himself, just took it. Wang Shu. Long Aoshue softly pronounced the name, and her eyes welled up.
But she was too strong, so she wiped away her tears and continued eating.
Wang Shu's voice came from the hallway. Iceberg Beauty, have you finished eating? We're leaving.
Wait, I'll be right there. Long Aoshue promised, poured the remaining millet porridge into her mouth as fast as she could, looked around to make sure she hadn't forgotten anything, grabbed her bag, and ran out. Outside the hotel, Wang Shu was humming a tune as he waited for Long Aoshue to get into the car. Once she did, he hit the gas and the SUV sped off.
Chapter 54 Chapter 60 Wang Shu's Ruthlessness.
More than half an hour later, the off-road vehicle pulled up directly in front of Long Aoshue's house. Wang Shu got out of the car and strode towards the front door.
Long Aoshue angrily said, "Idiot, how are you going to get in without a key?"
Wang Shu turned his head and smiled. Who says you need a key to get in? I forgot to tell you, I can open any door, including a bank safe, in 3 seconds.
Would it kill you to stop bragging?
Long Aoshue looked at Wang Shu with contempt and got out of the car. Wang Shu ignored her and went to the front of the door. He got a piece of wire from somewhere and, to Long Aoshue's astonished eyes, stuck it into the eye of the lock. He gave it a random yank and the security door, which Long Aoshue thought could not be broken open even with a hammer, opened with a sound.
You? Long Aoshue was at a loss for words. Wang Shu laughed. Don't worship me, I'm just a legend.
You bastard.
Long Aoshue finally blurted out what she had been holding back for a long time. What kind of person is this?
Yesterday, he could clearly open his own door, but he deliberately took himself to a hotel room, and he even opened the wrong room, and looked all over himself again.
Long Aoshue wanted to curse, but she really didn't know what words to use.
The person in front of her seemed to be very insensitive to those curse words, and his face was even thicker than a city wall.
You are shameless.
In the end, Long Aoshue held back these two words, which were not at all lethal to Wang Shu. He looked at Long Aoshue with disdain, walked across the courtyard to the front of the house door, and easily opened the door. The room was similar to the furnishings in the imperial capital, neat and elegant, but with an additional antique 8 immortals table, on which sat a school bag. Long Aoshue pouted and scowled, entered the bedroom first, and came out carrying a small bundle. Then she picked up the school bag on the table and left. Wang Shu touched his nose. Beauty, I don't recommend you go to Taoyuan village, and you haven't been feeling well the past 2 days. There's been heavy rainfall recently, which isn't good for you. What do you care?
Are you leaving or not? If you're not leaving, I'm locking the door. Go! I'm not arguing with a retard.
Wang Shu was speechless, and stepped out of the courtyard, then frowned. There were 2 folding bicycles in the trunk, along with a large bag, plus the things he had bought yesterday, and now Long Aoshue had brought 2 more bundles. This was of course nothing for an off-road vehicle, but according to Xiaowu, after 200 kilometers, they would enter the real mountains, and then they would have to ride bicycles, and the military strategist said there would be heavy rain.
What was he going to do with all this shit?
Wang Shu seemed to have mentally filled in the scene of himself carrying the bags and sweating. You little girl, I'll fix you. Wang Shu gave a wicked smile, pretended to be unconcerned, and helped Long Aoshue throw the things into the car.
The two drove off.
It seemed that Long Aoshue had been here before, so she didn't need a navigation system. She directed Wang Shu all the way through the urban area of Bingzhou, all the way west, and drove onto a rugged mountain road. At first it was okay, just as rugged as the roads in the countryside, but passable, with the occasional bus, but almost no pedestrians. After 50 miles, the buses had become extremely rare. After 100 miles, there was only one bus left, and Wang Shu followed it closely. After another 100 miles, the mountain road suddenly became unbearable.
Damn it! What a bloody road!
Wang Shu looked at the road in front of him and almost growled. The bus arrived at the station and several people, all young, got off. These people were not going to the mountains, but rather came to ride the free roller coaster and enjoy themselves for a while before going back.
Wang Shu got off the bus and looked at the road ahead.
It was narrow but passable, but the problem was that it was difficult to walk on. This is not what they call a strange rocky road, what they call a rocky road through the sky, what they call a tortuous road, all of which are reflected on this road. Everyone says that the Shu road is difficult, more difficult than the sky, and Wang Shu has never seen the Shu road, so he estimates that this road is not much different from the Shu road. Looking at the beautiful woman next to him, Wang Shu's face immediately became overcast. As the saying goes, men and women work together and the work is not tiring. But what kind of beauty is this, like Long Aoshue, cold and distant, a total no-no?
Working with a beauty like this, Wang Shu definitely couldn't be happy.
What are you standing there for? Hurry up and carry the things down, just leave the car here, there's a positioning device on it, the uncles will find it.
Long Aoshue shouted from behind as she saw Wang Shu staring off into space. Moving a load of balls, you wait a minute.
Wang Shu yelled angrily, slowly walked up to the off-road vehicle, and looked sad. Brother, although we haven't known each other for long, we are friends for life.
It's up to you today.
Wang Shu said, got back into the car again, and before Long Aoshue could react, he slammed the accelerator and rushed out. A modified off-road vehicle is very expensive, but in Wang Shu's eyes, it is nothing, especially Long Aoshue's body, which will become a burden to Wang Shu in no time. Wang Shu's meaning is that every step saved is a step saved. But at this time, it is not only the performance and quality of the car that matters, but also the driver's skills. Wang Shu has no problem at all, and he is not inferior even when competing with world-class drivers. The off-road vehicle is like a beast, rushing out crazily.
Bang! Clank! Clunk!
The sound was so loud that Long Aoshue almost screamed. It was more exciting than a roller coaster, but also dangerous.
The mountain road was flanked by peaks, and occasionally there were ravines between the road and the peaks.
If the car went over, it would be destroyed and everyone in it would die.
The onlookers on the bicycles were full of envy. Who is so rich? Shit, the car is ruined, what a pity. This is a military vehicle, is the army that rich?
Everyone stared in disbelief as they watched Wang Shu rush past them.
This is not driving a car, this is jumping on a bike, right?
From a distance, it looked like a car was jumping and skipping forward. It was a good thing it wasn't an open car, otherwise Long Aoshue would have been thrown out. I have to say, the military off-road vehicle is really awesome. It was just driven 20 kilometers before the first tire burst.
Bang!
The front left wheel finally burst due to continuous severe impacts and scrapes from some sharp stones. Wang Shu seemed to have anticipated this result and slammed the steering wheel, sending the car diagonally out and continuing to move forward.
Bang! After another 10 kilometers, the second tire was scrapped. After driving another 20 kilometers, the 2 remaining tires completely failed with 2 consecutive loud noises. Wang Shu was really ruthless. Even though it was in this state, he still did not give up. He drove on with the wheels violently colliding with the mountain road. After driving another 30 kilometers, he stopped the car and got out. He really could not walk anymore. Brothers, it's finally time for my debut. Thank you all for your continued encouragement and support. I will do my best to write every word. By the way, I beg for more chapters. I hope that friends who like this book will use your wise and lucky little hands to click for more chapters. Kneel and thank you. Kneel and thank you. Chapter 55, Chapter 61. Lao Tzu never abandons a friend. The wheel hub had been completely deformed after being hit repeatedly, and the wheel rims had become square, with big pits. Wow! Long Aoshue got out of the car and covered her stomach, vomiting furiously. You can't kill someone with your eyes, otherwise Wang Shu would have been killed hundreds of times by Long Aoshue's eyes. Long Aoshue vomited for 5 minutes before she recovered. Pointing at Wang Shu, she yelled, "Why do you have the right to destroy this military vehicle? Shameless, barbaric, and uncultured." Wang Shu's eyelids twitched, and he thought to himself, "Why? I did it for you, didn't I? And you're still cursing me? Looking for a beating?" Wang Shu had figured out Long Aoshue. This girl is quite upright. To put it bluntly, she is stubborn, with a single-mindedness that doesn't allow her to change her mind. No wonder no one likes her. Little sister, you can't go on like this. You won't get anywhere in society. It seems you need me to teach you a lesson. Wang Shu rolled his eyes, then suddenly put on a smile. "Aoshue, I was just being impatient. Besides, there was no other way. It's such a long way up the mountain, and if you look at the sky, it's going to be very dangerous if we don't get out of here today." Smiling evilly, he tried to justify himself, and took the initiative to carry out the 2 folding bicycles. However, while Long Aoshue wasn't looking, Wang Shu secretly adjusted the saddle upwards. He was 1.8 meters tall, so there was no problem with the saddle being higher. Long Aoshue was 1.7 meters tall, so even though it was only 10 centimeters, she would suffer in the future. Long Aoshue is no fool. After changing into her sportswear and carrying her bags and packages on her shoulders, she noticed something was wrong as soon as she got on the bike. Normally, she can ride this bike just fine, but today she is a little nervous, and her long legs can only just reach the pedals. She was about to get off the bike to adjust the seat, when Wang Shu, who was still getting dressed, spoke up. "Ouch, look at my memory, I forgot that you're short and the seat is a bit high." Long Aoshue was cold and aloof, with a strong sense of self-esteem. She was provoked by Wang Shu's provocation at that moment. "Oomph! Who says I'm short?" She snorted, climbed onto the bike and pedaled off. She had a great figure, and when you add in the usual problem women have when cycling, wiggling their hips, it made for a pretty sight. It's really awesome. Wang Shu, watching from behind, was really enjoying the show. He couldn't take his eyes off the perky buttocks as they swayed. After watching for a long time, he suddenly remembered something and quickly took out his phone to check the signal. Fortunately, there was a signal, so he dialed Gusini's number. "Sister, I've already arrived. Don't worry, it's not as hard as you said, and the environment is not bad. Oh yeah, the signal here is not very good, sometimes I can't get through, so you don't have to worry about me." Wang Shu was afraid of saying the wrong thing, so he reported his safety to Gusini, hung up the phone quickly, and chased after Long Aoshue. It turns out that the weather forecast is quite accurate these days, and coupled with the unpredictable weather in the mountains. After Wang Shu and the others had walked for another 20 kilometers, the weather changed. The sky, which had been fine just a moment ago, suddenly became covered with dark clouds, and the dark clouds came down with a vengeance. Looking at Long Aoshue again, she was no longer able to continue. Because the seat adjustment was not in place, every time Long Aoshue exerted herself, she had to twist her hips and use the soles of her feet to step on the pedals. The bike jumped and skipped like it was flying, and she had to pedal continuously. The result of pedaling so frequently was that the inside of her long legs kept rubbing against the seat. Add to that the hot weather, and she was soaked in sweat. After half an hour, red marks had appeared on the inside of her long legs, and these red marks, soaked in sweat, sent out a pain like pins and needles. Damn Wang Shu. Long Aoshue's full breasts were heaving, and she wanted to bite Wang Shu.
But pride, self-esteem, these things can kill a person. Long Aoshue was so angry she could die, but she was concerned about her face and refused to give in.
It's almost time. Wang Shu followed leisurely behind, imagining certain images in his head.
There must be something wrong with this girl's long legs.
If she asks me to help her apply medicine, should I say yes? Or should I say yes? Ha ha.
Wang Shu smiled lewdly, and seeing that the weather was changing, he suddenly sped up, came to Long Aoshue's side, grabbed Long Aoshue's arm, and dragged her forward.
Let go of me, let go of me. Long Aoshue struggled angrily, but she was no match for Wang Shu's strength.
After struggling a few times, she stopped struggling and went with Wang Shu.
Crackling. Big raindrops began to fall. The most deadly thing was the sky.
80 kilometers from Peach Blossom Land, the sky had completely darkened, and the already rugged road became even more difficult to walk on.
The raindrops on the ground made it slippery, slowing the two down again.
If it had just been Wang Shu, he would have abandoned the bike and marched 80 kilometers to Peach Blossom Village in a hurry, but Long Aoshue, who was with him, was not in a position to do so. Not only was she menstruating, but she was also injured and simply unable to make a long trek.
You go ahead. I'll go slowly.
Long Aoshue also sensed the seriousness of the situation at this time and said with a stern face.
Wang Shu snorted, "What are you talking about? Although I'm not a good person, I've never abandoned a friend. I never have and I never will. Come on up."
Without further ado, Wang Shu picked Long Aoshue off the bike, and the two bikes were abandoned. Wang Shu told Long Aoshue to carry 2 bags and he would carry 2 bags himself, then he told Long Aoshue to get on his back and they walked on.
Chapter 56 Chapter 62 Wang Shu's sinister smile.
Wang Shu and Long Aoshue struggled to move forward. The rain got heavier and heavier, and the night grew deeper and deeper.
Fortunately, Wang Shu's eyesight was extraordinary, and even so, nothing could go wrong.
The mountain road was rugged, with ditches and crisscrossing ravines, and after the rain, it would form puddles, making it very difficult to walk.
Plop! Wang Shu wasn't paying attention and slipped, and the two of them fell into a puddle. Long Aoshue cried, "Put me down, please, put me down." "Shut the fuck up." Wang Shu got up from the puddle with great effort and suddenly smiled. "Do you know why your seat is a bit high?" Long Aoshue said, "No." Wang Shu laughed and said, "I deliberately raised it. I just want to suppress your self-esteem. I want to tell you one thing, nothing in life is important, only being alive is the most important thing. How much is self-esteem worth per pound? How much is face worth per pound?
Without life, all is nonsense. What is life precious? Love is more precious. If for the freedom of the cause, both can be thrown, all is nonsense. Life is a building, life is the cornerstone of the building, money, power, self-esteem, and so on are all decorations on the building. Without the cornerstone, the building collapses, and those decorations are no longer decorations, they can only be considered garbage. You are a very insecure person. You even bring your sword with you when you take a bath, and you always wear a keep out sign on your face. This is not good. You should let go of your pride, overcome your psychological barriers, bravely accept life, and enjoy every day of it. Only in this way will life have meaning. Am I right?" Wang Shu gave Long Aoshue's but a pat, and the latter let out an indistinct moan. "Holy shit! Did I say the wrong thing?" Wang Shu's nose nearly puffed up with anger. It was probably because he had had a long day and Long Aoshue had been feeling unwell for the past 2 days that she had fallen asleep on top of him. When Long Aoshue woke up again, it was already bright and the rain had stopped. Although the mountain village was poor, the air was fresh. In the morning, the birds chirped, which was pleasant to the ear. Long Aoshue was awakened by the birdsong. When she got up, she found that she was lying under a big tree, with her package under her head. An exotic fragrance attracted her attention, and she noticed that not far from her was a pile of dry firewood, with a mountain chicken being barbecued on top. The mountain chicken was shiny and bright, and the fragrance wafted with the mountain breeze, making people drool. A man's shout came from afar, "Eat when you wake up, the mountain chicken is ready." Wang Shu also found a broken bowl from nowhere and carried it towards the sound, his figure growing taller and taller in the sunlight. Long Aoshue suddenly thought of 4 words, chivalrous and tender. He walked over to the firewood rack and pulled a piece of the roasted chicken off, slowly eating it. Perhaps he was too hungry, so although he ate slowly, he ate a lot. In no time at all, he had eaten most of the chicken. Seeing Wang Shu, Long Aoshue nibbled on the chicken leg and said 2 words to Wang Shu, "Thank you."
Wang Shu looked at Long Aoshue, who was staring at him, and couldn't help but smirk. "Don't be moved yet. Let me tell you something.
There are no waiters here, so I have to do it myself.
At first, Long Aoshue didn't understand what he meant, but when she looked down and thought about it, she suddenly understood.
It had rained heavily last night, and she had gotten soaked. Her clothes were dry now, and she thought that she had injured the inside of her long legs, but why was there no obvious pain now? Long Aoshue twisted her body and secretly looked at her private parts, and suddenly let out a scream. Not only had her clothes been changed, but there was some inexplicable grass juice on the inside of her long legs, which should be a liquid made from herbs. When she thought about Wang Shu's words, she suddenly understood what was going on. Not only had this guy changed her clothes, but he had also applied medicine to her. The problem was that the medicine had been applied to. Just then, Wang Shu added, "Don't worry, I was blindfolded when I applied the medicine, so I didn't see any flowers or grass."
Ah. Flowers and grass. Long Aoshue's mind exploded at that moment. What chivalrous tenderness. This is a real old rascal. Wang Shu.
Long Aoshue ground her teeth, held up the chicken leg, wiggled her hips, and chased after Wang Shu as if her life depended on it.
Just as Wang Shu was about to be in trouble, she suddenly heard someone shouting, "Teacher Long, you're here?"
A country woman appeared in the distance, wearing a checkered shirt and shouting from afar. Her voice saved Wang Shu.
Long Aoshue stopped chasing Wang Shu and walked over. "Aunt Yang, why are you up so early?" The middle-aged woman said, "The dogs were barking loudly in the morning, so I got up to check. One of the chickens is missing. I don't know which son of a bitch stole it. I'm just looking to see if I can find it." "One chicken is missing?"
Long Aoshue suddenly remembered something, looked down at the chicken leg in her hand, then looked back at Wang Shu, who was grinning evilly. She looked again at the pile of chicken bones in the distance, and suddenly her mind went blank. "This is not a pheasant, it is clearly a domestic chicken raised by someone else, and I roasted and ate it."
Damn Wang Shu.
Long Aoshue suddenly knew that she had been taken advantage of again by this guy. But it was too late to say anything now, so she quickly took out a stack of bills from her bag, walked over, and without further ado, slipped them into the woman's hands.
Chapter 57 Chapter 63 I Want to Kill Someone. Long Aoshue's heart completely broke, and she wanted to find a place to cry. She was naturally beautiful, and she believed that apart from being a bit of a loner, her IQ was good. Not only that, but it was also above average. This motherfucker, ever since she met Wang Shu, bad luck has been coming her way, being crushed all the way by Wang Shu, and being teased. She almost got herself killed. Looking at Wang Shu's sneering face, Long Aoshue's pretty face looked as ugly as it could be. Wang Shu saw that things were not looking good and quickly came over to smooth things over, changing the subject. "Auntie, do you know a child here called Xiaowu?" "Xiaowu?" The auntie pondered for a moment, and Wang Shu quickly added, "Right, he has a younger sister who had polio. And doesn't know her." As soon as she heard this, Auntie Yang's face changed and she quickly turned and walked away. Wang Shu was surprised. "Long Aoshue, do you know her?" Long Aoshue shook her head and said, "I don't often come here, so I don't know her." Strange. This woman definitely knows her, she just doesn't want to say. Wang Shu had a sharp eye and could tell there was something fishy going on. He hurriedly urged Long Aoshue along, and the two of them walked towards the village with their bags. Soon they met an old man, probably in his 50s or 60s, who looked more like 70 or 80 because of poor maintenance. He was smoking a pipe and carrying a bag of dry tobacco. Wang Shu turned to Long Aoshue and said, "Lend me some money." Long Aoshue asked, "What for?" Then she pulled out a dozen huaxia banknotes from her bag and handed them to Wang Shu. Wang Shu took the money and rushed up to the old man, saying, "Old man, let me ask you something." He said, "Do you know a boy named Xiaowu who went out a few years ago?" "He has a younger sister at home." "Where does she live?" The old man turned around and left as soon as he heard this, but Wang Shu grabbed him. "Old man, you're not leaving until you tell me." The old man shivered, looked at the money in his hand, and looked around. He said quickly, "I know this child. He's a good boy, but unfortunately his family lives in the last row of houses in the village." After the old man finished speaking, he broke free from Wang Shu's grip and ran as fast as he could. He was gone in a flash. Damn it! Wang Shu's eyes were fixed as she and Long Aoshue carried their bags and walked towards the place the old man had pointed out. 10 minutes later, the two of them turned down a small alley and arrived at a dilapidated courtyard.
It was in a terrible state of disrepair, an old adobe house with walls that were leaning at an angle, and it was not clear when they would collapse.
Wait here, I'll go in and take a look,
Wang Shu said to Long Aoshue, and walked towards the courtyard. Before he could enter, two young men came out of the courtyard, holding cigarettes in their mouths, and shouted at Wang Shu, "Stop!
Stop my ass!"
Wang Shu could already tell from the looks in the eyes of the old man and woman what had happened. Coupled with Xiaowu's description, he was even more certain. He took a few steps forward, opened his hands, and the two young men fell to the ground before they knew what was happening.
Wang Shu stepped into the courtyard. It was so desolate.
The courtyard was full of weeds, as if no one lived there. At the end of the courtyard were 3 adobe houses. The dilapidated doors were half open, and a musty smell came from the houses. Wang Shu suddenly felt his heart prick like a needle, and he darted into the house like lightning. The scene in the house made Wang Shu instantly fall into an ice cellar, and the murderous aura surged out of his body like crazy.
Long Aoshue followed closely behind Wang Shu.
Before she even entered the house, she suddenly felt a shock. The cold current in the room surged like a fierce winter wind.
Wang Shu? Long Aoshue followed closely behind.
The room was simple, with an earthen bed in the east and a worn-out 8 immortal table in the middle of the room.
On top of the table were 2 worn-out computers.
Behind the table was a chair, on which sat a skinny girl. She should not be very old, but she looked as if she had withered away, emaciated beyond recognition. Her 2 eyes, which should have been glowing, were dull and lifeless, focused on the computer. When Wang Shu and the others entered, the young girl seemed not to have heard, not even raising her eyelids. It seemed that in her eyes, everything was dead. What made Wang Shu's murderous intent flare up even more was that on the young girl's 2 already skinny legs were tied with ropes, tightly binding the young girl's legs to the chair.
Brute! A flash of blood appeared in Wang Shu's pupils. If you were standing opposite him with good lighting, you would see that in the depths of Wang Shu's pupils, it was as if there were 2 flames dancing. And behind Wang Shu, the shadow of the blood wolf was faintly visible, as if it were trying to break free from Wang Shu's body and escape. Wang Shu, calm down. Long Aoshue had never been so scared before.
It was as if the person standing in front of her was no longer a person, but an ancient and ferocious beast.
Get away!
Wang Shu lifted his leg and walked out of the room, reaching the courtyard door in 2 steps.
Pity the 2 young men, still lying there unconscious.
They would never have guessed that their lives were coming to an end. Wang Shu grabbed the 2 men by the ankles and walked them directly to the courtyard like a dog. He then turned around, grabbed a stone from the side, and smashed it hard into the head of the young man on the left. Long Aoshue, who was nearby, was shocked.
Wang Shu, you cannot rely on holding the Black Dragon order to kill innocent people.
She lunged at Wang Shu with all her strength, trying to stop him.
Get out of my way. If I want to kill someone, there is no way to stop me. Bang!
Wang Shu waved his hand, and Long Aoshue flew out, the stone in her hand crashing down hard on the young man's head, which burst open on the spot.
Pop!
Wang Shu swung his hand back, and the other young man also collapsed in a pool of blood.
Chapter 58 Chapter 64 Siblings Meet. Brutal guy.
After Long Aoshue stopped, she looked at the miserable corpse on the ground and felt dry heaving.
She covered her mouth and ran out.
After killing 2 people, Wang Shu's anger subsided a little. He went back into the room, walked behind the chair, and used his hands to untie the ropes that bound the little girl one by one.
Then he said, "What's your name?" "My name is Wang Shu, Xiaowu's friend."
But there was no answer. Wang Shu looked at the screen on the computer and saw that it was a game he had never seen before. The little girl's dull, vacant gaze was fixed on the game, and she manipulated the keyboard with both hands, paying no attention to Wang Shu's words. Wang Shu had spent the whole day studying murder, and to murder you must study human psychology. Looking at the little girl's eyes and then at the game on the computer, he suddenly had a bad feeling. This little girl must have been under constant stress for a long time, which has caused her to become autistic and shut herself away in the game.
"Little sister, I'm Xiaowu's friend, what's your name?"
"Little sister." Wang Shu shouted again, but the little girl still didn't move. Wang Shu had no choice but to take out his phone and check the signal. Although it was a bit weak, it was just about working.
He opened WeChat and started a video call.
Soon, a head like a chicken coop appeared on the other side, with a lollipop in its mouth.
Seeing Wang Shu, it immediately looked tense, put down the lollipop in its hand and asked, "Boss, where are you now? Are you okay?"
Wang Shu shook his head. "Brother, it's me who's sorry.
I'm late." Xiaowu was shocked, her voice trembling. Boss, my sister.
Wang Shu waved his hand. Don't worry, your sister is fine, she just has some mental problems, but they're not too serious. Now you need to wake her up. According to Wang Shu's deduction, his sister was normal when Xiaowu ran away from home, and autism is not something that can be formed in a short period of time, it takes a certain amount of time to accumulate. When Xiaowu left, his sister was already approaching adulthood, and the chance of getting this disease was even smaller, so it shouldn't be too serious.
But just then, the phone signal suddenly cut out, and Wang Shu was so angry that he almost dropped the phone.
Fortunately, Xiaowu is the king of computers, and somehow he tinkered with it and forcibly cut in the signal, but the signal was obviously not as strong as before, and the video could not be connected.
A line of text came over the phone. Boss, it's not your fault. My sister's autism is intentional.
Try to wake her up with 3 words, Xiaowu, Xiaoluzi, and brave. After reading the message, Wang Shu put the phone down, took the little girl's cheeks in his hands, forced her not to look at the computer, and then said the 3 words face to face, Xiaowu, Xiaoluzi, and brave. The first time had no effect. The second time, there was suddenly a glimmer in the little girl's eyes. The third time, she even followed Wang Shu's lead and said, Xiaowu, Xiaoluzi, and brave. After she finished, the light in the little girl's eyes suddenly intensified, and she stared at Wang Shu in shock. Wang Shu knew that he couldn't let this opportunity pass. Listen to me, my name is Wang Shu, I'm your brother Xiaowu's friend, and I've come to save you.
Brother.
The little girl repeated what she had said, and suddenly threw herself into Wang Shu's arms and burst into tears.
Shu.
Wang Shu was also covered in cold sweat.
If the little girl really didn't wake up, what would happen to Xiaowu and what would happen to him?
After crying for 5 minutes, the little girl raised her head from Wang Shu's arms. There was a hint of shyness in her eyes. My name is Xiaoluzi, thank you for coming to save me, is my brother okay?
Wang Shu nodded repeatedly. Yes, I'll let you talk to him now.
Wang Shu turned on his phone again, and on the other side, Xiaowu's genius was undoubtedly revealed, causing the signal of both phones to suddenly increase a lot. The moment the video opened, both the brother and sister cried. Wang Shu handed the phone to Xiaoluzi, and silently walked out of the room into the courtyard, his expression cold. 5 minutes later, the little girl's voice came from the room. Brother Wang Shu, you can come in, we're done talking. Wang Shu entered the room, took the phone from the little girl, and saw that the video was still on.
He said to Xiaowu, open multi-person calling and pull the old man in.
The old man, that is, the Taishan Laojun mentioned by the middle-aged scholar in the Long family. Of course, this is not a myth, and it is impossible for Taishan Laojun to appear.
It is just the code name of an unparalleled powerful person in the Great Law.
Wang Shu also does not know how old this old man is, so he keeps calling him the old man.
When Xiaowu heard that he wanted to connect to the old man, he was suddenly full of joy. Boss, brother, Xiaowu kowtows to you. Thank you, brother, thank you. He knew what Wang Shu wanted to do.
Wang Shu wanted to beg the old man for medicine, but this old man was always aloof and rarely helped people, not even people from the great Luo heaven. Unless it was a high-ranking official and they were at the brink of death, the old man would only help them. There was no way the old man would help someone he had never met before.
Xiaowu quickly connected the video call with the old man.
In no time at all, an old man who made Xiaowu stomp her feet and beat her chest appeared in the middle of the video on Xiaowu's side. The old man is so unkempt. His clothes are the same as a beggar's, his hair is even worse than Xiaowu's, and he hasn't bathed in God knows how many days.
But there is one thing that stands out, his beard.
That beard is snow white, fluttering like a fairy's, and it's so awesome that even the legendary General Yu of the Three Kingdoms would be jealous. The old man saw Wang Shu and asked with a cold stare, Kid, have you gathered all my herbs?
Ahem.
Wang Shu had already forgotten about this matter, and hastily said, Where is it?
Can't you see where I am now?
Because of your useless medicine, I almost got swept away by a flash flood.
Now I beg you for one thing, please look at this little girl next to me and give her some medicine.
She is weak from both qi and blood, and she has a leg problem due to polio.
No.
The old man across the street decisively refused.
Chapter 59 Chapter 65 I'm your grandfather. The old man resolutely refused. No. Wang Shu smiled lewdly. Really?
Really?
Wang Shu said, forget it, after I go back, I'll take the monkey wine and find you for a while.
The old man shivered. Don't, for your sake, I'll agree. The old man had 3 great passions in his life, his beard, wine, and tinkering with medicinal herbs. He also had a problem, he loved alcohol like his life, and he got drunk every time he drank, but he couldn't stop. Once Wang Shu wanted medicine, but the old man wouldn't give it to him. So Wang Shu went there with 2 jars of wine, and got the old man drunk. When he woke up, he saw that his beard was gone. The old man cried bitterly for 3 days and nights, rolling on the ground in pain.
It was so miserable that he decided to quit drinking.
However, before a week had passed, his beard had just started growing again, and Wang Shu shaved it off again. From then on, he was considered to have a chronic illness, and whenever Wang Shu mentioned alcohol, the old man would shiver.
Don't think that the old man is easy to bully just because he has these 3 weaknesses.
The old man is as ruthless as cutting a watermelon, without batting an eye. Only Wang Shu knows what the old man did before he was 50 years old. He was the king of a generation of assassins. If you don't know the name, when it comes to the Count Killer, no one in the Western underworld is not afraid, and they change the subject with fear.
Why are they called Count Killers?
In the old man's words, every mission for a killer is a death sentence. Before he dies, he must look presentable, so before every kill, he dresses up like a count. But as the years passed, he didn't die, and countless people died at his hands. After turning 50, the old man suddenly lost his mind, suddenly quit his job, disappeared into the forest of killers, and became what he is now. Xiaowu was so happy to hear that the old man had promised to give her medicine that she almost jumped up. Although the old man was addicted to alcohol, his word was his bond. "Thank you, senior." The old man rolled his eyes. "Don't thank me, thank that little brat.
If it wasn't for him, there's no way I'd agree."
Wang Shu waved his hand. Forget it, there's no need for all that formal talk.
I'm hanging up now. I'll get the herbs to you when I can. I want to see the medicine in 5 days.
Wang Shu hung up the phone after he finished speaking and went to the door. Long Aoshue was still crouching on the ground vomiting, and Wang Shu kicked Long Aoshue's round and beautiful butt. Hey, stop vomiting, go, find some clothes to change the young girl.
You brat, so what if you have the Black Dragon Order? Can you just take people's lives if you have the power of life and death?
Long Aoshue stood up and looked at Wang Shu coldly. But she really listened, rummaged in her bag and took out her own set of clothes and went into the room. In a moment, she came out again. She was ready.
Well.
Wang Shu looked at Long Aoshue and nodded, saying, "You're done.
Go back to what you were doing. You didn't come here just to keep me company, did you? Dream on."
"I do have something to do, but I have to follow you in case you kill innocent people again."
Go, do whatever you want."
Wang Shu was really impressed by this woman, she's so stubborn.
He went back into the room and saw the little girl again.
The little girl was already sitting on the earthen bed, wearing a dark red dress that looked a bit see-through because it didn't fit her. She saw Wang Shu and whispered, "Brother, just now the one who changed my clothes was your wife, right?"
"Sister-in-law?" Wang Shu's mouth twitched twice, but he didn't say anything.
He asked, "Tell me about the situation.
What's going on with those 2 people outside?"
The little girl said, "Brother, Xiaowu didn't tell you my name, it's ugly."
"His name is Xiaowu and mine is Xiaolu.
Our family names are very rare in this world.
Our surname is Lu.
My brother is called Lu Jia and I am Lu Mei. Because our family was very poor, our parents gave birth to 6 siblings, but the first few didn't survive. Only my brother and I survived. Because he was the 5th child, my parents called him Xiaowu, which over time became Xiaowu. I was the 6th child, so I was called Xiaoluzi. Our parents worked as coal miners and died in an accident. My brother and I were all alone in the world. You know the rest. I followed my brother's advice and became a member of the great law firm. After my brother left, those loan sharks forced me to pay off my debts. I had no choice but to develop a game and use the money I made from it every day to pay them back.
Brother, I no longer owe them any money.
I can make a lot of money developing this game, but these people are insatiable and force me to run the game. They are afraid that I will run away, so they tied me to a bench and assigned 2 people to guard me every day."
Wang Shu interjected, "Are these the same 2 people every day?"
Lumi shook her head and said, "No, they change shifts every day." I heard them talking casually.
"There are a lot of them, hiding in the mountains. Okay, now that it's all over, we can't stay in this room anymore. I'll carry you out. Brother, I can walk."
Lumei is not short, she is about 1.68 meters tall, but she is weak.
Wang Shu casually mentioned it, and carried Lumei on his back and walked out. There wasn't much in the room either, all those computer programs were in Lumei's head, and the broken computer didn't need to be taken away. Wang Shu walked out of the room and just happened to bump into Long Aoshue walking in. He looked up and asked, "Is there anywhere I can stay?"
Long Aoshue said, "There's one place, the school.
20 minutes later, Wang Shu arrived at the school with Lu Mei on his back.
The so-called school was a stone house with 7 or 8 children inside and a female teacher giving a lecture. The teacher and students immediately became excited when they saw Long Aoshue. "Sister, you're here."
"Hello, Miss Long." "Hello, Auntie Long." "Hello, children."
Long Aoshue unloaded a backpack from her shoulders and placed it in the classroom, saying, "These are some comic books, which I bought especially for the students." Then she opened the bag, revealing a large pile of children's books and other things.
Wang Shu looked at Long Aoshue in surprise.
He had never imagined that this girl had this side to her. She had worked hard and overcome difficulties just to give the children in the mountains comic books. After leaving Lumi in the classroom, Wang Shu and the teacher borrowed a pen and piece of paper, walked out, and returned to Xiaowu's house. They sat cross-legged in front of the door and waited patiently.
Around mid-morning, 2 men walked into the alley. One was carrying a beer bottle in his hand and said, "Damn it, I think I'd rather just kill the little girl and save myself the trouble of looking at her every day." The other said, "You don't know shit. Little girls are like mountain produce, they're our boss's cash cow." The 2 men continued walking and came to the door. "Hey, who are you?" Wang Shu pointed to the empty space next to him and said, "Come over and sit down, I want to talk to you." "Hey, you motherfucker, I'm asking you a question, who are you?" "I'm your grandfather." Wang Shu sat up straight. "Kid, are you looking for trouble?" One of the young men reacted quickly, swung the bottle of wine in his hand and smashed it. Wang Shu raised his hand, the bottle of wine went into his hand, and he opened the man's head with a slap. The remaining people saw that it was not good and turned their heads and ran, but they were kicked to the ground by Wang Shu. Chapter 66 Growing Appetite. The 2 young men fell unconscious. Wang Shu grabbed them by the collar, one in each hand, and walked them to the courtyard, where he dropped them in front of the 2 dead bodies. Ah! Ah!
The 2 young men had fought and killed on a daily basis, but they had never seen real bloodshed. Plus the 2 dead men had hideous faces and the blood was all over the floor. The 2 young men just peed themselves and ran away screaming. Wang Shu snorted next to them, "Come here.
Big brother, spare my life. Big brother, we didn't kill anyone, spare my life." Wang Shu nodded. "Answer me 2 questions and you can go after." "Big brother, you ask."
One of the young men walked over with a flattering face. Wang Shu handed over the paper and pen in his hand. "Draw the number of people you have, your weapons, and your military layout for me, and you can go after you finish."
"Boss, I'm new here, I don't know any of this."
The young man, who had just been full of flattery, immediately changed his expression, looking terrified, and suddenly yelled angrily, "I'll fight you to the death." He reached behind him and pulled out a sharp knife, stabbing at Wang Shu's stomach.
"What a pushover."
Wang Shu raised his eyebrows, and instead of backing away, he stepped forward. He reached out and took the young man's knife, then turned it around and stabbed it into the young man's stomach. Then he pulled it out, and blood sprayed out like a geyser. You. The young man covered his stomach with his hands, trying to stop the blood from flowing, but it was no use. His body slowly fell to the ground. A knife wound in the stomach is not fatal, but if you don't get medical help in time, you will bleed to death. So if you are stabbed, you should never pull the knife out, because the size of the knife matches the wound and can tightly block the wound. Once you pull the knife out, you will be finished quickly. Wang Shu pulled out the knife on purpose to kill the young man as an example. The blood spurted out like an arrow. The young man rolled on the ground twice with his hands covering his stomach, and then stopped moving. The blood on his face quickly faded, and he became pale and weak. Finally, he closed his eyes. "Brother," I said, "I'll say whatever you ask." The other young man fell to his knees with a thud. "Good. Now write down what I was about to ask, and also give a full account of the crimes you have committed." Wang Shu threw the paper and pen in front of the young man's face. The young man did not dare to be negligent, and with trembling hands he took out the paper and pen and began to write. Very detailed. Their gang is called the Mountain Wolf Group. On the surface, they mainly deal in mountain goods, but in secret they engage in all kinds of evil deeds, such as murder, arson, and robbery. There are about 120 people in the gang, and the leader is called Old Knife Holder, because he has a scar on his face. The gang has 6 snipers, 3 heavy machine guns, 2 single-man rocket launchers, a dozen submachine guns and light machine guns, and the rest are pistols and machetes. The group is stationed on the mountain to the west of Taohua village. There is a small path, which is guarded by 2 people on each side. Walking along the path for about 5 miles is a small forest, with 3 snipers in it. If someone goes up the mountain, the 2 guards will lead the way.
If there are no 2 people to lead the way, the snipers will shoot. After passing through the small forest, you will arrive.
The group is stationed in a courtyard made of stone. There are 2 heavy machine guns on the wall, and fortifications on both sides of the courtyard gate.
Paralyzed. It seems that it has become a climate.
Wang Shu then looked down and suddenly a murderous gleam flashed in his eyes. Below is the criminal record of this young man.
Although he has not killed anyone, he has participated in several gang rapes and abused many village women. Pop.
Wang Shu raised his hand and slapped the young man's head. The young man died on the spot, bleeding from his 7 orifices, and died with his eyes wide open.
The dead man's eyes were fixed on Wang Shu, as if to say, "Brother, what happened to you not killing me?"
Wang Shu smiled wryly at the man. "Brother, I never promised not to kill you.
I meant that once you've answered, you can go.
You can rest in peace now."
Pop.
As soon as Wang Shu finished speaking, the corpse let out a breath as if to say, "I'm done," and its eyes slowly closed.
Wang Shu, you've killed someone again? After Wang Shu left, Long Aoshue was restless.
She left Lumi in the classroom and chased after him. She arrived a step too late and just happened to see Wang Shu kill someone. Looking at the 4 dead bodies on the ground, Long Aoshue felt a chill run down her spine and goosebumps all over her body. Although she practiced martial arts and had heard some battle stories, this was the first time she had seen someone actually kill someone, and she had even killed 4 people. This completely overturned her perception. Life can be casually taken like straw, and youth is no better than a short-lived flower, withering without blooming into resplendent beauty.
What are you doing here?
Wang Shu looked at Long Aoshue coldly.
Long Aoshue stepped forward. Wang Shu, you can't kill anymore. From now on, I'm going to follow you every step of the way. Cut.
Wang Shu swept Long Aoshue with a disdainful look, strode to the door, and at the same time took out his phone and dialed Long Yi's phone number. "I need a helicopter, location, Taoyuan village, before dark." A surprised voice came from the other side. "You kids' appetite is getting bigger and bigger. Just now you asked for a military vehicle, and now you want a helicopter. Where the hell is my off-road vehicle?" Wang Shu flicked his phone with his finger, nagging like a woman.
If you're not going to give it to me, then goodbye.
No, I haven't finished talking.
I haven't said I won't give it to you. I'll definitely be there before dark. Pang.
Wang Shu hung up the phone, looked at the sketch in his hand, and then looked at the 4 bodies in the courtyard.